Cleveland sports is 92.3 The Fan. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WKRK-FM and HD1 Cleveland Heights. An Odyssey sports station.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
The quarterback battle between Shedeur Sanders and Deshaun Watson continued this week during mandatory minicamp, and as of right now, the Browns have not named a starter yet. In speaking with Anthony and Daryl on our morning show earlier today, GM Andrew Berry talked about how they evaluate quarterbacks during practice.
I think there's this natural tendency to evaluate every throw, evaluate every practice, almost treat it like you're a day trader on the stock market, where we really more or less look at it hey, the spring is a install and developmental period. We're not necessarily catering the offense or defense into what we're going to lean into in the fall. It's really putting things in, trying things, and then over a longer period of time, seeing how guys progress.
The Browns are off for summer break. They'll return to Berea in a few weeks for training camp. After dropping 6 of their last 7 games, the Guardians are no longer in first place in the AL Central. They're currently half a game back from the White Sox. The team is hoping to get back in the win column tonight when they open up a 3-game weekend series with the Tigers. Detroit riding high after taking down the Twins 11-0 yesterday and getting their ace back in the rotation. A.J. Hinch announced yesterday that Tarek Skubal will be starting for the Tigers on Saturday. He's been out since April after needing arthroscopic surgery on his left elbow. Some transactional news for the Guardians. They've reportedly promoting pitching prospect Daniel Espino ahead of their series with the Tigers with the plan to work him out of the bullpen. The team has also traded Nolan Jones to the White Sox in exchange for $250,000 in international bonus pool money. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Cleveland!
We know about LeBron's late years. What about the early years? How about a guy who documented every moment of it? David Lee Morgan joins us on the emerging podcast scene to talk about his new book, The LeBron Phenomena. It's brought to you by Extend Technologies on 923thefan.com on the free Odyssey app.
Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. Are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's sports radio. 92.3 The Fan.
Andrew Berry sounded like a guy who's ready for vacation, and good for him. Been working hard. He had the draft. He had the off season. Just had OTAs and mandatory minicamp, and now, okay, relax as much as a president of football operations can relax. I'm Jeff Phelps. This is Andy Baskin.
I don't know. This is a tough time to relax. A lot of silly things happen between now and camp. I don't know.
Yeah, but he can't control them.
I didn't think he. I thought he was cool, calm, collective, but I didn't think he was. Sounded like he was.
Sounded relaxed.
Yeah, I didn't think he sounded like he was ready to go on vacation though.
I was relaxed.
Yeah, he was.
He's already on vacation.
He was chill.
Mandatory minicamp over.
How about him saying Todd Monken at 60 years old is
cool?
Cool. What is that supposed to mean?
Well,
that's why the players like him, because he's cool at 60.
You can be cool at any age.
Yeah, I think so too. I don't know. What is it? Does he crack dad jokes every once in a while?
Dick Van Dyke's 100 years old.
Oh, he's super cool.
He's cool?
Too soon. Too soon.
You think?
Yeah, I do have to ask you one other sports question before we get going.
Oh. You're derailing the show 3 minutes in.
Just a little bit. Is international money in Major League Baseball like euros? Like, what's the exchange rate on international money? And should you be depressed? Like, I used to think getting traded for cash considerations was probably like the bottom of the barrel, when it comes to being traded. Like, what kind of players do they get for you? First round pick? Cash considerations. I used to think of it that way. Now I'm looking at Nolan Jones going, $250,000 in international money? Is that like, I don't know, are those euros or is that like monopoly money or
and
what?
The Guardians probably sent more than that with Nolan Jones to Chicago.
Probably a nice leather satchel full of cash?
They sent money as well to pay for part of his salary.
Oh, my God.
We'll get to that later on because Zach Meisel is going to join us from The Athletic, covers the Guardians. He's joining us at 1 o'clock. Chris Easterling from the Beacon Journal, who covers the Browns, is going to join us at 11. Andrew Berry was just on the morning show with Anthony and Daryl and spoke for an extended period of time.
It was a very, very long interview.
Yeah, and good job by the boys. Good
Yeah,
job.
they did a good job.
By Andrew. Thank you for your time. Greatly appreciated.
You're welcome.
He'll be hiring Lance Reisland shortly.
Boy, did it sound like that? He really likes Coach
Our boy
Riz.
Lance.
Yeah.
Way to go, Lance.
Good to know you while you worked here.
Knock him out of the park. Glad we could get you into pro football.
I wonder, will he have a little fridge in his office in Berea? Or what do
I
you
don't
think?
know. You can go down to the cafeteria. You won't need a little fridge.
Yeah, but if you're working hard breaking down tape, you want that
You're
fridge
gonna have
right
a key
there.
to the cafeteria. You're down there all the time.
It's
gonna be- it's gonna be great.
Do you have to move like those folding fences to get in there?
I don't know.
You know, the ones that you get your fingers caught in there. Man, that would be smart.
Mandatory minicamp just ended without a starting quarterback for this team. Yeah, we're talking about the quarterback. I'm sorry. You can join in and help us, though. 216-474-0092. Andrew Berry was asked by the boys about the quarterbacks, both of them who were being considered starters. We didn't hear anything about Taylor Green or Dylan Gabriel. But Andrew Berry had this to say about Deshaun Watson. And, of course, Deshaun is going into the last year of his contract. And the situation as to what might happen if Deshaun actually plays well this year, or they decide they might want him back after this year, the fifth and final year of the contract that he signed when he was traded to the Browns from the Houston Texans. Here's what Andrew had to say.
Do you see a world where he is the Browns quarterback into the future, and are you open to giving him a contract extension?
I think everything's on the table. I think it would be silly to go into a season and say, hey, something absolutely can or cannot happen. And I think particularly at the quarterback position, right? Like we've seen it with guys, whether it's Sam Darnold or Daniel Jones or Geno Smith, and even Baker after he left us in Carolina. And so I think you have to be open-minded and flexible. Yeah, I wouldn't rule out anything. We're looking for guys who can perform and who can lead.
I think he's right. I don't think
sure.
I don't think you can go into the season completely predetermined notions as to what's going to happen. You have to let it play out. You have to let it see what's going to happen. You know, maybe Deshaun goes into the season. At some point, he's going to be on the field and is phenomenal again. I'm not banking on that. Neither are you.
No.
My guess is they aren't either.
I don't know what you can bank on. Like when it comes to that quarterback spot, you're hoping for the best. That's all. And I think we're all hoping that the younger, the better, I would say, with Shedeur Sanders, the controllability for destiny, I guess. When you look at the contract situation and, you know, the upside of Shedeur Sanders makes me intrigued. I want to see it play out on the field, though. I can't sit here and walk out of last season going, oh, home run. No, I don't even know if it might not even be a walk or get on base by error at this point. I don't know what it is. So I want to see him with better receivers. I want to see him with the opportunity to play with an offensive line that's been together for a little bit at least. And, you know, to have a running game that could be healthy at the end. So I think that if you ask the front office, no matter who the quarterback is, are they putting guys in a situation that could be better than last year? Yes. Is it a winning situation? I just don't know. And I don't know how anyone could. I thought Andrew made a great point that, you know, who would have thought the Patriots were going to be the Patriots last year? He's right. Like, especially in the NFL.
Braves.
I don't know if you can walk into a season having full confidence in what a team is going to be. All it takes is one or two injuries to change everything. How do you think Kansas City was, you know? You lose your quarterback.
That's true.
So they need a break. Like, this franchise just has not had a break since '99. One football that went over Ben Roethlisberger's head is what I think of when it comes to getting breaks since 1999.
Can you imagine the scenario? And I'm wondering what it would be that would make you really want to give Deshaun Watson a multi-year contract at the end of this year, because that's what it would take.
Playoff win would make me want to give him something.
Would it?
Depending on how
just a playoff win, or like, you know, a 10-7 record as the starting quarterback getting you to the playoffs. I mean, is it just one game? What if you know?
Depends.
What if Shedeur starts all year and then you go out and you get a playoff win with Deshaun because Shedeur got hurt in Week 16.
No, that's different.
Okay.
That's different. He's got to go out and win.
You mean he's got to be the guy, and then he's got to get a playoff win?
Yeah, I don't even know that he's got to. I mean, look, if they put, I'm going to say this. Let's say they put 42 points up on the board in a playoff game and lose 45-42. Now, am I going to be mad? That's
after he's played well for a season.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's where I think you have to kind of go back and go.
I'm even hard-pressed to think that I think the opportunity to move on from this contract and this storyline and this era, if you want to call it that, I think those things might be too big to pass up. You know what I mean? This hasn't gone well.
No.
I mean, not at all.
But you also heard him talk about forgiveness.
Yeah.
And if you feel like he's on the
good,
if he's on the right path away from things that got him in trouble before, then and they're winning, and they go on to win playoff games. I don't know how you walk away from that. I think that, and the best part is if he steps
think that's
out
a gracious.
Gracious
totally.
Comment yeah, I'm living in utopia. But what I am thinking though is if he can get there and then doubles down and go, I really want to thank people for sticking by me. I had some demons in the past, and I'm really, I was able to refresh my life here in Cleveland, and I know it has not always been what we wanted it to be, but I think we finally got back on the path this year, and I think I have clarity in my life, and I have clarity in football, and I can't wait to move forward. And I love the city. He's got to do that too. He's got to bark. Because that way we know he
love pretending to be others and what they should say at press conferences.
The press conference stuff I get. I don't know that I always believe it, but wouldn't that be great? I mean, that's a win. I just don't know how much longer you can play quarterback, but the injuries, Stu, it's a pipe dream. It's a pipe dream. But winning cures all ails, and you just don't know what this team is going to be. And I think we sit around there, we try to tell everyone, I don't know that we try to tell people. We let people dream a little bit about what they think the next year's season is going to be, but you just don't know. And I thought Andrew hit the ball out of the park with that answer that he said when he was talking about you just don't know. And I can't go into a season
he's
thinking,
right, and I give him credit.
Especially in the NFL, there's always 2 teams, 3 teams. You're like, how the hell did that team get in the playoffs? And then, oh, wow, are they playing in a really crappy NFC, I don't know, North or South or not South?
Yeah.
And then they end up getting through, and you're like, damn, how'd they get in the playoffs?
Well, Deshaun is competing with Shedeur Sanders for this starting gig, as we all know, and Todd Monken not naming anybody. And maybe the reason why is because of Shedeur's improvement. Here's Andrew Berry on Shedeur and his situation going into year number 2.
I think he's had an excellent spring. I mean, the past 8 to 10 weeks, as a rookie player, and particularly at quarterback, you learn a lot your first year, and especially if you don't start a full season. And I think he did a phenomenal job this offseason. That really started in January and February, and then certainly as we got into having, real practices in May, his growth has been tremendous.
That's great to hear. Now, is he saying it because he's one of 2 options and neither one are great, or is it absolutely he's been tremendous and we're going to see a different guy this year?
Or I actually wonder so he came in here and you wonder, okay, was the bar really low because he wasn't getting reps and he wasn't playing and he wasn't on board with the playbook and he was very much what rookies are. I don't care what his last name is. Those are all very rookie things, right? And rookies that jump off the page are the guys that know the playbook before they walk in the door. As soon as they get it to him, that's all they do is study the playbook. So, I think it took time for him to see some kind of a commitment. And by the way, I don't blame him for feeling the way he did. Jeff, when has he ever not been the starter in his life? When has he ever been the 4th string quarterback? When has he not gotten first team reps? I'll wait because I think he had him his whole entire life. Until he got to the pros last year.
I think that's correct.
And then he pulled the stigma of 5th-round draft pick. And so it's his job to overcome that. It's his job to go the extra mile. It sounds to me like, once they gave him an olive branch and said, let's go, we want to make you a part. We're going to give you a legitimate chance. You have this opportunity. I think he's kind of taking advantage of it, according to what Andrew just said. And I think that's what we all want.
Andy referenced a comment about grace and about forgiveness and mistakes and everything else. It was about Brendan Sorsby, the quarterback who was at Indiana and then Cincinnati and transferred to Texas Tech, and the whole gambling situation. And he's up for the supplemental draft. And Andrew Berry had a comment about that we're going to hear in just a second here. And it as he said it, it made me think Deshaun Watson, to be perfectly honest with you. We'll hear it coming up next. It's Baskin and Phelps, Andrew Berry, on with the morning guys. We're going to talk more about what he had to say coming up next.
When you
traded Nolan Jones to the White Sox in exchange for $250,000 in international bonus pool money. You can listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Chris Easterling covers the Browns for the Beacon Journal. He's going to join us at 11 o'clock. I'm Jeff Phelps. My partner's Andy Baskin. Dan Mennigan wearing his World Cup U.S. jersey.
Who is
behind
that?
The glass.
Is that Christian or is that Donovan or is that Rainier?
It's an old Landon Donovan jersey. We're pulling out the classics early on. We got to get a win early.
Ramos?
That's beautiful.
Got to get a win early.
Wegerle? Why is 10 such a big number for good players?
Used to be you would put it on the best player / captain
back
in the day. So, yeah, that was always the one you would hand out.
It was funny. I saw 10 and I was like, I wonder which 10 he is. And I don't know why I know this. Maybe
proud of you for knowing that many, though.
Well, I just knew.
That's
I knew.
damn good.
Like when I covered the Crew in Columbus, we had a bunch of guys with Brian McBride and company, and Dooley was there. They had a bunch of guys that made the national team, and then they got smoked in the World Cup like 3 games right away. And I was like, all these guys are coming back to Columbus. So I don't know. I just thought it was interesting. I always wondered why good players always had 10.
It's usually the attacking midfielder who's always kind of either setting stuff up or getting goals for himself. That's why there's no Ryan comes with it.
There's no regulation on midfielders got to wear 10 and
not as much.
Not like, anybody who might be playing, I don't know,
just
defensive end
he was
linebacker.
Wearing a shirt.
Well, there's a history behind this.
Okay.
And by the way, did you watch any of it last night?
No, not a bit.
I was, again, I'm not a gigantic soccer fan.
Oh, I wanted to get into what Andrew Berry had to say.
Oh, well, then you probably shouldn't have brought up his jersey.
I just said he was wearing a jersey. That's all I said.
You opened the door. Did he not open the door?
He opened the door.
He did.
That's all I said.
It was like a free kick.
Jeff, we'll get it fixed.
There you go.
That's all I said.
I could talk about Larry David's new show. If
That's all I said.
Oh, my God, does that look funny?
If it's Larry David, it's got to be funny.
It's fun. What's funny is I can't stand him at Knicks games, but I love his stuff, his work.
Andrew was on the morning show with Anthony and Daryl, and he talked about a variety of things. We just discussed his comments on Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders. He was asked about Brendan Sorsby, the quarterback at Texas Tech, the gambling situation, that whole thing. And his answer was insightful. Think might be the word to use. Here's what he said.
I really asked 2 questions. I asked, number one, is this a bad person or did they make a bad decision? And then the second piece is like, okay, what are they doing after the fact, whether it's to correct the behavior? Like, is this a pattern of decision making? And if so, have they done something to stop the pattern, or is this an isolated incident? Because the reality of it is, like, we're all going to screw up. And some certainly mistakes are greater in magnitude than others. But I think the most important thing in Brendan's case is, like, what he does from here. Obviously, it's a great first step to get the help that he needs. But then it's like, okay, what is around him? What is he doing to make sure that, like, he can maintain healthy habits moving forward? And so it seems like it's a very good start there. Obviously, I don't know all the details at this point. But, I think probably, within society, so to speak, I think we could all stand to use a little bit more grace.
I like the last part of that. I do think as a society, we could all use a little more grace. As he was describing his thoughts there on Sorsby, I kept thinking about Deshaun Watson. And the Browns made a big decision on a guy previously who had some real issues. And Andrew used the words bad person, bad decision, isolated, and pattern in talking about Sorsby. And you could throw the same things out about Watson. They obviously decided in that situation to make the move and get the quarterback.
And to have grace, right?
And to have grace because they've let him, they made the move, B, they paid him, C, he's still here. Which makes me think, despite what Todd
I don't know if they
said,
had a choice on him not still being here, right?
Well, they do now.
They do.
And he's
You're
still
right.
here.
Yeah.
And despite what Todd Monken said, it made me think if Andrew Berry thinks Sorsby's worth fill in the blank in the supplemental draft, he's going to take him.
Unfortunately, I agree with you.
He's going to put in a bid.
I wish I didn't agree with you, but I just don't want to see To give Sorsby the opportunity to go play pro football now, which still could happen, right? If this case gets overturned.
Oh, yeah. It could still happen even if it doesn't get overturned. He could just say, you know what, I've had enough of this nonsense. I'm going to go pro.
I was watching CFL.
Rough Riders, you need anybody?
They're, 2 games into their season?
Yeah,
I was watching a game last night.
Me too.
I'm not a big fan of this. Could we
They've done this before, though, Andy.
Yeah, why can't
Not
we
with
just
gambling, but with
avoid
another
the
issue.
drama? Why can't we just be a regular football team that isn't in headlines for stuff that's going on off the field? For a team that doesn't have to worry about players in court. I know that happens more often than we think now in the NFL, but can we stop? We don't need Sorsby. It's not. He's
Who
not.
says?
I do. We don't need this. We don't. Tell me if anyone thinks
Andy
we
says.
need this. Come on.
Well, I don't know that you need him either. But Andy, if they happen to view the guy as a really good quarterback, and let's just say, hey, you know what? Let's throw out a fifth. And if he drops
Did we not learn our lesson with numerous?
Who? With who?
Do you want me to start? Johnny Manziel. You want me to keep going?
Deshaun Watson?
Deshaun Watson. Baker went sideways and had drama at the end.
I'm just saying, based on what you're saying, Andy, to me it means that Sorsby is in play, if nothing else.
Can you question? I'm not. Look, I don't. I do want to give this guy grace, and I know he said that. But can we just one time, can we not stick our hand in the fire? How about let's go get some wins? Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I do appreciate it. But instead, we don't even we put our head in the oven and go, well, let's make it a little warmer in here. Oh, national TV's not talking about this? Oh, well, yeah, is this electric? Can we get a gas and electric stove?
Andy, you have Deshaun and everything that comes along with him. You have Shedeur, who became a storyline because of what happened on draft day, and certainly a charismatic guy. I mean, you've got some drama already there. What's a little bit more?
I don't have drama with having a couple of guys fight it out to be the starting quarterback.
I know, but the guys themselves come with drama. Shedeur's isn't bad drama, but it's drama. Deshaun's has been drama since you acquired him.
I will take Shedeur's drama any day of the week rather than having to watch a quarterback that every time he throws a pick.
Oh, wouldn't that be awful?
We think he's trying to toss the game. Stop.
And Andy?
Let him be somebody else's headache.
You know that's going to happen.
Of course. Oh, did you see how wide open that one receiver was, but he decided to throw into triple coverage?
Yep.
Come on. Whether it's the right call or not.
There's no way that's not the case.
Can we please just let somebody else have the drama? Let somebody else have the hot topic. Let somebody else be the lead of the talking head shows on ESPN. Please.
Guess what?
Just one time.
Guess what?
What?
He
sounded to me like he wanted Sorsby.
I basically agree with you. The only way I don't agree with you is if Andrew Berry and his scouts and their research, they think the guy can really play. I could see them bringing him in if their analysis and evaluation of this guy is big-time quarterback.
Whatever happened to using your eyes and using your head for analysis? Read the paper.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Read online. Sorry.
But they're going to look at football. All that said, I don't think they need him. I don't think they need
away.
Him. I wouldn't do it myself. But
we put in a bid for the 6th round to get him, and guess what? We got him. Yeah, because nobody else wants the drama. Let him be somebody else's problem.
I can't disagree with you.
Cleveland, join along with me. This will be a sing-along. Let him be somebody else's problem.
I've heard you say don't do that.
Please.
Cool Ray's in Bedford. Cool Ray.
Oh, Cool Ray.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
First
with the Sorsey guy. Whatever happened to the Babe Ruth? Whatever happens? The Pete Rose. Ben, you bet it on sports. Done.
Different sport.
Like, whatever
though.
happened to that? It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
It does in this day and age.
You're right. Cool, Ray. You're right. Yeah, if you choose to go the unethical route, then yeah, it matters.
Guys, every college kid's walking around with a casino in his pocket.
So are you.
Yeah, I know.
So my thing,
and 3 cameras probably, right?
But I'm not going into my casino.
the reason I called was as a fan base. I'm a Cleveland fan. I'm a Cleveland sports analyst, and I've been thinking about this for years. Can we, as a fan base and as a franchise, and as sports fans in Cleveland, can we stop using the word franchise quarterback?
I couldn't agree with you more, Cool Ray.
You have two guys that completely agree with you.
Because
all we want is a good quarterback.
Let's use the word Joe Thomas effect. Let's go look for a starting quarterback that turns into a franchise quarterback.
Could have had Geno Smith.
But look at with Deshaun Watson. He brought in to be a franchise quarterback. Flop. Johnny Manziel. Flop. And we so used to saying franchise quarterback. If we don't have a franchise quarterback right now, he's going to be in the draft next year. No, there's going to be a young man who's coming out who we hope to be a franchise. No, let's look at a starting quarterback who plays himself into a franchise quarterback role.
Cool. You know who you're describing from our history? Brian Hoyer.
See? We so busy. We got these expectations of what we're comparing everybody to a Tom Brady. We're comparing them to these elite quarterbacks instead of saying what we have here in Cleveland is such differently. Let's stop accepting 3 to 4, 5 game wins and saying let's win our division. Let our Super Bowl stop being beating Pittsburgh. Let's win our division. And let that person then be on solid grounds.
Cool Ray, thank you very much.
Thank you, Cool Ray. Brought to you by Absolutely Nothing. When you need nothing, it's absolutely nothing.
Senior correspondent Ed is in Medina. Hello, Ed.
Well, I have to chime in on this quarterback thing because here's an analogy. The Indians, sorry about that. The Guardians.
We know who you're talking about.
Yeah. Well, the baseball team in town is pretty good at developing pitching, not so well on power hitting so far, correct?
As of today, that is correct, yes.
Yeah, and or middle infielders.
Yes.
So I believe what are the Browns scouts and all that good at? I would venture to say not at quarterback.
Seem to be good on defense.
Okay, yeah, but they let another guy go because they want to stopgap him and give him all kinds of money because it all goes back to Mr. Watson, right? They didn't find a quarterback that they were willing to spend $230 million on to be the guy that they thought he was, and everything since then. So why would how about, everything, the buzz seems to be, we want to plan for next year's draft. How about winning some games?
Thank you.
How about that?
There you go.
Stop making sense.
Yeah, I know. That's, Bill Needle told me that way back when. He goes, Ed, you know too much. Why are you calling? But I mean, this goes on and on. We keep on, it's like the whole buzz of it is, the draft picks and all that is to be able to get next year's quarterback out of college. What happened if you mess that up again? I don't know. That's my get off my lawn comment today.
Sign off there, senior correspondent Ed.
For Baskin and Phelps, congratulations on state track championship.
Thank you.
92.3 The Fan. Have a great week.
Senior correspondent Ed in Medina. 216-474-0092. You heard what Andrew Berry said about Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders and then Brendan Sorsby. How does it strike you? It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan. Chris Easterling, Beacon Journal, joining us at 11.
Hey, everybody. Andy Baskin for, that's right, FanDuel.
reportedly promoting pitching prospect Daniel Espino ahead of the Tigers series with the plan to work him out of the bullpen this weekend. The team has also traded Nolan Jones to the White Sox in exchange for $250,000 in international bonus pool money. You can listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
As you might expect, when the president of football operations speaks for the Cleveland Browns, the subject of quarterbacks is going to come up. And Andrew was on the morning show today with Anthony Lima and Daryl Ryder. Quarterback came up. We're talking about it. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy over there is Andy Baskin. Chris Easterling from the Beacon Journal will be coming up at 11 o'clock. We'll get his thoughts as mandatory mini camp over and done with. Now time for summer break for the guys. That's a good thing.
That is a good thing.
You don't feel like you know anything more about quarterback, do you? I don't.
No, we don't know anything more. We know these two guys are going to go at it, and we'll see who gets the reps. That's it. I still think Todd Monken knows who the starting quarterback is in the back of his head.
I do, too.
If they had to play a game tomorrow, I'm sure he could pick one of those guys.
I do, too. Tom is in Menor. Hey, Tom.
Hey, Tom.
Hey, guys. Great show as always.
Thank
you. Hey, you know, this guy out of Texas, man, I'm telling you, you know, what happened is our luck is we draft this guy, and then next thing you know, he's we lose the game by 6 points and the spread was 7. You know, this is what it's going to be. You know, and whether he's doing it or not, whether he's shaving points or not, it's going to affect him mentally as well. Even though he turned his life around and got out of and I hope he does and gets out of this mess. But you know it's going to happen if there's a game where, you know, we're ready to win it and then he throws a pick 6 or something, and then not only do we lose the game, but we lose the spread. It's going to be the topic of discussion. It's going to be the headline of the sports section. So get away from trouble. Stay out of it. Don't get involved in it. We've done it way too many times. Focus on what we have now and try to make it work.
Oh, Coach, music to my ears. Thank you.
Tom, very sensible.
Yes.
Very sensible. Pro sports isn't always sensible. Ryan's in Las Vegas, Nevada. Hello, Rhino.
Hey, gentlemen. Actually, Columbus, Ohio now. But, hey, I want to chime in on the conversation. Just want to bring up real quick, high five, double high five to you, men again, man. World Cup fever, I'm all in. I only 5 to 10% of your listeners probably have any. Yeah, that's right. I know only 5 to 10% of your listeners probably is in interest, but they will all be interested in the weeks to come, man. This is just heaven on earth for a lot of us sports fans. That's right, man. Hey, that's right. Hey, chime in on the Sorsby scenario. Just your previous caller, a lot of them are alluding to great points. Again, it is what it is. Again, we as Browns fans know this is nothing going away. Michael Vick with the dog incident, obviously when Manziel. I mean, there's endless amounts, even attitude and personalities with Baker, etc. Man, there's rarities, obviously, where you're going to get a cool cucumber like a Bernie Kosar or like you alluded to in fellow North Tulsa guy Brian Hoyer behind the helm of playing quarterback. So, again, this is what us Browns fans are used to. No, do I want any luggage or baggage when it comes to, obviously, predicament that could be on the horizon with the quarterback Sorsby? But me as a Browns fan, I want bargain basement deals, hypotheticals out there. If there's a scenario we can get a guy who has luggage or baggage, it's not something we're not used to. We are, where we can get some type of deal out of it. I think I might dip my toe in the water just because I'm a gambling man, pun intended. Same time, I don't like the fact that he is. I do know one thing, guys. If hypothetically he is going to be playing quarterback in the NFL, which he most likely will be, he's going to have to take some polygraph tests. He's going to have to be in Gambling Anonymous. He's going to do a lot of things that they're going to be monitoring him on. So us as avid sports fans and gamblers themselves can realize that we have some legitimacy to it, that we're not have to worry about there's somebody and behind closed doors is working on what else is out there with money. His money will come in, obviously, when it comes to, obviously, playing in the NFL. But we've seen guys like Michael Jordan and all these other guys with gambling addictions, regardless of how wealthy they are. It's just part of a health issue. Hopefully it gets better, but at the same time, I'm in limbo on this guy. I'm not all out. At the same time, I don't like the luggage. Hey, great show as always, guys. Go USA!
There you go, Rhino. Let me ask you this about Sorsby.
Yeah.
Could it be that he went into the Gamblers Anonymous and did all that and sought treatment for this, not because he has a gambling addiction, but because he likes to gamble and he knows, man, if I want to get into the NFL, now this is out, I better try to do something to make myself look like I'm doing. You know what I mean? I mean, maybe he just likes to gamble. Maybe he's not an addict. Maybe he just likes to gamble on football.
Yeah, gambling.
There is a difference, isn't there?
Gambling is not illegal in this country.
No, it is not.
But gambling, when you have signed away your right to gamble, is.
Which is why maybe, hey, okay, I've got to clean this up.
And I'm not saying it's illegal either. It's
not allowed within the rules of what you're doing.
Yeah, it's conflict of interest. It's,
exactly.
I
get that. You get that.
Hmm?
Do you think there's the possibility that he doesn't necessarily have a gambling problem, and he just
No. He's got a gambling problem because of the proxy stuff. That's why.
Well, he
knew he couldn't bet under his own name.
Yeah,
so
but maybe he just liked it. You know what I mean?
Okay,
Not
well,
addicted. Maybe just liked gambling.
That's great. And if I like,
I got to go to the NFL. Better come clean and. All right, I'll go to Gamblers Anonymous. Maybe that'll help me get drafted.
Jeff, occasionally I like to swear. I don't know if you've noticed that or not. But I know that
First
if I
2
want,
minutes of every conference call,
if I want to keep my job, I'm not going to swear on the air.
Dano, do you think might there be anything to, maybe he's doesn't have a gambling addiction. Maybe he just likes it, and he knows he shouldn't like it because he wants to be a pro football player.
But I don't give a crap. You broke the one rule.
Yeah.
One rule.
Well, just answer my question. I know he broke the one rule, but that doesn't mean
you're toast. There's no need for the question.
Might not necessarily mean he has a gambling addiction.
There's no need for the question.
No, I think he's admitted that he has a gambling addiction.
Well, he said it, but you guys are maybe missing my point, or I'm not making it clearly enough.
Okay.
I think the question you are asking to me is the wrong question to be asking to me because the answer is that simple, which is the question doesn't matter. There's one rule in professional sports. Do not gamble on your own team. He did it. He's toast. Done. It's the black and white.
Okay.
Done.
You're not going to answer what I asked you.
So ask it again. Ask it again. Maybe we can digest this.
Do you think he just likes to gamble and doesn't necessarily have an addiction? Yes. There are two different levels.
But Jeff, if
everybody who walks into a casino doesn't have a gambling addiction. Everybody who bets online on sports doesn't have a gambling addiction. They just seem to like it. Maybe that's what he is, but he knows, man, I screwed up, so I better do something to try and polish up my image.
Show me somebody who doesn't have an addiction that doesn't like it, though.
No, they're two different things.
I'm having trouble following you on this one. I normally can follow what you're saying.
For instance.
So,
does that make it all right for him to play then?
Well, Dano, do you like a beer from time to time?
I'm known to have a pint from time to time.
Are you an alcoholic?
It depends on who you ask.
That's not what.
Life's a matter of perspective,
what I'm
Mr.
saying
Phelps.
is, not everybody who drinks is an alcoholic. Not everybody who gambles is a gambling addict.
Yeah, but if I tell you you're a pilot and you drink and you think it's okay to drink right before you get up in the air, then you know you're putting yourself in harm's way. So, I mean, it's like I said,
okay.
I occasionally swear. If I swear, I realize, though, that if I get on the air and start swearing, I'm done. I broke the code or the bond I have with the position that I have, knowing it's something I can't do on broadcast radio. I know if I had an internet show, I could do it. I know if I was on cable, I could do it. But I know the consequences.
We really appreciate
He knows the consequences.
We really appreciate you
and
not
the
cussing.
fact that he used proxies.
I know.
That's a problem.
Again, it doesn't necessarily mean he's an addict. What it means is, if they catch me, I'm gonna be in trouble. So but I love betting on football. So
problem is, I don't care if he's an addict or not. He broke the one cardinal sin.
I know, but
now should we feel bad for him for that?
There's no
drop
sympathy.
what I was saying. It's a different discussion than what
I have sympathy for the rest of his life and trying to get things together and hopefully not.
You guys want to have a different discussion? That's okay.
It's
We'll
not
move on.
though, Jeff. Like I don't even think I'm trying to get to. Well, okay, so let me ask you this: ultimately, what are you trying to get at by saying he just likes gambling? What does that mean? Should he be able to play?
It depends on what the NFL decides on this.
They've already told you what they think of people who gamble and play their sport. you're not allowed to do it. When you sign a contract
that's
with
correct.
these teams, ask Bernie. Right?
That's correct.
Bernie
Andy,
wasn't even playing.
But it's a very different world now, and
that different world didn't.
If he says I've stopped now, okay, well, then you should allow him to play, shouldn't you?
But no, because when he signed up to play college football, he told the NCAA, he told his 3 schools, I want to play football. And as a part of playing football, I realize that maybe I do enjoy gambling, but I'm going to give up my right to gamble because it is unethical for what I do.
All right, I get it.
And it's a conflict of interest.
I get all that. My point was maybe he's just not, an addict. Maybe he just likes it. So.
That side of it is between him and whomever around him he may or may not have hurt, and between him and his God. I mean, it's that simple when it comes to if he's an addict or if he just enjoys what he's doing. That's between him and his maker. For me personally, in the professional sports that we are, I don't care if you bet baseball if he's Brandon Sorsby. You bet baseball, you bet volleyball, you bet cricket, bet World Cup. I don't care.
Volleyball?
Just don't bet on your sport and, more importantly, your team.
Here's the other part of it, though. I guarantee
agree completely with you on that, Dan.
Yeah, whether it's an addiction or not is between him and his maker. Sorry.
Yeah, no, but your point there is he can't probably bet volleyball and he can't bet basketball because when you sign the agreement with the school, you're saying I'm not going to gamble on NCAA sports or I won't gamble on professional sports. I won't gamble on sports. You want to go play blackjack, go play blackjack. It's a different world.
Well,
maybe. I don't know.
If the Browns draft him, I'll be stunned.
I don't know, man. Do you? No, I won't be stunned at all.
Okay.
Andrew said,
Andrew said forgive and forget, basically.
Basically, yeah.
And
here's what I'm saying. Look, he might be a really good quarterback. I
don't think he's at the top
Can
of
we
the
just avoid
ledge class.
putting our head into the fire?
Chris Easterling covers the Browns for the Beacon Journal. He's going to join us next right here on Baskin and Phelps.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free.
It's over. Mandatory minicamp. Done. Bring on training camp after a little bit of a summer break. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy over there is Andy Baskin. Welcome back. Gentleman who covers the Browns and was all over mandatory minicamp. You heard his voice in every press conference doing great work. Joins us right now on the Weishart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Right hotline. He is Mr. Chris Easterling. Hello, Chris.
Hello, fellas. How are we this morning?
We're doing very well.
Good. Yes.
Thank you for your time. First day after mandatory minicamp, your vacation begins and you're spending time with us. Thank you.
Well, vacation hasn't quite started. Got to get some stuff in the can so that people can read it while I do take some vacation over the next 6 weeks.
Well, then what inspired you at minicamp that you thought, yep, here we go. This is the big takeaway from mandatory minicamp for me?
That we still don't have an answer for quarterback position. After all of that, I still think, at this point, I really believe, and I really wonder if this doesn't go well into training camp, well into the preseason games, where maybe not until after the Buffalo joint practices that we actually see a decision, somebody clearly separate himself, because listening to Todd, listening to Mike Pajakian yesterday, they want to see the quarterbacks really, facing live defenses. They want to see them, kind of as Todd said, who wants to smoke? And so the best way to see it is, I expect them to go into August, well into August, before something is officially named. If it doesn't, if they can do it within the first 2 weeks of training camp, I would say that's a major revelation, because that would mean somebody really came out and had a red hot start to camp. But my guess is still that you at least get a preseason game in before you start to really see this thing shake out and settle.
Chris, is the reason that Todd's not been able to name a starter because both guys have just been stellar. They've really lit it up, and they've both been great. Andy just gave me a look like you wouldn't believe. Or has neither guy really impressed enough to pull away?
I'm looking somewhere in between.
Okay.
Both of them have had their moments. It's almost been like, two. At the start of OTAs, if you would have said, who was the best quarterback on the field, I would have said, well, it's Deshaun. Not that Shedeur was terrible, but Deshaun just looked, he just looked like, he was confident. He was throwing with confidence. He just, he looked good. And then, credit to Shedeur. He's sort of back half of phase 3 of the program, OTAs and the mini camp. I thought he really took steps forward and really said, I'm not giving this job up. I'm not, I still have a stake in this, and I thought he performed very well as the program kind of came to an end. So I think ultimately that's why Todd sort of, nobody really pulled away, but at the same time, nobody, I guess he just feels very confident. As he said, he feels like they have 2 starting quarterbacks. So, there's ways you can take that. You have 2 starting quarterbacks. You legitimately have 2 guys starting quarterback.
Yeah.
Or as they say, if you have 2 starting quarterbacks, do you really have a starting quarterback?
Well said. Well said. All right, so let me ask you this. This is a great question we got from a listener yesterday. Everyone keeps talking about how the wide receivers look good. Boston, Concepcion. How can they look good if neither quarterback is jumping off the page?
I think it's just what they're showing. I'll tell you what's impressed me about Denzel Boston is just the way he's gone up. It's just it doesn't matter what the kind of catch he's being asked to make, he's making them. It's just, I guess sometimes seeing somebody do the routine in Berea is almost spectacular.
Wow, the bar is low, Chris. Low.
Well, but that's a little unfair. But because seriously, I thought Denzel Boston has been one of the players who's absolutely, from rookie minicamp to the OTAs to now mandatory minicamp, I thought he was consistently one of the best performers. It seems like once or twice a practice, he would go up and go over a defensive back. And now, granted, they were telling the defensive backs that, hey, let's not get teammates hurt, and you can ease off a little bit, at the point of in situations like that. But at the same time, they were contested catches, they were difficult catches, and I thought he made them, and he made them consistently, and just those they looked fluid out there running. Also, didn't look like they were a lot of doubt. They weren't running with doubt when they were running routes and everything. So I think in that regard, that's how you can see the receivers. You can say the receivers are looking great without saying that, these quarterbacks are just looking spectacular. If that makes sense.
What do you think of the new look offensive line? Because it is a new look. A lot of different guys and complete almost with the fight for one more starting spot.
Yeah, I think it's been and Todd and George Warhop both have said this. That's a position that's going to be. I'm fascinated to see them when they get the pads on, especially a guy like Fano there at left tackle when he, because he's going to get plenty of work against Jared Verse there off that edge. So, but I like what I've seen. You're right. The right guard spot is a position that they've looked at a lot of different guys. I find it fascinating that KT Levinston, who was a tackle last year, and I thought was a tackle, was going to be in the tackle mix. I mean, he has been almost exclusively guard this offseason, which is, an interesting twist. And I wonder if there was something they saw in his game that just lent itself to that. So between KT and Tevin Jenkins and, they work Parker Brailsford the center. I don't want to say quite a bit, but noticeable snaps with the number ones. So I wonder how much they're kind of hopeful that maybe in training camp that Parker can show enough that they can trust him there, and then maybe move Elgin Jenkins into that right guard mix as well, because it seems like the left side of the line is set and looks solid with Zion and Spencer, and then Titus Howard. It feels like a no-brainer at right tackle.
Let me ask you this about the offensive line. Where do the Buckeye boys stand? Like, where does Luke Whippler stand? Where does DeJuan Jones stand?
Well, center and left tackle, right?
DeJuan is...
You're such a jerk.
Rim shot?
No, you get nothing.
Thank you.
As far as their placements.
DeJuan got a lot of reps at left tackle. In fact, at the start of OTAs, he was running at left tackle, and then the last week, Spencer moved into that left tackle spot with the number ones, and then at mini camp, it went Spencer, DeJuan, Spencer over the course of the 3 days, who was up first there. So I don't think DeJuan. I think they want Fano to win the job, but they also kind of want to see, Monken pushed back at DeJuan being a swing tackle. He said he's competing for that left tackle spot. So I think they want to see if he looks trim. They said he's lost more weight and put on more muscle, and so I think there's still that intrigue into, hey, maybe there's something we can get out of him. And then as for Luke Whippler, that the knee injury he had against Cincinnati at the end of the season, it's really sort of limited. He's sort of behind in terms of what he's been able to do. So we haven't really seen much of Luke in terms of up working with the offensive line.
Chris, am I interpreting what you said correctly? There's a chance DeJuan Jones could beat out Spencer Fano? And Fano maybe goes to right guard or somewhere else?
I guess I guess if you take Todd at his word that it's truly there's truly a competition there, then yes. But at the same time, he also said that you're counting on Spencer. I think the thought is Spencer Fano is your starting left tackle, but he has said in multiple occasions about multiple positions. He's really big into competing and competition and believing, iron sharpens iron, and, competition makes everybody better and all that stuff. So I don't think he wants the rookie to feel like he's just being handed the job. So I do think Spencer Fano starts week 1 if he's able to, but I think they kind of like, the rookie's feet, kind of being kept to the fire by a guy who's kind of in a pivotal year for him, considering it's contract year for DeJuan. And, he really has, he's put some things on tape, but the injuries have just prevented him from making any type of definitive case for what, what his long-term projection is in the NFL.
Chris, how will a Jared Verse defense look different than a Myles Garrett defense, I guess?
Jared's a much different pass rusher. I think Myles Garrett is Myles Garrett, and there is nobody quite like Myles Garrett. And, the bend that Myles, so famously had, Jared doesn't quite have that in his game. That's not in the toolbox. But, I think it's a little more power in his game. I think, there's you can kind of stand him up a little bit more. There's just a lot. I think you can move him around. I don't know if it's going to completely look different other than the guy coming off the edge at the right defensive end spot. And, that's going to be different, and that's going to be significantly different. That doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be ultimately bad for that defense. It's just different, and it's going to take time to adjust to it. And I think they're just in the process of adjusting to it. Jared was on the field in some limited team stuff in the last week of OTAs for his first week in Cleveland. But he was consistently on the field during minicamp, and I think, he's really attacked, trying to get himself up to speed and involved in this defense. And so I think that's a place where, there's still a lot of question marks in terms of what it ultimately looks like, but I think philosophically, I think you're going to see a lot of the same stuff, just maybe, the way he attacks it a little differently.
Chris Easterling joining us from the Beacon Journal. Chris, last thought for you. Along with Verse and Garrett, obviously there's a difference there. What's a Mike Rutenberg defense look like compared to the Jim Schwartz defense? Because we heard, they're going to run Rudy's going to run the same system. Can't possibly be.
I acknowledge I'm not one of these complete X and O film breakdown types, and
join the club.
I'm just sort of watching from, kind of watching from the sidelines and, trying to compare what I remember watching with Jim to what I've seen so far, as they get, their install in. Not much different. It's the same philosophy. It's attack aggressively with your defensive linemen and mix, shuffle them around, give them different looks, but attack aggressively with that defensive line, play fast. I think you're going to see a lot of free safety looks in the back end from them in coverage wise, but I think the base DNA, it all goes back to those Jim Washburn, Greg Williams defenses of the late 90s, early 2000s in Tennessee, and these are just these are related schemes. So, and I think there's going to be a lot of similarities, and the tweaks will be interesting to see where they come as they start to show themselves. And I think that's something, it'll be more show itself maybe once you start playing actual games.
Chris, thanks for your time, buddy. Greatly appreciate it.
Thank you.
I always appreciate being on with you guys.
Chris Easterling, BeaconJournalOhio.com, where you can read all of Chris's outstanding coverage of the Browns. And he does real good work for the Beacon Journal. Spencer Fano, left tackle. DeJuan Jones, left tackle. Let's kick that around in a second. It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
64,000. Text radio to 64,000 to get your 20% off. That's radio to 64,000.
All guests appear on the 92.3 The Fan hotline, powered by Wise Hard Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright. Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Welcome back to Basket of Phelps. Chris Easterling from the Beacon Journal was just with us, ohio.com, where you can read all of his work. If you missed that interview, any moment in our show, any moment in any show, use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app. It's powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Jeff Phelps here. Andy Baskin to my right.
Yeah.
And Mennigan behind the glass. Meredith doing 2020s, taking your phone calls at 216-474-0092. Chris made me think. We've been assuming the whole time that your starting right tackle is Titus Howard and your starting left tackle is Spencer Fano.
Or Tacker.
And DeJuan Jones is going to be your swing tackle backup. And Chris just kind of floated out the thought about competition there in Spencer Fano. And
wait, you mean a draft pick isn't ready day one? What?
Well, he might be ready for something else. By
the way, there's nothing wrong with that.
Well, but let me throw this out, though. On draft day, Andrew Berry said, Spencer Fano, we view him as a left tackle. He's a left tackle. He has said about DeJuan Jones, can you move him inside? He goes, no, we view him as a tackle. We all assume they signed Titus Howard to be the starting right tackle. I assume that. I think they've told us that. What if DeJuan Jones is phenomenal? Do you think he could be the starting right tackle or left tackle? One of those guys moves to the other side, and Titus Howard becomes your right guard, even though he's not played it in his career. He has played left guard. He was the starting left guard for the Houston Texans in his third year in the league. I think no, but I'm curious after what Chris said.
Do you think DeJuan Jones is going to be, what'd you say, awesome?
What if he is?
Well, he's had a couple years to prove it.
And he's been injured.
Yeah.
If he's healthy, don't you think he could be good? I think.
Yeah, I do
I think
too.
he could be phenomenal.
Enough, though, to knock out your first-round draft pick?
I wouldn't think so, Andy, but remember, he played right tackle at Ohio State. What if he's
you move
really
out
good
Tevin Jenkins?
and they move Titus Howard to right guard? Which I don't, we're dealing with three guys here who Andrew Berry has basically said are tackles. I'm just going off of what Chris said about alternating DeJuan
Howard
and
to
Fano.
guard, Jones to right tackle.
That might make you better than any other combination. We've gone over them earlier in the week. They're like six guys competing for the open starting spot on the offensive line. We didn't consider DeJuan as one of them because I think we've all just assumed he's going to be the backup swing tackle between either spot. That would be something. Let's say
be interesting.
Let's say Fano at left tackle. Okay, Zion Johnson at left guard. Elton Jenkins plays center. Titus Howard plays right guard. And DeJuan Jones is at right tackle.
Although there's been a lot of steam about Parker Brailsford moving up into the center spot.
Yeah, which is all well and good.
What do you do with Jenkins then?
You drafted another tackle.
Yeah, you got too many Jenkins here too, by the way.
You have too many Jenkins.
And too many guys whose last names start with G.
Barber, you drafted Barber to be a tackle.
Yeah, you did.
So maybe he becomes your swing tackle in this scenario. The one thing I do like about all this, I think I like it. Let me take that back. I think I like the versatility on the offensive line. I've always been a believer if you can play offensive line, you could probably move to another spot here and there and make that work. And I keep going back to the same example, and it's Bruce Matthews, who's in the Hall of Fame, and he played everywhere on the offensive line and was great no matter where they put him. If you have the versatility and somebody goes down, it means you can put your best guys on the field, right? You can move somebody to guard if they're a tackle and back and forth, and there you go, and who knows? I mean, you drafted Austin Barber in the 3rd round. We've barely discussed that guy. You draft an offensive lineman in the 3rd round, Zach Zinter. You expect him to actually get on the field at some point.
Although 3rd round hasn't exactly been the sweet spot for this organization.
that's true. Anything just made me think a little bit. I don't know.
I don't know.
I can't imagine Fano not being the starting left tackle after what Andrew Berry said. But after what Chris said, I'm thinking,
I don't think they're married to anything.
To discuss.
Other than Fano playing left tackle, are they really married to anything? And that's only because he said that after they drafted him.
Well, but Chris just said, Dewan's been getting reps there.
Okay, well, someone's got to be getting reps there too when he's not, and you don't want to burn out your rookie during OTAs.
It doesn't last very long.
Oh, okay.
He doesn't have pads on.
You know that.
He doesn't have pads on, Andy.
That wolf trap that you put your foot in, that pain doesn't happen very long. Or your bear trap. Put your foot. You ever see those movies? Put your foot in the bear trap. Yeah, that pain doesn't hurt very long. Because you're a man.
Well, stay tuned on this. I honestly, along with, yes, the quarterback thing is the biggie, but the way this offensive line thing is going to shake out, I think it's going to be fun to watch. And I'm curious.
I think you have way more confidence in the offensive line than I do.
I don't have confidence. What I have is curiosity.
We haven't seen a lot of production from Jones since he's been here.
And they haven't played on the field
together. We
together.
haven't seen a lot of production from Zinter. Levison's been a good. Whippler has been disappointment.
They traded for a guy in Titus Howard and signed 3 free agents, all of whom were guys who were like, I guess he's pretty good. Nobody was like, wait a minute, they signed this guy?
Hey, if you give the quarterback the golden rule of the offensive line is what? Give the quarterback a little bit of time. Don't let him get sacked.
And open up some holes.
And don't hold. And we'll never know who you are.
And open up some holes for the running game.
You should want to be anonymous.
So we're going to be watching that when real training camp starts. We're also going to be watching wide receiver. Who steps up? Just because Casey Concepcion was drafted ahead of Denzel Boston doesn't mean he's going to have a better career. Doesn't even mean he's going to be out there, ahead of Denzel Boston. You need proof of that. Look at your quarterback situation from last year. I'm anxious to see those young wide receivers, though, and that includes Isaiah Bond. Andrew Berry was on with the Morning Guys today, and he talked about what's happened so far with the 2 wide receivers he just drafted, Concepcion in the 1st round, Denzel Boston in the 2nd round, and the one he brought in last year as an undrafted free agent after his legal situation cleared up, and that's Isaiah Bond.
All 3 of them have had excellent springs. The way Denzel and Casey have hit the ground running has been impressive. And then IB, just, with him getting a full offseason under his belt, it's been great. It's been great to see. We thought highly of all 3 of those players coming out. They're very talented and hardworking individuals. You can tell more from the skill positions in the spring, right? Because there's a little less context that changes once you get on pads. There is some difference. Like, we're not playing press coverage. They're not having those bang plays where they're on the ground. So there will be some things that we still need to see, and we're mindful of that. But it's been a really nice start for those 3 guys.
Let's hope it's a really nice finish. Boy, do they need some productivity out of that spot. By the way, why is it when your last name begins with a B, it so naturally goes A-B, you, Andrew Berry, Aaron Boone, JB, so many guys, JB, right? All over the place. CB, you hear that all the time.
CB
and
Buckner.
Now IB, Isaiah Bond. Couldn't call him Isaiah, he's IB. There you go.
If you notice things that no one does.
I'm a trained reporter, man.
The majority of our offensive line's last name starts with a J. So,
if 2 of those receivers step up.
Why is it when he says it's important? When I say it, it's just like, oh.
I didn't say it was important. I just said it was garbage, really, if you don't know the truth.
Look.
Just a stupid little comment. Took 14 seconds. I moved on.
And now you're extending.
No, you did.
Not really. No. I answered the question. Thank you.
That doesn't sound like an anvil. It sounds like Mo getting hit over the head with a pot.
Which is really funny because this whole conversation has had me in my head going B-A-Bay, B-E-B, B-I, Bicky.
See, there it is.
B-O-Bo,
There.
Bicky, Bio,
It's the B.
ooh. Yeah, the whole time in my head.
Okay, give me a ranking.
Okay.
The 3 young wide receivers: Isaiah Bond, Casey Concepcion, Denzel Boston. What's your gut tell you? Who's going to be the best one?
I hope it's Concepcion. They drafted him the highest, so I'm hoping it's Concepcion. Concepcion, Boston, Bond.
Boston, Concepcion, Bond.
That's how you think it's going to play out?
I think Denzel Boston's going to be a beast.
So why did they take Concepcion first?
Why'd they take Dylan Gabriel?
Well, at the time, it wasn't a horrible idea, and then it became a horrible
Dylan
idea.
ahead of Shedeur?
Then they
It happens. It happens all the time. You know, somebody taking afterwards is better. I'm not saying KC's not going to be good. I hope he's phenomenal. I just think Denzel Boston could be. I was hoping they'd take Denzel Boston when they took Casey Concepcion. And then when they came back and got him, I thought, way to go, Andrew. That was nice. Liked it a lot.
You're losing your mind.
Headlines next.
midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Coming up at 1 o'clock, Zach Meisel breaks it down. The Nolan Jones trade.
Should we do a group sigh?
3, 2, 1.
Zach covers the Guardians for The Athletic. Nolan Jones. You had your chance here last year and you didn't come through, so it didn't work. Hope he doesn't go to the White Sox and light it up.
Are you going to play World of Regret again?
No, well, I think
tr-
Nolan has some ability. It just he hasn't tapped into it as much as he should as of yet. I wish him well personally. Good for him. I hope he gets an opportunity. Certainly roadblocked here. There's no question about that. We'll talk more about that coming up. But ladies and gentlemen, right now, the man wearing the United States soccer jersey hits the button, and we get this.
Live from the pitch, Dan Mennigan.
Oh, we're so ready. We're so ready. U.S., Paraguay.
Yes.
9 o'clock tonight. Do not let Fox tell you that lie that it starts at 6. It does not. Their pregame starts at 6. It starts at 9.
3-hour pregame?
Oh, God, yeah.
Good Lord.
And they are trying to trick everybody into watching all of it, thinking that that's when the match starts, and that is utter hogwash.
It starts at?
9 o'clock.
There you go.
9 p.m.
Their coverage starts at 6?
Oh, yeah. Don't let them lie to you.
Huh.
It's not when the game starts. All right.
How are we going to settle
We're going to
down
do everything
Omar
else, and we'll get
Alteretti?
the World Cup stuff at the tail end. All right, here
good.
we go.
Yeah.
Do I need to worry about Omar Alteretti or what?
Did I not just say we're going to do it at the end?
Well, you got me all worried about these
do
things.
it at the end.
All right, at the end.
All right. All
the end.
around camps, minicamp going on all over the place. Vikings head coach Kevin O'Connell said he doesn't plan to take the quarterback competition until the end of camp. Kyler Murray versus J.J. McCarthy, also another quarterback competition that a lot of people will have their eyes on. What do we think of this, Jeff?
I would think Kyler Murray gets that job. If Kyler Murray doesn't get that job, Kyler Murray's going to want to get traded. Don't you think? I would think that's that situation.
I'm sorry. Who's the other than Kyler Murray? Is there any competition? Is there real competition?
Andy, they like him there.
Yeah. Yeah. It's great.
They obviously like him, but he hasn't worked out there.
That's because they wasted a draft pick on him.
Maybe.
I'm just
maybe.
I don't know why. I've been down on him. I just thought he was.
You hated him at Michigan.
Well, part of it, and
He
I also
spoke highly
thought.
of you.
Well, I just think he was overrated when he got drafted. I mean,
he's a quarterback. Of course, he was overrated.
10th overall pick. Come on.
Of course, he was overrated.
That's a good point.
He was a quarterback.
I
They
don't
needed
care.
a quarterback.
They are all overrated most of the time.
Yeah, add a round to every
Let
quarterback.
me ask you: Will Howard, J.J. McCarthy, no doubt about it. The real winner there.
If I could have
Will
one or
Howard.
the other to come here and compete, it would be J.J. McCarthy.
Good for you. I wouldn't be rooting for your team.
Oh, Will.
Yeah, you can. Oh, Will, all you want. J.J. McCarthy just hasn't been able to do
Steelers
anything.
were so impressed they drafted Drew Aller.
Really, Jeff? Oh, really? Just because they wanted to pick up another quarterback? I mean,
Can't have
how
too many.
Well,
Bring
that's
on
true.
Taylor Green, baby.
Thank you.
Oh, God.
Next.
Some guys can hit the door. Others can hit the knob. Some can throw it through the keyhole. Taylor Green just hopes to find the barn.
There you go.
That's where we are.
Got to be Kyler Murray.
Is it bad that I keep thinking about the Charlton Heston Saturday Night Live bit where, wasn't it Soylent Green?
Well, that's a different.
Oh, okay.
That's a different road.
Yes.
Ian Rappaport, guys, I don't know if you saw this, but this might be the most shocking of someone getting paid. Wide receiver Jalen Coker signed a 3-year, $35 million extension with the Carolina Panthers. What?
They have some guys, too. They have McMillan. They have Leggett. Coker's pretty scrappy, though. If I'm not mistaken, wasn't he a late round, like a 7th round pick, and he came in and he's been actually very good for them.
I mean, Not good
He was
enough.
undrafted, Jeff.
Not good enough that I'm staring at him and going, oh, I should pay you $10 million a year.
Well, he's been scrappy. Good for him.
Counts for something.
Yeah.
Vegas Golden Knights coach John Tortorella vowed
Torts, man, I love him.
that the Stanley Cup final would return to Raleigh for Game 7, saying, quote, we'll be back here. We're just going to do it in a different order, Tortorella said. I'm going to leave my clothes here, that's for sure.
Yes.
They'll be in the hotel. Andy, this is your guy.
It's torts being torts. He also dropped that's the stupidest question I've ever heard yesterday. I don't even remember what the question was. That could be the stupidest question I've ever heard. You ever listen to our show? Torts, come on board. We ask stupid questions all the time.
And get paid for it.
Yeah, just he is very much Greg Popovich in that manner. Like,
is he?
Although I don't know that. Would Popovich actually say that's a stupid question?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, he would.
Oh, yeah, he did.
Yeah.
He used to do that all
I've
the
heard him
time.
do it.
We'll be back here, he said.
My favorite was still Craig Sager when he said, it's good to see you. Now ask me some inane questions. That's still the best. My God, is that accurate?
That's funny.
Well, also what happened at the Andrew Berry press conference today is a friend of our show got himself a shout-out from the general manager.
As I was preparing to come on, I was listening to a little bit of the show earlier, and I heard it's the first time I've really heard Coach Riz. He was really impressive, and I think he gives a very intelligent and informed perspective, being a former coach, of what some of the things that you're trying to accomplish in the spring.
That's our guy.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Yes.
that's Lance Riesland he's talking about.
We all aspire to have our names dropped by a general manager at some point.
Well, it only happens for
And
two
not
reasons.
followed by, that's the stupidest question I've ever heard.
Exactly. It only happens for two reasons, and people would argue both are good. One of them is in a complimentary fashion, or the second one being, oh my God, you are so wrong.
I just texted Lance. Said, has Andrew Berry hired you yet?
Did you
We
get an
enjoyed
answer?
working with you here.
If so, please keep us in mind. I'm a hell of a secretary.
Thanks, Lance.
Look at you guys.
Lance knows his stuff.
Yeah, I know Lance knows his stuff, but you guys are like...
Lance's wife listens to our show.
You're bucking for a job. That's what you guys are doing. You're hoping Lance is going to hire you when he takes over the team.
Too much work. Breaking down all that tape. Yes, Mr. Riesland.
Still make a hell of a secretary. Just want to point that out. So Daniel Espina is getting called up.
Daniel,
The guy...
this is a great story.
He has had 2 serious shoulder surgeries. He has ran into all sorts of injuries since being what is seen to be the wonderkin of the Guardians pitching factory. And now is going to finally find his way to the corner of Carnegie in Ontario after we all swore that he would not be there or we wouldn't care about him until he's there. He's here. That's awesome. I don't have a problem. I don't have a question. It's just awesome.
Relief pitcher, but he's here. And that's terrific. Andy, I still wonder, could that guy be a starting pitcher for you? Or are you going to turn him into a back end of the bullpen guy and just take it in that direction?
Right now, they need help in that bullpen. So,
and he needs help. He needs a healthy shoulder.
Yes, he does. So, yeah, this could be. It was Yahoo that said this could be the best story of the entire Guardian season. I don't know if that's possible, but Bazzana and DeLauder. But okay, knock it out, man. Go become the best story of the season.
Wouldn't that be
Daniel
cool?
Espino, salute.
That'd be cool. Yeah, it'd be really cool. And supposedly a great guy who the organization just loves. They're giddy for his success this year.
World Cup time. And of course, it's us doing the World Cup, so it's
There
going to
you
be a
go.
little bit different than everybody else doing it. So, the highlights of the World Cup to this point: Mexico won the opener at Estadio Azteca. The highlight of that entire thing.
Come on, you just said that so you could say that. So you
just say Estadio-
one of those.
to say
Look,
Estadio
give
Azteca?
yourself a ding.
Hi,
Yeah,
I just dropped a
do we
Big
really
Ten
care?
soccer name.
You're all like, yeah, I listen to my Spanish influence in my voice. Estadio Azteca. Hey.
You got to admit,
Donde
you just said it.
está Stamos? Hey, yo soy tu eres.
Did you just say John Stamos?
No. Hey, Full House. Oh, that's Italian.
The highlight of that one is that there is a duck walking around downtown area around there that is dressed in a Mexico jersey, and the
Oh, that's
duck is
funny.
just politely following. It's fantastic. You can find it all over social media accounts.
A duck is wearing a Mexico jersey? That's awesome.
South Korea then turned around and beat Czechia last night as well, 2-1, which is the new Czech Republic. For those of you working off of an old map, the highlight of that one is the Mexicans partying with the South Koreans doing Gangnam Style, which you can find all over the internet as well, which was that big song that took out from Korean pop.
Yeah.
Outstanding. One of the funniest things you are going to see. Also taking place is this.
Rock Chalk, Algeria.
That's right. Lawrence, Kansas is the home of the Algerian national team, and the whole town has started showing up to every single practice and is all in on Nigeria.
That's great.
Or Algeria, I should say.
These are
Algeria,
kind
sorry.
of fun.
That's great.
It's really fun. You can see all sorts of stuff. The band ended up learning, the Kansas band ended up trying to learn and actually did the national anthem of Algeria.
I like it.
I just think that's cool.
Wish I had picked them in our pool.
I just think that is really cool how here's this town in Kansas. It's a college town that's like, wait, we have who here? We're in. Let's go.
Let's do it.
Yep. I think that is as cool as it gets. I'm sorry. This will forever put a smile on my face. It's the best part of the World Cup.
That's great.
All I know is I am focused on our big game now that I'm going to be Canadian for the next couple of days. Our
They're
big game
parading. They're parading through Toronto right now,
Yeah.
getting ready for the match.
3
It's
o'clock.
pretty cool.
3 o'clock. They're playing Bosnia. Looking forward to this game. I have really been, nervous about this game at least
I'm
since
sure you have.
30
Yeah.
seconds ago
Yeah.
when I looked up more information about it on the game. I think I'm more concerned, about the attack style. What is it, a 4-4-2? Is that right? Do I have enough players out there?
Whatever you'd like, Ian.
That's fine.
All right, I'm just making sure.
And a goal.
Making fun
So
of
that's
us.
11. Yeah.
Making
liking
fun of
something.
I'm not making fun of it.
One of the best things as well has been watching Europeans get used to American culture and experience American culture for the first time. This one might be my favorite to this point. This is an Englishman getting taught the right way to live life at a rib joint.
Whoa. I know you're from where you're from.
We're foreign. Well, we don't know what we're doing.
Stop with the knife.
No, you don't need a knife?
No, you pull it apart with your hand. And listen, hold up. And you take your fingers and you lift that up and you eat it.
Okay.
Not with a fork.
Okay. Absolutely. Okay. Sorry.
Enjoy holding your food and eating it like that.
I
It's
do.
okay
I
to
love
do it.
eating with
Okay.
hands.
All
Okay.
right.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Okay. No.
I'm sorry.
We're all just here to help each other.
Barbecue, knife and fork. Yes. No.
Especially ribs. Never. I am not a religious man in many a way. That would offend my religion if you tried to eat ribs with a knife and fork.
Separate with a knife and fork and eat with your fingers.
Pull them.
Yeah, but
Depends.
if you pull them apart, sometimes you end up with
Yeah.
a bone that has no meat on it,
Yeah, I agree.
Toss that one to the side and you got double meat on the other one.
which is not a bad way to go.
Well, how do you
in
do
all
it?
honesty,
Are you a cutter and then a eater with your
I'll
hands?
usually take a knife and separate them, Andy, and then just devour them by hand. Brisket, if it's not on a bun, I'm sorry, I got to use a knife and fork.
We'll keep you up to date on all the Europeans and especially the English down in Texas experiencing barbecue for the first
That's
time.
fabulous. This is going to be one of the most fun things of the World Cup.
The food?
No. Welcome to the U.S. Try doing it our way.
Whoa. What are you doing? I love that. What are we doing here? Put that knife down.
Game 5 of the NBA Finals is coming up tomorrow night, and the New York Knicks have a chance to win it. After somebody wins it, soon enough, the you-know-what's going to start flying in the NBA. That means trades, that means free agency, that means all kinds of stuff, and the Cavs are mentioned in trade rumors galore. We're going to pick them apart. Should they or shouldn't they? Next on Baskin and Phelps.
sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Cleveland!
We know about LeBron's late years. What about the early years? How about a guy who documented every moment of it? David Lee Morgan joins us on the emerging podcast scene to talk about his new book, The LeBron Phenomena. It's brought to you by Extend Technologies on 923thefan.com on the free Odyssey app.
You know, Jeff Phelps, you can take the Fan with you wherever you go. Listen to us on the Odyssey, the iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
That's Andy Baskin. I am Jeff Phelps. Dan Mennigan behind the glass. Meredith working with us today, doing the 2020s. The NBA Finals cranking up again tomorrow night. It'll be Game 5. Knicks can win it. That was still a stunning Game 4. And then after that, the you know what hits the fan in the NBA. And it seems like this offseason is going to be even more wacky than most off seasons. And there's just going to be some big names traded. Some teams are going to make some major, major moves. And I would think the Cavs are going to be involved in some of that. ESPN has a little thing out, NBA offseason 2026, 10 teams that will define the summer. And yes, they have the Cavaliers as one of those teams, which is interesting. Bobby Marks, who's been with us in years past, talked about Donovan Mitchell and James Harden and free agency and Donovan and his contract and all that. Tim Bontemps took it a little further in a little different direction, I should say. And he's talking about an Evan Mobley trade. And he said with Dan Gilbert tweeting after the season that Cleveland is, quote, nowhere near where we need to be. And with Kenny and Donovan and James all expected to be back, Tim Bontemps says that leaves Evan Mobley as the only major component left for the Cavaliers to make a significant change. He might be right.
I think he is right.
Yeah, he might be right. Jared Allen could lead to a significant change, I think, Andy. I think that's a possibility. There are a bunch of trade thoughts that are floating around out there on the internet. Everybody's writing one because that's where we are right now in the offseason. Let me give you some thoughts that are out there. For King James Gospel, Caleb Crowley wrote a story, and his headline, Cavaliers could steal off-season spotlight with league-shattering blockbuster deal.
Wow.
Yeah, that sounds interesting, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Until you find out what's involved.
Oh, okay. So the headline doesn't match the story?
Bringing Kawhi Leonard to the Cavaliers. Yeah, and he has this trade. Kawhi Leonard and Isaiah Jackson come to the Cavaliers for Sam Merrill, Dennis Schroeder, Max Strus, and Jared Allen.
How old is Kawhi's like 35?
34. I mean, are we collecting former Clippers who are in their mid to later 30s?
Didn't we already do this once before when LeBron was here, where we started bringing in Dwayne Wade and
Shaq?
Yeah.
Here's Derrick Rose.
I don't know.
Look, there's Isaiah Thomas. Would you do that trade? Kawhi has a history of being two things: phenomenal and not healthy.
Yeah. No.
Not to mention, I don't know if we have a nonprofit to funnel him money through, allegedly.
Wow.
Too soon.
Oh, no, still going on.
Here's the thing.
It can't be too soon when it's still
He is
happening.
averaging 29 points a game.
You know I'm
Almost
a
28
huge
points
Jared
a game.
Allen.
In what? How many games did he play this year, since you have it in front of you?
4?
65, didn't he?
34.
It was 34 this year?
Might have been more.
4 might be correct.
Hang on.
I'm a huge Jared Allen fan.
How many games did he?
If you were trying to load up for 1 year to go for it, and Kawhi Leonard you thought was healthy?
He played 65 games. He played 37 last year.
Okay, 37 the year before.
See, you're going to have to move somebody. If you put Kawhi Leonard at the small forward spot next to James Harden and Donovan Mitchell, and you had Evan Mobley at center, then what do? You probably go out and you win big. That's if Kawhi could stay healthy. I mean, he's a heck of a player, as we know. You're not doing it?
I don't know, man. Is it going to be like walking into the Stones concert and it's sponsored by ARP? Because I just feel like
they got a new record out, man.
They put out another record?
Mm-hmm.
Really? Mm-hmm. Wow.
Yeah, right. Along with Paul McCartney's new album. Here's the catch.
That's true, too.
Here's a question about this that I'm wondering, though. You tell me. Is this team right now built for a 3 to 5 year run? If the Cavs don't think it is,
Do
then
you?
Yeah.
You think they're good right now for a 3 to 5 year run, and that run is going to run them right into a brick wall where they're out in the first or second round.
I didn't say a championship run, did I?
No, you didn't. You didn't stutter.
If
either.
you have Donovan Mitchell and you have Evan Mobley, you're going to compete. And you're going to have to move somebody to improve this team. I could see them pulling the trigger on a Jared Allen, Max Strus, Dennis Schroeder, and Sam Merrill for Kawhi Leonard and Isaiah Jackson trade. Isaiah, an undersized center, he's a big power.
Can we just hang on to Jared Allen? Why?
I would love to. I would love to.
Why are we in
Tell
such
me how
a
you're going to improve the
big hurry?
team. Tell me how you're going to improve the team.
I don't. Maybe let Mobley go before you let Allen go.
Ooh, I wouldn't
because
do that.
the only reason I say it is because you might get more back.
I don't know.
From Mobley.
Another trade that's out there, and this one is written by Robert Marvey of LeBron Wire. We're just throwing out these trades because this is the type of stuff that we might be looking at. Okay. Might be looking at some point. This one's a LeBron trade. Okay? You ready?
Mm-hmm.
The Cavs give up almost the exact same package.
Which is what?
Jared Allen,
okay,
Dennis Schroeder, Dean Wade, and Sam Merrill.
Okay.
Okay? The Cavaliers get back from the Lakers LeBron, Bronny, DeAndre Ayton, Jake LaRavia, and Dalton Connect, and a trade exception. Now, I didn't run this through the, and it's a proposed sign and trade type of deal. I didn't run it through the trade machine. Actually, that was Eric Pincus of Bleacher Report who pitched that trade, and then Robert Marvey of the LeBron Wire wrote all about it. And we've had Eric on the show before. Eric knows his stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That's a huge deal. I'd be tempted to do that one.
No way. That's a hard pass.
I'd be tempted to do that one. Dalton Connect gives you the outside shooting, and he was down last year from his rookie year. But I like Dalton Connect. DeAndre Ayton can be the defensive center for you.
I like Ayton.
Alongside, he's not been good.
I still like him.
He's not lived up to his billing. But if you say, hey, we have Evan Mobley here, could you please box out, rebound, and play some D? You're okay. Former number 1 overall pick in a draft.
Yeah.
And you get LeBron. That would give you.
He played 72 games last year.
That would give you DeAndre Ayton. Dan, don't laugh. We see this all the time.
What if you?
Dan,
if
you hated Karl Anthony Towns. He's going to be wearing a championship ring.
I was wrong on Karl Anthony Towns.
Well, maybe you're wrong on DeAndre Ayton.
Maybe you are.
DeAndre
You
Ayton.
mean the guy who got stuck in his driveway and couldn't show up to the game?
DeAndre Ayton.
Well, sometimes driveways can be hard to get out
Evan
of.
Mobley.
Got stuck in his driveway.
I'm not a very good backwards
LeBron
driver.
James. James Harden and Donovan Mitchell.
Wait, Harden,
Mitchell.
Okay.
LeBron. Evan Mobley. And DeAndre Ayton. I don't know how you don't pull the trigger on that trade. I'll be real honest. And you get Dalton Connect back. He replaces Sam Merrill shooting. He's not as good of a shooter as Sam, but he's taller. He's 6'6". You get Bronny, Andy.
What's Bryce's story? You gonna draft him this year?
Andy, he's not in this segment.
Well, don't you think he wants to play?
We're talking about potential trades.
Yeah, but I'm telling
Cavs.
you, the only way. Wait, how can you trade? How can you trade for LeBron? He's a free agent, isn't he?
No, sign and trade.
Oh, sign and trade. Okay.
Yeah. You'd have to think about that one. No. The only guy you're giving up who you would, and LaRavia came in last year. He was a first round pick, averaged 8 points a game. He can shoot. It's an interesting thought.
You guys,
hey, Dano, we're just talking about some things that are flying around out there.
I can't. For some reason, I can't.
Oh, he's not even eligible for the draft this year, sir.
I can't see LeBron, Harden, and Mitchell all playing together on the same floor.
Yeah, I know that's a lot of shots without a lot of basketball.
Right, like it worked with Kyrie, Durant, and Harden because Durant can move without the ball. Kyrie was good moving off the ball.
Yeah.
James Harden doesn't move off without the ball.
You want Evan Mobley to not develop? Bring in LeBron and play him next to James Harden and Donovan Mitchell.
You might as well trade him. He's right. He is not going to develop in that scenario.
Yeah, I can't.
But then again, he's in his 5th year.
I can't see how this works.
How much developing is he going to do now? Maybe a lot. Here's a little trade that's being pitched, and I kind of like this one. This is a little deal, but I kind of like it. Dennis Schroeder to Phoenix for Grayson Allen. And Grayson Allen, good shooter, more size, feisty attitude. I'd do that trade in a heartbeat.
It's a little trade, yeah.
And we might see a couple of smaller deals like that the Cavs try to pull off.
16 or almost 16 and a half, 3 and 3.
I wouldn't mind Grayson Allen.
Why would they do? Why
it was
would
Dennis Schroeder and whatever else you needed for Grayson Allen in Phoenix.
Get behind that.
How old is Schroeder right now?
Dennis is on his 12th, 13th team.
Yeah,
and he's no lifer.
But explain to me why is Phoenix doing that deal?
Good question.
Yeah, I don't know why would Phoenix do the deal.
Phoenix is, not been phenomenal.
All right,
maybe they want Schroeder as a backup point.
It's a fun game. I like this game.
Really? Do you?
I actually do.
Well, that's nice.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think of some of those ideas, folks? 216-474-0092. DeAndre Ayton and LeBron coming back in a deal for Josh Allen? Interesting. It's Baskin and Phelps right here on The Fan.
Guardians are reportedly promoting pitching prospect Daniel Espino ahead of the series with the Tigers, with the plans to work him out of the bullpen. The team has also traded Nolan Jones to the White Sox in exchange for $250,000 in international bonus pool money. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
NBA offseason just around the corner. They'll be here next week. And then get ready. All of the trade rumors that you see floated around and everybody talking all about Cavs need to do this, Celtics will do this, blah, blah, blah. It's going to start happening. And we're kicking around some of the trade rumors that are being floated throughout the NBA universe. Jeff Phelps, Andy Baskin, Dan Minigan, Meredith Kane with you here. The one that we mentioned just a little bit ago is the one that Dan's still shaking his head about. And it's a huge deal being pitched involving the Cavs and the Los Angeles Lakers. And to me, this is interesting. The one part about it, Eric Pincus of the Bleacher Report proposed a sign and trade between the Cavs and the Lakers. Dan, you like Eric Pincus?
What does that have anything to do with anything?
Because you scoffed at the trade.
Yeah, DeAndre Ayton's not good, and he can't drive in snow.
Now, here's the thing.
It seems like a problem in January.
You're just so opinionated about his driving ability. Who cares?
And he
is a big boy, though, right?
He's 7 foot 250.
Well, you know, sometimes you never had a car. You've never had car troubles.
Let me throw this out to you.
I mean, I have, but I found a way to get the arena.
You've never had tummy troubles.
Here's the catch.
We throw solutions to those.
Okay, DeAndre Ayton never lived up to the hype of being the number one overall pick. Granted, correct? We good with that?
I agree.
Never lived up to that. All right, well, the Cavs wouldn't have to invest the number one pick in him. What they would get is a center who has averaged double figures, at least 12.5 points a game, in every one of his 8 NBA seasons, and has averaged double figures rebounding in all but one of his NBA seasons. And here's why, and I'm not advocating to go get DeAndre Ayton, but here's what you're going to have to remember. Cavs seem locked in on Donovan Mitchell, yes?
Yes.
Cavs seem locked in on James Harden, correct?
Yes.
That means they can't be locked in on both Jarrett Allen and Evan Mobley if you want to do something big, you would think, to improve the team, which means you're going to be moving one of them.
Well,
if you move one of the, and you have Dean Wade, who's going to leave as a free agent.
Is it a downgrade?
If you move on from Jarrett Allen or Evan Mobley, guess what you're going to need, Andy?
Big guy?
Thank you very much, Andy Baskin. You can pick up your lovely parting gift. Yes.
But I just don't understand. Why are you trading Jarrett Allen for DeAndre Ayton if you think that Allen's a better player?
You're not, because LeBron James is in the deal.
Okay.
That was the deal. It was LeBron and Dalton Connect, Jake LaRavia. You'd get some pieces back that could help you. And that's what we're going to have to remember when it comes to this stuff, is that, okay, if you're going to trade one of those big guys, you're going to have to go get a big guy in return. You're just going to have to do it. Pincus's trade was this, again, LeBron, Bronny, DeAndre Ayton, Jake LaRavia, and Dalton Connect, and a $28 million trade exception. And they get back the Lakers get Jarrett Allen, Dennis Schroeder, Dean Wade, and Sam Merrill. And I know Wade's a free agent. It would be signing trades all around.
Yeah.
Just keep that in mind. If the Cavs have to trade a big guy, well, they're going to have to go get a big guy. Personally, if I look at the Cavs team right now, the piece to me that I think this is the one we can do without moving forward is James Harden.
Yeah, I think most Cavs fans would agree with you on that.
I would rather have Jarrett Allen. I would rather have Evan Mobley. Nothing against James. I like James Harden. But at 37, I don't know I want to tie to him for 2 years. And I don't think you get to the Eastern Conference Finals without him this year and with Darius Garland. but I don't know that combination is going to work on a championship team. Put a completely pass-first, defensive-minded point guard who's about 6'4", 6'5", next to Donovan Mitchell. Add a small forward, add some length in the front court. To me, that's a team that has a better chance to win. But that's just the kind of stuff, that I think right now that we're just all going to have to think about a little bit. Matt's in Cleveland. Hey, Matt.
Hey, Matt.
Hey, guys. How are you?
All right.
Good.
All right. Can I sum up the show for a fan perspective? Because I called you about the Browns, but now I'm listening to the Cavs. Okay, as the Browns go, what does 7-4 Deshaun Watson?
I'll tell you what. We're going to table this question. Go to your Cavs. Go to your Cavs. Go to your Cavs.
What does that look like?
We'll talk about that later. We're in the middle of a Cavs
I have no
discussion.
idea what you're talking
Can
about.
you go
Matt.
to the Cavs? Oh, you let them go. All right, never mind.
Enjoy the rest of your lunch.
Thanks for playing along.
Ivan's in Cleveland. Ivan.
Liquid lunch day. Yes.
Hey, Ivan.
Hi. What up, Hi?
There you go.
Hey, here's what I think. LeBron has 1 or 2 more years left in the NBA. And he could take 1 year and make more money than God. And here's how. If he comes to the Cavs for the veteran minimum, and
which he has said he won't do.
Well, let me finish my scenario. For the veterans minimum, and we take Bronny and make him the 15th man, and make Bryce a two-way from the G League.
Bryce isn't going anywhere this year.
I saw where he put in for the draft. He put his name in the hat for the draft. I saw that online.
I swear I just saw
anyway,
that's okay.
But anyway, so he gets to play with both of his sons. We give the Lakers Dean Wade and Strus and our first-round draft pick, because if we're going for it, our first-round draft pick will be the worst pick in the draft. And then whatever LeBron is selling.
I don't think you can trade next year's pick, but you have one this year. You could trade that one.
Yeah, that's what I mean. This year's pick.
Okay.
Because we're going for it. We're going with the idea that we're going to win the championship. So that pick is nothing. So you put that pick in there, and you go around the league 2-3 times, however many times they go. If the promotion that it would bring everywhere it went, anything that LeBron is selling that made him a billionaire, he could make another $1 billion in 1 year. The contract would be irrelevant. And Mobley could get from LeBron what what's his name in LA got, the superstar they have out there now. He got to see how it's done. Luka got to see how it's done.
Luka was pretty darn good before he ever got teamed up
but he
with
wasn't in that great a shape.
Well, I think he was slapped in the face by the Dallas Mavericks. That was more than I think that was it, Ivan, more than LeBron.
Well, anyway, I just think that if you brought this is the only place where he could play with all his kids. And he can make crazy money. If it's promotions, like when you go to a commercial, you go into a commercial to make money.
Ivan, I want you to listen to this. You'll like this. And this is this type of promotion you're talking about. On a bus after a game in Toronto, Cavs against the Raptors. We're driving to the airport, okay? Big billboard flashing. Party tonight at some club, wherever it was. Party tonight, blah, 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 blah. LeBron James in attendance. The guys on the bus see it and go, hey, LeBron, how you going to get to that party? Everybody wants a piece, right?
I tell you, this is a money-making. If we're talking about winning a championship, and since this is a business, if we're talking about winning a championship and making money, oh, my God.
All right, Ivan. He wouldn't be playing with all of his kids, though. His daughter's not draft eligible.
Bryce has not applied or declared for the draft.
Thomas is in Shaker. Thomas.
Heck yeah, I'm doing that trade, Jeff.
Are
Not
you?
even blinking, not even flinching. Yeah, heck yeah, without a doubt. Well, first of all, you got to think about it this way. You got to break up Evan Mobley and Jared Allen. And Jared Allen, for me, is the odd man out. I'm trading Jared Allen all day tomorrow and yesterday and next week by Jared. Especially you mean bringing back LeBron. And DeAndre Ayton, he's perfect. Like, he won't demand the ball as much. We just need him to get rebounds and play good defense. Just be just a good big man. That's all I need him to be. Just be a big man because this is Evan Mobley's team. You keep Evan Mobley, you keep Donovan Mitchell, your future. You have LeBron coming back. He could be the voice that we need because they need a louder voice in the locker room. They need a leader in the locker room, and LeBron's that. LeBron will be that leader. Yes, 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 yes.
Thomas,
Push the button.
I would do that trade too.
Yeah, me too.
I'd do that one. All right, Thomas, thank you very much. This is just the kind of stuff we're going to be hearing, Andy. And those three scenarios that we threw out, possible trades, you didn't even hear the word Giannis in there.
No, I find it absolutely fascinating that the Haslam Sports Group could trade Myles Garrett and Giannis within 5-6 weeks of each other. To me, that is just mind-blowing.
I mentioned this the other day. I've seen a bunch of Giannis stories, and it keeps saying Bucks owner Jimmy Haslam says we'll resolve this and blah, blah. And I keep thinking, wow. Does Jimmy know anything about the NBA? Because he's front and center right now in Milwaukee as a 25, or he owns a piece of the team. And they kind of rotate who the majority governor of the team is at the time. And I honestly, the Haslams have owned the Browns for a while, and they were involved with the Steelers. If I'm a Bucks fan and I'm hearing Jimmy talking about trading Giannis, and this isn't about Jimmy the person. Maybe he knows something about basketball. If I am a Bucks fan, I'm just thinking, oh my God, no, please. Please.
Oh my God, man. That's
Bring
a tough
back
run.
Senator Cole.
Wait, but do you have to use the cash to get into the games?
I think you do.
It's so confusing.
Just the years of Senator Cole, where we do everything in our power to get the 8 seed. Do it. We can do it.
Is it?
Give up way too much for J.J. Redick to get that 8 seed. Let's do it.
If you're the 7th seed, do you get the cash for what would have been the extra seed that you went away from?
Oh, those Bucks teams doing everything in their power to get the 7 or the 8 seed are they're the ones that make your head hurt. Now the Bulls have done that, but it seems like the Bulls have finally tore it down.
As a Browns fan, isn't it strange seeing Jimmy Haslam talk about
It is very
Giannis?
weird to see, him talking about any NBA stuff.
I don't know, man. Every time I hear it, I just think, ooh, that doesn't sound right. It doesn't sound right at all.
They probably said the same thing when he was making moves for the Browns in the beginning too, when his name.
In order to get under the second apron, apparently, from everything we've been told by everybody, and I've always said I am no salary cap NBA financial guru. I know that's not my area, but everybody who knows that stuff says you're going to have Harden turn down that option and sign for less money to get under the second apron. The other aspect of what getting under the second apron does is allow you to trade multiple players in the same deal. Because if you're over the second apron, all you're allowed to do is a 1-for-1 deal. So it is essential. I just wonder, is James the guy that you're kind of latching onto here? I think he can still play. I think he's still good. I think I would take, in a perfect world, I would take that money and use it someplace else. But if you have to do that to get under the second apron so you can make other moves, kind of confusing.
What would they have to do to get LeBron back here to be able to give him a max deal? They'd have to get rid of more.
Sign and trade.
Sign and trade. But
LeBron would not command a max deal anymore.
You think that's what he wants, though, don't you think?
It doesn't matter what he wants in this case, Andy.
Well, if he wants
unfortunately, for the first time maybe for LeBron in his career, he doesn't have the leverage that he's had in the past. He just doesn't have it.
Do you think he thinks he doesn't have the leverage?
I think he thinks he doesn't have the leverage. Yes.
Okay.
LeBron maybe a lot of things to a lot of people. I think he's a tremendous basketball player. One word I would never use to describe him is unwise.
When it comes to contracts, he has changed the game.
Yeah, absolutely. He absolutely has. Stay tuned. We'll see where he ends up and what happens, because it's going to get real busy real fast in the NBA.
the Guardians, they're reportedly promoting pitching prospect Daniel Espino ahead of the Tigers series with the plan on working him out of the bullpen. And the team has also traded Nolan Jones to the White Sox in exchange for $250,000 in international bonus pool money. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Six losses in the last 7 games for our guys, the Guardians. They always have a bad stretch here and there.
Yeah.
Baseball teams always do. They're in theirs right now, Andy. Hopefully it's a short one.
Like watching a basketball game where teams go on runs. They're on a bad run.
They're on a bad run.
They can't make it 3.
Can't do it. How much trust do you have in that organization?
I trust them to kind of be around for the whole season. I don't know how much I have once they get to the playoffs, but I trust them to be competitive when the page gets turned into, let's just say, August for sure. They will be competitive.
I enjoy watching how they do their business because it's a little different. Yeah, we'd all love for them to have a much higher payroll. Okay, that's aside. Yes, without question. But that said,
you do realize. Oh, go ahead, sorry.
What? Go ahead.
No, I was going to say I look at the standings now, even though I know I'm not supposed to, and I know that.
Oh.
They're a half game back in the White Sox, but they still have a 2-game advantage in the wild card. So whatever that's worth, I don't know. It's
going wild card in June. I love that.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
You're
Don't
cute.
do that. I need to stop. I need to stop. Send me home.
I
should be seriously. I should be in like sports talk detention for talking about wild card positioning right now.
Well, you know how I look at sports, and it's I like watching them do their business, and can they make this work? Can they make that work? And they almost always do. You know, they very consistently put out competitive products. Like there's a little bit of a move that's kind of going on right now that I think is kind of fascinating. We talked yesterday, and Dan sent me a text, and last night when the Nolan Jones trade came down, I hadn't seen it yet, and Dan sent me a text. Let me read it exactly so I don't screw it up. Do you remember what you told me, Dan? Hold on, I'll find it. It was here it is. Yeah, this was really bad. Dan sent this to me, and Zach Meisel tweeted it out. He sent me Zach's tweet, and then Dan said this: once again, the dream is on hiatus. Zach's going to be with us at 1:00 because I like the idea of Nolan Jones. 6'5", can hit the ball hard. Well, now he's going to the White Sox. But Jones is gone. There are other young outfielders, and we actually talked about Nolan Jones yesterday. Could he be a guy who comes up here and helps out this offense right now? And my thought was no, because it wasn't on the 40-man. And Zach, I'm sure will mention there's some other young outfielders there who might be coming up, including a couple of other guys that we weren't really thinking about too much. Ralphie Velasquez, who is learning to play the outfield a little bit more. He's a first baseman by trade. And interestingly enough, Cooper Ingle, who is the catcher who's been pretty hot, has played a couple of games in the outfield recently.
Really?
Mm-hmm. And
showcasing him getting ready for a trade?
Well, you're not going to have Bo Naylor, Cooper Ingle, and Cody Huff all in AAA together.
I think it was ESPN I read. All 3 of those guys are on the block.
I would not doubt that at all. Cooper Ingle actually played the outfield at Clemson. He also caught at Clemson, but he played the outfield as well. So that's interesting. This team needs some outfield offense. You know, can you play outfield well enough to catch the ball if it's, thrown, if it's hit to you? Can you throw it to the right base?
Can you hit the cutoff man?
Well,
can you use 2 hands to catch a fly ball?
You know, those are offensive positions more than defensive positions, except center field.
Off. Give me your choice, A, B, or C.
One more time.
They are a team that's going to. You want to do them in the same order? one will be a team that's going to take off and just run away, or at least have a healthy, substantial lead?
I think they can win this division.
Are they a 500 team that sticks around, or are they a team that's going to drop off?
I'll bet they win somewhere between, by the time, the way this has gone so far, it impresses me as a team that's going to win somewhere between 88 and 94 games and win the division by about 5 games.
Wow.
What do you think?
I think they're mid. That they are a team that's going to be competitive, will have a chance to win the Central, and we'll see what they can do. I think they are who they are right now, and this is who they're going to be for the rest of the season. 4 games over 500, 5 games over 500, battling for the Central Division crown. I think the White Sox drop off at some point. Detroit is going to eke their way back into this thing. I know they're sitting at 8 out, and it might feel like that's a lot in baseball, but Detroit ends up coming back, especially if Skubal's back. I can't see them hovering at 8 games back against teams like the Guardians and the White Sox. So
the bullpen this year, they've kind of rebuilt it. There's some different arms out there. Now you're bringing up Daniel Espino. If Daniel comes in and throws well, there's a back end of the bullpen arm for you.
That's what they need, though.
Well, they could use another one, certainly. But they just continue to do, I think they continue to do smart things. And I love watching smart people run pro sports franchises. I mean, when's the last time this team did something that you thought was really bad, really stupid? I mean, it doesn't happen very often.
No.
And you see it with other franchises.
Well, players, you do have your former closer.
That's
not on the team, though.
No, you can't control him. Look around town, look around pro sports. Teams do stupid things all the time. And our team rarely does stupid things. I think it's great. I really do. I mean, they're a team, I think, to emulate and to be proud of. If they spent more money, look out. But they don't. But that's the way that goes.
Well, I'm going to go back to this thing that I keep harping on that you guys don't want to jump in the pool on. But I'm wondering with a potential lockout at the end of the season and a potential ownership change on the backside of that lockout, if the Dolans are going to say, like, you know what? Everyone wanted to say this about us while we were the majority owners. Well, last year, they can't say that about us. We're going all in for the playoffs this year. Who knows how long the work stoppage is? What's the worst thing we can do? Drive up the price of the franchise by being better? By spending a little bit more money right now than maybe they're used to doing, by being a little bit more uncomfortable? They don't spend stupid money. We all know that. But it's interesting if the Dolans want to spend more money now to impact their legacy down the road. I don't think they care about that. I think they're happy to say that they had this consistently winning team year in and year out. I mean, you go back and look at, how many years in a row that they've been to the playoffs with. They missed 23 and they missed a couple of years there right after 2021. So 23, 21 was a miss, 19 was a miss, but otherwise, since 16, they've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of the last 9 years they've been in the playoffs. I mean, it's pretty impressive, especially for this.
It's hard to argue with that, isn't it?
No, yeah.
I mean, it really is. I'm curious to see what happens with those catchers at AAA.
Someone's gone. It's
somebody has to be, don't they?
Yeah. Someone's gone.
And I wonder.
It feels like Naylor's that guy, doesn't it?
And apparently they're getting calls from reports that are out there.
He
Zach
may not be
Meisel
here.
from The Athletic is going to join us at 1.
He may not be here after Monday. After Sunday night.
Well, you would think, Andy, a team that needs a catcher would try to strike more quickly than dilly-dally, because with the trade deadline, when is it, August 1st, something like that, you want to strike early. If you really need your guy, go get him. But after the Guardians went out and traded for Patrick Bailey, you can't imagine that,
I don't think they're walking away from Bailey.
No,
they're going to try to figure out a swing.
I don't think so. Jeff is on the line. Hello, Jeff.
Hey, Jeff.
You guys want a list of stupid things, or should I just keep it to a couple?
Go ahead.
A couple.
All right, Exhibit A, Will Wilson being on a major league roster last year for longer than he should have been. Exhibit B, this Fairchild bum who can barely hit the ball. I don't think he's made contact once, and he's been up here for 2 weeks. And if they continue to trot him out there.
Jeff, you're talking about the 24th, 25th, 26th man on a roster.
Yeah, but neither one of those guys should even be in the freaking major leagues. You
Jeff,
got guys in the minor leagues that are hitting the ball.
I'm sure, Jeff, that you can certainly do that yourself. When you talk about guys at the end of the roster, those aren't major mistakes. You have to fill out the roster. You do. So, you want to go ahead and nitpick? Go ahead and nitpick. Your 25th, 26th man wasn't good. Nice.
Wilson's got, what's he doing this year? I forgot he was even on the team. That's how bad that was.
The mistake that I think they kicked themselves on. I think they've made
Junior Caminero.
So, all right, we'll call it 3. I think one of them is Junior Caminero. I think Yandy Diaz is a mistake too.
Yeah, that didn't work.
The other one,
how many years ago was
they
that,
weren't
though?
patient enough with Yandy, and they were
kind of a big picture mistake. The fact that they went through Tyler Freeman, all of those middle infielders in between, and never really traded them until they got them to the majors, had no idea where to play them, and they all flamed out. Instead of picking 2 and deciding to heavily invest in those, they picked 5, and it burnt them.
And listen, this is what I'm talking about exactly. We had to think about it. Jeff was mad about it because Will Wilson was on the team and Stuart Fairchild is on the team. These are minor little things, and that just does nothing but back up my point completely.
I don't know if that's a minor one.
What? Tyler Freeman?
Not picking 2 of those middle infielders and saying, these are the guys that we're investing in, and we're going to package the others and go get somebody who can help us. I think that is a mistake.
You're assuming you were going to get something back for those guys.
They were high enoughly touted prospects that I believe you could have gotten something back, yes. There was enough buzz and enough smoke with those guys before they found their way to the major league roster that you could have been able to capitalize.
Okay.
And they chose to invest and try to play them in center field and try to play them in right field. And
Which
play
I
some
thought
of
the
them.
center field experiment was a bad one.
Yeah, they should have picked 2 instead of going, all right, let's bring all 5 up and we'll figure it out. Or whatever the number was. I think that one bites them.
That's interesting. It is. We'll get Zach Meisel's thoughts on this.
Yeah, I want to hear what Zach is.
Zach covers the Guardians for The Athletic. He's a smart guy. He likes size. He's coming up next on Baskin and Phelps.
An Odyssey Sports Minute.
If the San Antonio Spurs don't come back
Zach Meisel of The Athletic joins Baskin and Phelps next, talking all things Guardians. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Ease into your Sunday with the scores you may have missed Saturday night. Daryl Ryder and Nick Padone. Sunday morning starting at 8 on 92.3 The Fan.
Zach Meisel from The Athletic covers the Guardians coming up momentarily right here on Baskin and Phelps. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy's Andy Baskin. Guardians have lost 6 of their last 7 games. It's not a good deal. It's not what you're looking for. You're looking for better baseball. Hopefully they get it starting tonight.
Jeff, 92.3 The Fan is looking for a winner. All you need to do is enter the code OFFERS, 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 at 923thefan.com before 2 o'clock for your chance to win a 4-pack of combo meals from Mr. Hero. That's right, our friends at Mr. Hero. Download Mr. Hero's mobile app. Get a regular BOGO offer just for signing up. Receive monthly coupon offers. Order online and earn points while you enjoy your favorite menu items. Download today in the Google Play Store or the Apple Store. Again, it's all from Mr. Hero and 92.3 The Fan. The word today is offers at 923thefan.com. Do it before 2.
We go to the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. He covers the Guardians for The Athletic. He has a story out right now about guys taking a baseball where you don't want to take a baseball.
Ouch.
He's Zach Meisel. Hello, Zach.
It was very delicately and eloquently put, Jeff.
Thank you very much.
That's how he rolls. That's why he's the pro.
When you're talking about those things, you better be careful if you like employment. You better be careful when you're right about it if you like employment. Zach, what inspired you to write about such things?
Yeah, imagine being me and it's not something you just walk right up and directly ask a player about, right?
Not really. Hey, you ever get hit in the you-know-whats?
Yeah. That's kind of how it went, though. It was... I just noticed it happening more and more. Bo Naylor was the unfortunate victim. I think like the first 3 games of the season in Seattle, he took one each day and kind of became a victim of some teasing from teammates. So lo and behold, I discovered in talking to more and more catchers who are very willing to talk about any subject matter, especially one like this. I learned that this is happening more and more. So hug a catcher today if you can.
Why is it happening?
Because pitchers throw 102 miles an hour, and they have 95-mile-an-hour sliders, so you're getting twice as many foul tips as you did maybe 15 years ago. And catchers have gone to this one knee in the dirt stance instead of the traditional crouch because it helps them in framing and blocking, and it also exposes certain sensitive areas. So that combination might make Austin Hedges a better defender, but might make his future fatherhood a little tricky.
Ouch.
Go read the piece at The Athletic.
Hey, I'm just straight out. Are these guys wearing cups or not?
They are, and your guys' friend and mine, Chris Jimenez, told me a story the other day. Cups, they don't prevent pain. They prevent hospital trips, and sometimes they don't even prevent hospital trips because when he was in AAA at one point, he got hit there. Ooh. And baseballs can find, you know how they say, like, baseball will find, it'll find you out there. It'll find the man. Well, it'll find your manhood, too. And it found him even with a cup, and he had to go to the hospital. So, yeah, it's you can only prevent so much.
Yikes. Okay, go read that piece. It's on The Athletic right now. Zach Meisel wrote it, so it's got to be good.
You think they'd go to titanium steel? I don't know if they have or not, but
okay.
Well,
with that thought in mind.
Yeah.
Are they just doing some things now because they like versatility and trying to expand their possibilities, or is there something going on with Ralphie Velasquez playing more outfield, with Cooper Ingle suddenly playing a couple of games in the outfield for the first time as a pro after playing some outfield at Clemson? They looking to trade a guy, or they're looking to promote a guy and turn him into an outfielder?
Well, doing this can accomplish either of those things depending on how the next 6 weeks go. But the impetus is that those are two guys who are maybe the two best hitters they have at AAA. And this is a lineup that could use those bats at some point, if not immediately. But they like what they have at catcher in Hedges and Bailey and Fry, at least defensively. And they, Manzardo's been one of their best hitters over the last month or so, and they like certain things that Rhys Hoskins gives them. So Ralphie Velasquez is blocked at first base too. Now, there will be a point where, I don't know if it's this year, but next year or the year after, where Ralphie Velasquez is hitting fourth and he's the first baseman, and we're going to say, man, this guy couldn't beat out Rhys Hoskins, but Ralphie Velasquez just turned 21. And so it's more of if the bat is just impossible to ignore at some point later in the year, how do we get him up here? And the answer, as it always seems to be with this organization, is they look like they have a need in the corner outfield. So I think you could see Cooper Ingle get some run out there at some point because he played the position in college some, so they don't think that transition would be too daunting for him. Ralphie Velasquez, he was a catcher originally. He's moved to first base primarily. That's probably a conversation maybe for August. But, yeah, I think if you can increase the paths to the major leagues, you certainly could also increase trade value if that becomes something that they have to think about. But there are many benefits.
Just for point of reference, Shock Doctor, Diamond MMA, they all make like a carbon fiber cup, just in case you're wondering.
I'm sure Zach was.
Well, if he writes this intelligent piece on protecting the mommy-daddy button, I think we should follow up a little bit on it. Thanks, Jeff.
Hey,
Thanks for playing.
If I write something critical, you think I'm walking around downtown Cleveland unprotected?
That is correct. And that's why the new Nutshells Bulletproof Cup is trusted by professional athletes in MLB and UFC.
Who's going to do the product testing on that Bulletproof Cup? That's for you, Baskin.
Well, you just put it up against the wall.
That's for you.
You go to a firing range.
That doesn't do it. You got to do the real deal.
Man, sometimes you just don't think things through.
You go ahead and buy one of those. We'll get somebody to give it your best shot.
All right, give me
unintended.
Most likely to be trade. I mean, outside of this, the abundance of minor league catchers, who do you think is? Well, I think I know what you're going to say, but who would you put on the trading block? Top three guys outside of those catchers.
I think you can look at AAA and even AA to an extent. I don't think anybody's safe, honestly. I mean, I think they love Velasquez. He'd probably be the guy that they deem, I don't want to say untouchable because I don't think anybody ever is, but, they've got a lot of guys. Khalil Watson.
That's the guy we keep talking about. Yeah, don't you think we'll see Watson before they trade him?
And could he be the starting center fielder?
Or are they better off trading him before we see him so people will be like, I don't even remember that guy playing for us?
It could be all of the above. I mean, I don't think, people always ask, is this a showcase? Is this a showcase? But teams scout so differently now, and you have so much data and video that seeing a guy in the major leagues for a week or two probably isn't going to change your opinion on them much. So, yeah, I mean, I just think think about all the guys they have at AAA, Watson, Kafis, Valera, Engel, Velasquez. Angel Hanau is, at the Athletic, our prospects guy put him as the number 12 prospect in baseball last week. But where's he going to play? He's not going to play third base. Brian Rocchio has shortstop lockdown. Yeah. Travis Bazzana should be your second baseman for the next, 6-7 years. So that's, you would think that could be a trade opportunity. I feel like we've been saying this for years that, they need to package some prospects. They need to consolidate. I think this is the time when it's maybe most pressing just because they finally actually got some answers. Like Bazzana has shown that he is a dude that you want in that lineup for the foreseeable future. Same with Rocchio, same with DeLauder. So it's a good thing. Now I think it's time to cash in on that trade capital and swing big.
Zach Meisel joining us. He covers the Guardians for The Athletic. I'll preface this with I like Rhys Hoskins. Have for a long time. Does he need more at-bats, or do they need to move him?
That's a good question. I don't know. You know, he's walked a lot. I'd like to see more power. They love him in the clubhouse. I've seen guys like this, you know, Carlos Santana last year. If you remember Mark Reynolds way back when, he was scorching hot in like May. And I remember him telling us, yeah, you guys will be roasting me before long. I'll go in a deep slump. And then he was designated for assignment that August. So he was something of an oracle.
He was right.
Yeah. So I don't know. Like, I think, you know, they've got some guys struggling profoundly at the moment. Daniel Schneemann, Stephen Kwan. And, you know, Angel Martinez, that was a nice series for him to bounce back. He had been in a funk. Bazana slumping, DeLauder. So, like, they need – who can you trust right now? And I do like that Hoskins, at the very least, is going to walk a lot. So maybe getting him in there would help. But I also think, like, I'm ready to see Cooper Ringle. I'm ready to see Khalil Watson and like, see some new blood. So maybe that you have a clearer idea of what you need at the trade deadline. Because we could talk about them needing a starting pitcher, them needing a reliever. Like, you need to be certain you're pursuing the right trade pieces. And I think before you do that, maybe you need to get a look at some guys in AAA. Like, are we writing off George Valera? Are we writing off CJ Kayfus? I think these are things you got to answer too.
I brought this up a couple times. I'm just curious your thoughts on, you know, if we go into a work stoppage at the end of the year, or we go into a work stoppage and on the other side of that you have an ownership change, does that maybe push the Dolans to maybe want to do a little bit more so they can go out on top? I mean, there is potentially change on the horizon. I would think the work stoppage is a no-brainer. But do you think that will affect being a buyer or being a seller here for the Dolan Group as they possibly could be saying goodbye?
Okay, so there's a lot to unpack there.
Yeah.
I've been asking the same question about the Dolans and to the Dolans for years. You know, I would think you know there's a finish line here, and I would just think you'd want to go out arms raised on top saying, hey, we were in charge when we finally ended this drought. Don't you forget it.
Yes.
But that's never been, I don't think they think that way, unfortunately. And so I do think, so first of all, like, there's going to be a work stoppage. I think the question is, does the lockout end before we lose games? That's the big question. It's also clouding the trade deadline a little bit because I think teams are struggling to figure out how to price players. You know, if you're trading for a guy who's signed through next year, well, how many games are there going to be in 2027? How much production are you going to get? That's a big question. And then do you get a discount because of the uncertainty? So that's one question. I think as it pertains to the Guardians, like, you know, if you look at how they've acted this year, they've actually been really aggressive, right? Like, Chase DeLauder was on the opening day roster. Travis Bazana was up in late April. They said, we're not going to stick this out with Bo Naylor. We're going to send him down and make a trade for Patrick Bailey. You're going to see Daniel Espino this weekend. So I think, like, they've been aggressive, and that's maybe a little change of pace here. And David Blitzer has been more involved. He was sitting right there beside Paul Dolan for the Jose Ramirez extension and is in on all the decisions now, and he can become the majority owner as soon as after next season. So there's definitely, like, the winds of change are swirling, and you wonder if it's going to make them more aggressive. And it's been a long time, but this is a front office that has at times swung for the fences with Ubaldo Jimenez and Andrew Miller and Jay Bruce, and they tried to get Bryce Harper, and when that didn't happen, they went and got Josh Donaldson. Like, that's in the DNA somewhere. We just haven't seen it consistently. But everything that we've said here, guys, this segment, like, all the hitters at AAA, many of whom are blocked, like, everything kind of points to, especially the weakness of the American League. It's wide open. Like, I don't know. Just go for it. Just you don't have to completely mortgage your future either, but you've built a really good farm system to be able to withstand a couple of trades that can help you win now. And also, like, Bazana and DeLauder and Gavin Williams and Jose Ramirez and those guys, they're not going anywhere. So why not take some swings this summer, and then you'll still be in position to contend in the future.
Zach Meisel joining us from The Athletic. you're looking at a couple of guys in the outfield, and you mentioned Ralphie Velasquez, maybe an August decision. Cooper Ingle, who knows what happens there. What's that all mean for Stephen Kwan?
Yeah, I mean, I had a thought about a week ago. He is making a little short of $8 million this year, and he's got one more year of arbitration. So this winter, presuming he's still on the roster, the Guardians would have to choose. He's probably going to be due $8 to $10 million next season, and I don't think he could be a non-tender candidate, and they just cut bait. It's crazy to think how quickly his value has fallen here. Even though he's a good outfield defender, you need hitting, and I don't think anyone's expecting him to figure out how to hit 20 home runs, but if he can't slap singles all over the place, it's a tough watch. So I think that's part of why I'd like to see Khalil Watson. I'd like to see Cooper Ingle. They've got that lineup has been 5 through 8, Schneemann, Martinez, Kwan, and a catcher. And I know Austin Hedges has been actually solid, and Martinez has had a nice week. But that 5 through 8 has been largely a black hole for the last month or so, and they need to inject some life into it. So, if that's going to be Kwan losing some playing time, Schneemann going back to a more of a utility fill-in role, I think they need to make some of these changes to jumpstart the offense. And Kwan hasn't really shown any signs of breaking out and turning this around.
Missed opportunity against the Yankees to instill some confidence in this team, especially knowing you did great in New York and then laid an egg here in Cleveland.
Yeah, and you know what the biggest missed opportunity is they got Garrett Cole out of there in 4 innings.
Yeah.
I didn't think Carlos Rodon looked particularly great in the series finale. The Yankees bullpen is not their strong suit, and they didn't have Aaron Judge. So it felt like they were positioned to maybe even win that series based on what I just laid out. And to get swept, to not even get one of those, feels like a missed opportunity, especially with the Tigers coming to town, and they're going to throw Scooble at you, and Casey Mize is going to come back Sunday, and they've got a couple pieces back from the injured list on offense, so they're feeling better about themselves. So it's a pretty important series for, mid-June.
Now what do? Here you're rolling along. The pitching staff seems terrific. I can't believe they're the only team in baseball who's had only 5 starters. Hopefully that continues. I would think you snap out of this and away you go, because, Zach, they look to me to be the best team in the division right now. Would you agree with that? Maybe not by a bunch, but I think they're the best team.
They should be. The Tigers, obviously, we all know the Guardians came back from 15.5 down last summer. And to do that, they needed the Tigers to collapse in September. This is different, right? Like, the Tigers were 22-38 at one point. They had the worst record in the American League. Like, they were lower than the Guardians ever were last summer. And I just think to not take advantage and slam your foot on the gas pedal and kind of run away with this thing, it's already been a missed opportunity. And, if the Tigers take this series this weekend, all of a sudden they get closer and they're healthier and they're feeling good. And it's all set up for the Guardians. Like, it really is, just with not even the division, the American League. Like, that Yankees team didn't look like some juggernaut that can't be toppled.
No,
so,
and who knows with Aaron Judge?
Yeah, I think it's still all right there for them, but it's pretty disappointing how they've played the last few weeks outside of those 2 games at Yankee Stadium. Like, they didn't look great against the Nationals or the Red Sox, 2 teams that they should be better than. The Rangers, same thing. So, we've seen some great moments, some really impressive performances, whether it was sweeping Detroit in Detroit, taking 2 or 3 in Philly against some good pitching. Like, they've had their moments. You just want to see it more consistently.
He's Zach Meisel. He writes for The Athletic. He covers the Guardians. His story out now about guys getting hit in the privates. Go read it. Makes perfect sense, to be perfectly honest. Thank you, buddy.
You got it, guys. Don't forget to wear your cups.
Thank you very much. Good. That's good advice for any guy.
I'm wearing one right now.
Zach Meisel joining us on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Decisions ahead for this team. It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for Weather Seal Home Services. Want to make your old house new again? New siding from
Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps, everybody. Jeff Phelps along with Andy Baskin. Andrew Berry, president, football operations.
Yes.
Our Cleveland Browns on the morning show today with Daryl and with Anthony Lima. It was Daryl and Anthony this morning.
Mm-hmm.
And Andrew Berry talked about a lot of different topics.
He was on for a long time.
He was on for 25 minutes.
Go back and listen to that on the
So
Odyssey.
that was a good thing. And it was a good interview. We listened to a lot of it early on in the show. We talked about a lot of the things that Andrew Berry talked about. He also talked about Myles Garrett. And I want to hear what he had to say about Myles. And, that's a big deal, obviously. I mean, earth-shattering. Could be one of the biggest trades for a defensive player in National Football League history. At least that's the way it was billed when it was made. And everybody talked about it. It was a big deal. And Andrew was asked about it this morning. Here's what he had to say.
When you made the contract tweak earlier this offseason, can you admit that maybe we didn't make too much of that?
No, that was not. It had no. The reason we made the contract had nothing to do with trading Myles. I can say that. The side effect was it caused LA to reach out, but it had absolutely zero to do with the idea of trading Myles.
Were you disappointed that Myles showed up for Rams OTAs but not Browns OTAs?
I didn't actually notice that. I would imagine that's the case with hey, you're learning a new scheme. I think they had a week of OTAs practice. You're learning new building, new coaches, new teammates, new system. Myles has a pretty disciplined regimen that he does in Dallas, and he's done that for the latter part of his career. We have a voluntary program. He was always in shape. That was never something that really bothered us.
You believe that? With the contract restructuring? I actually do.
He said
I don't think they did it to trade him, but it made it more advantageous for a team to acquire him.
He said that's what triggered the Rams to call, even though they weren't open for business.
You believe that, don't you?
I don't know. Why would you do it in the first place? Unless you were thinking about trying to make a move. I'm not going to call him a liar, but I just don't.
Well, that's nice of you. He appreciates that.
Well, I don't think he is. I just don't. Yeah, he knows how to.
He's got to play the game.
Yeah, he knows how to talk. Does it do him any good to come back and go, yeah, you know what? We knew we'd start getting phone calls if we restructured. And we also knew that restructuring, part of the byproduct of it, would make him available and make it easier to deal him. There's no way he's too smart to not know that, right? He's too smart to not know that restructuring was going to make it easier to trade him.
If it helps you, and it also helps maybe create some interest, what's wrong with that?
Yeah, there's nothing. That's his job.
And
I also think it doesn't pay for him to say today, look, we knew exactly what we were doing then. And as it is right now, if he just says, no, that wasn't our intention, then he's okay. He doesn't cause any problems.
Here's the other thing. This team needs so much more than
they do.
A Hall of Fame defensive end. And we all know it needs a quarterback. And if you can pick up more ammo to maybe go get your quarterback next year if you decide you need one after this season, why wouldn't you do that? Especially when you bring in a starting defensive end who's pretty dang good.
He knew who he wanted to. That's the other thing. Well, that conversation started with Verse.
Well, it had to. Otherwise you're punting on the season in the minds of your fan base.
Yes.
And that's a terrible look. As it is, do you have Myles Garrett at defensive end? No. But do you have one of the top 15 defensive ends in the NFL? Yep. And you have a bunch of draft stuff to go get a quarterback to help you try to acquire one next year. So honestly, Andy, where this team is, if this team had won 10, 11 games last year, there's no way I'd make this trade because you're going for it this year. If you win 7 games this year, 8, 9, congratulations. Nice improvement. You're on your way. And trading Garrett for draft capital can do that, especially since you replaced him with Jared Verse. Andrew was asked about that this morning by the guys on the morning show.
A lot of these, particularly these non-quarterback superstar trades, you've seen them largely just come in the form of essentially pick currency. And that that's fine at certain moments, but it makes it really tough when you're going into season because you're truly just trading present for future. Usually, unless you're like super deep at the position, you're really creating like a hole in the roster present day. A player like Jared Verse usually doesn't become available across the league. A guy who's like on his rookie contract, he plays a position that's hard to find, and he's an excellent player at the position. And so for us, we looked at it as an opportunity where it's like, okay, we're getting one of the, top players at the position in the league, understanding that he's not Myles. There's only one Myles Garrett, which allows us to continue to play excellent defense and a player who will, barring unforeseen circumstances, be with us for a very long period of time. It's not like you're just getting 1 year out of the player in addition to, premium draft capital. That's really what made it important, kind of this, if you will, two timelines, approach, with what you're receiving in the trade package.
I just think it was a no-brainer in the Browns situation and what the return was. And some folks might think they didn't get enough of a return. I think they got plenty. I think you got a lot in return. And what I keep wondering is the Rams think Myles is that much better than Jared Verse to go ahead and give up all the extra stuff and the extra years with Jared Verse, and they're convinced that Myles is going to stick around long enough in the NFL that's going to be worth it. That's going to be.
Don't you think they're convinced that that's a now deal?
Oh, without question, it's
a now.
It's trading
deal.
Jared Goff for Matthew Stafford.
Yeah,
and Goff and draft picks. It's the defensive version of that trade.
Is Aaron Donald coming back? I keep hearing that.
He's been working out.
All the insiders are claiming it's on the table.
Yeah, imagine what that defense can be like.
Well, we're assuming that after 2 years off, he can go in and be what
healthy?
he was.
Healthy?
Well, no, what he was. You can be sure he's healthy.
Rams win the Super Bowl, nobody will care.
That's exactly right.
No one cares. You're right.
And every move becomes justified when you hoist that trophy over your head.
And if he starts playing, I mean, they are going to be the talk of everything. They're Kansas City.
However, it is Los Angeles. If they win the Super Bowl, everybody, hey, that's great. When's the Lakers season start?
Oh, Dodgers started?
Here comes Shohei. Nice. We have LeBron back. Great. And if not, it'll be like, Rams traded who? And how many picks? It's just not the same, I don't think, from everything I've ever been told about Los Angeles sports. It won't have the same impact if that trade doesn't work out for them and it works out great for the Browns that a trade like that would have in our town or in Cincinnati or in Pittsburgh, something like that. They have other things that occupy their time. They're not going to get all cranked up like we are. It's Baskin and Phelps on the Fan.
Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for FanDuel USA fans. This one's for you. FanDuel is dropping a massive USA Super Boost for the matchup against Paraguay. That's right. Right now, all customers can win up to $25 if the
United States playing in their first match of the tournament later tonight when they take on Paraguay at 9 at SoFi Stadium. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, including the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 to 10 a.m., our show from 10 to 2, Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7, live each and every weekday on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. That's the best price. And watch all of the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand now.
That's Andy Baskin. I'm Jeff Phelps. Game 5 NBA Finals coming up tomorrow night, Andy.
Yes.
And I'm pumped. You're pumped. We're ready. I know you're just beside yourself. No?
Yeah. I want to see what the Spurs do. Yeah, I want to see what the Spurs can do. I really want them to be able to do what the Cavs couldn't do, and that's know that they had the game in hand and then shake it off and win a game that is right after it and go, okay, we messed up on that one. Now we've got another chance to survive and stick around in this thing. And you're home. Just get the job done tonight, force it back to New York, and then go from there.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. I keep thinking of the game stuff.
If I had to bet, I would bet the Spurs win tonight and the Knicks win Game 6 at home.
Or tomorrow. You just did what I just did.
Oh, tomorrow. Sorry. Yeah. I would think that the Game 5 goes to the Spurs at home and then the Knicks win Game 6 at home and celebrate. I mean, how disappointing would it be for all the people sitting courtside if the Knicks win in San Antonio?
It's weird. I was talking about Larry David. Like, I love Larry David on TV. I think he's awesome. And by the way, I kind of like him as a fan at these Knicks games because he just kind of is. You don't see him over cheering. You don't see him doing anything nutty.
That's true.
No, I just for some reason why am I irritated by this? Like when they're here, I'm never irritated by celebrities that sit. Just for some reason, the whole New York thing just kind of irritates me a little, and I don't know why.
Did you notice at the Garden the other night where Mike Brown's walking? Especially, I notice it more there, and you see it at many arenas. But tell me if it seemed more like this to you. Those fans were like
they were on the Spurs on the inbounds pass.
They were,
yeah,
and they like Mike's having to like move around these people to coach the game, and they're standing up on the sideline. They just seemed like there were more people closer to the bench. Some teams put up tables of some sort, and I know, at our arena there are some press tables and things that block some of the folks courtside, not all. But it just is like, man, those people are on the court, and that, I always go back to this. Somebody's going to get hurt badly.
Oh, I agree.
The Michael Bloomberg got laid out. He looked like he got bashed. And luckily, he seemed to be okay. But if I was an NBA head coach, I would think, hey, I know you're making money from these seats, but come on, man. Can you give us some workspace here?
Well, here's the one thing I will say. If you've got to throw an inbounds pass and the people who are paying for those really expensive seats are standing next to you,
literally.
Which would inhibit your
ability to move
peripheral
your arms
vision. Yeah. Well, your peripheral vision to look right or left. Those folks have to sit in their seat. I'm not investing my television time, which is free, to watch fans interfere with the game. That drives me nuts. I'm not watching, and if I'm at the game, I'm even more, what? Because I paid a lot of money to be sitting in row 2.
Yeah.
And they're standing in front of me now. I get it. Stand during a break. Great run. Everybody up on your feet, even if the ball. Okay, I get it. But for them to be standing next to the Spurs on the inbounds pass late, I just thought that was wrong. And I blame the referees. The referees and the ushers need to tell them to stand back. The ushers can't be fans at that point. They've got to worry about the protection of the players and the integrity of the game.
Your guy Kirk Herbstreit was down by the Spurs bench standing up. And these folks are standing on the court. And it's like, wow.
And they walk right on the court after the game, too. I find that fascinating.
Isn't that something?
In New York.
Yeah. You couldn't do that in our arena.
No. Remember the guy that wanted LeBron to come back? Jumped on the floor in the middle of the game?
Yeah, that's frowned upon.
But it worked. He did come back.
Frowned upon. If the Knicks, regardless of whether the Knicks win in 5 or 6, or even if they lose, this will be a point of conversation in our offseason, even if the Knicks don't put this thing away, even if they pull a Golden State against the Cavs in 2016.
There is no sport closer than basketball. Is there? Can you think?
No. It's silly. It's silly close. Unless it's golf in the gallery, people having to be moved.
Still, you got ropes.
Yeah, I know. Well, although your golf ball could end up in a bunch of folks. But
that's why you wear a cup.
The Knicks have set a bar, and the Cavs have to reach that bar.
Yeah. I don't think they're that far away. I just don't. I know people are like, oh, we stink. We didn't make it to the final. No, we don't.
I think
we made it to the Final Four.
A little tweaking and a couple of players.
Yeah.
I just think they have to add some size. See, the overriding thought I have about them this offseason is they have to add some size, preferably on the wing. Preferably like 2 wing players who can go out and do some things for you. That's another reason that proposed Laker trade by Eric Pincus made some sense to me, because you're getting a couple of wing guys back. But, again, if you have to move a big guy, then you've got to go get a big guy.
I just don't know how they do this. I just don't want them to get rid of Jared Allen. I don't know. Maybe I'm the only guy.
No, I don't want them to get
don't want them to let Jared Allen go for nothing.
See, I don't need... Oh, they wouldn't... Jarrett would be the key piece in a trade, Andy. I don't want them to move him either, because I think
it was the
they're
relationship,
already lacking big guys.
It was his relationship with Harden when Harden first got here that made me elevated the way I think of Allen, because he was able to consistently get him the ball down low, and he was making baskets.
What do I always say about the big guys? They don't have the ball. They have to get the ball. And look what happens when a guy, James Harden, gave the ball to Jared Allen. He was really, really effective. But if you have to improve your team, and you think you're locked into Donovan and James Harden, then you have only 2 other trade pieces that are going to bring you back something of real substance.
Yeah, I don't know. Unless you dump the entire bench for something. I don't know.
Well, unless Kobe can come up with some kind of a trade where somebody's enamored with a couple of pieces on the Cavs bench, or somebody needs to dump somebody for some reason. It's happened before. It could happen again. Could it not?
Yeah.
But we'll see. But Game 5 coming up tomorrow night in San Antonio. Knicks win. They're the NBA champs for the first time since 1973. And that's been a while. That'd be 53 years.
Mm.
So there. Moment of the show. Meredith Kane, what might you have?
Oh, it's not Meredith Kane.
Matt Corelli.
You know what?
Sorry, Matthew.
It's the wrong MK.
Why, Meredith? You sound a little different.
I'm sorry. Meredith has been here all day long. You've been here for like the last hour. I apologize.
No, you're good. So, moment of the show. It comes courtesy of Zach Meisel, talking about how the Guardians have been approaching this season a little bit different.
If you look at how they've acted this year, they've actually been really aggressive, right? Like, Chase DeLauder was on the opening day roster. Travis Bazzana was up in late April. They said, we're not going to stick this out with Bo Naylor. We're going to send him down and make a trade for Patrick Bailey. You're going to see Daniel Espino this weekend. So, they've been aggressive, and that's maybe a little change of pace here.
How aggressive will they be moving forward? A lot of things going on that make me think that there's some kind of trade brewing here for the Guardians. We will see. Why Are We Smarter? Brought to us by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call. It's 216-770-5488. Dan Mennigan.
Smarter today just because of how the U.S. has managed to open its arms to all of the different countries that are coming in and making this World Cup so much fun.
Rock Chalk, Algeria.
Let's go, baby.
MK. I'm covered either way that way.
That's right. I'm smart today because of Zach Meisel. A lot of good stuff from him, too. 923thefan.com, using the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app, or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Andy?
I'm smarter today for a number of things, but I didn't realize that the team I picked, the team that I follow, Canada, has never won a game in the World Cup. I think they're 0-6. So hopefully today is the day. 3 o'clock, they beat up on Bosnia.
Fonzo Davies out for that game. That's a big deal.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking the same thing.
That's what
I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna go home, cook up a little poutine, and knock it out with the boys from Canada.
Get after it.
That's beautiful. Have a Labatt team.
I've thought about that, too.
Yeah, that'll be great.
Molson?
I'm smarter today after our...
No. Labatt's Molson.
Labatt's a Canadian beer, isn't it?
Yeah, they both are, yeah.
Yeah, I would go Molson over
See,
Labatt.
there you go.
Unless they make them in Buffalo, the Canadian.
I'm smarter after our trade conversations for the Cavaliers. Just some scenarios that have been floated around. We kicked them around a little bit. Folks got fired up, didn't they, Andy?
They did get fired up for that.
So get ready for the summer, because people are going to be fired up when the Cavaliers make some trades, and they're going to make some trades. You can be sure of that. The afternoon guys coming up next. I'll bet they talk a little bit about Andrew Berry being on the morning show today.
Yeah.
It was good stuff with Daryl Ryder and Anthony Lima. I'm Jeff Phelps.
I'm Andy Baskin. Thanks for listening. Be a hero. Be a real hero. Be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. See ya, Cleveland. See ya. We'll talk to you Monday at 10.
And that's the show.
This is
these other type of things. He's saying, I'm getting to do what made me comfortable. I'm getting to do what I had success with. I didn't get a chance to do that while Stefanski was here. While not saying Stefanski's name, it's obvious for everyone that listened what he was saying. I've said for months now, that is the smartest approach that he can take. And for him taking it, I'll give him credit because it's right there, but that's the one he should be taking.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive. Gardos and Tigers get a 3-game set going on in Cleveland tonight. The Cavs are still in Cancun. It's lovely this time of year. Get a lot of good bottle service, a lot of senoritas, and life is quite swell. The NBA Finals going on as well. And Andrew Barry's press tour continues on today on this very station. But that opened courtesy of Jax Gregory on the board. Yes. He is ootin' a boot today wearing a Blue Jays jersey. That's all the comment I have there. We got Jake Merriman on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, as always, on producing. That's the most important part. But the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, subscribe to it. It is free after all. You like free. Don't you like free? Ring that bell, except you, Cornlito. Suck it, Cornlito.
Suck it, Cornlito.
And we also have Matt Corrale on the 2020 side, JP.
Hello. How you doing today?
I mean, what a Friday.
What
it's real
a Friday.
tough.
Yeah,
it's
what a
real
Friday.
tough to show up today after a couple days off and just get back in the rhythm of it. You're so fortunate to have worked the previous 4 days.
I feel very fortunate.
Yeah, because you're in the rhythm of it, and I'm having to pick things up. Oh, what happened here? What happened? What did old Andy Berry say on the morning show today? It's
so
tough.
like, you're joking, but we know there's a kernel of truth to that because anytime you stop for a couple days and then have to restart back up and then to shut it back down for the weekend, it does kind of it's a different flow to it.
All right, inside radio.
It's not great.
That literally only you and I care about. Nobody in the audience cares about this. What's tougher, coming back off 2 days off or coming off 5 days off? Because I think 2 days off is actually tougher.
All right, give me the argument.
It's tougher.
It just is. I can't explain why.
My argument is my experience.
You know, it sucks though. If I go on vacation or something, and then that first day back, I mean, it can be brutal for some reason, and then you get in the swing of it, and then it's like you never left at all. But like it can get a little brutal.
But I'm right up against a Saturday.
How much time when you're gone do you listen to things?
It depends. This time, very, very little. I listened a little bit yesterday to you guys, and then obviously this morning I had to kick it into overdrive. But I missed Deshaun's presser, I missed Shador's presser, I missed pretty much everything.
So like I tend to listen to just about everything, even when I'm gone. And I think when I'm gone in a couple weeks, and I'm gone for that whole week, I might try to do things differently. I don't know if my brain will let me, but the intention I'm going to have is to just nothing around this for the week. But I don't want to come back and then all of a sudden, like 3 weeks later, you guys be like, oh yeah, remember when Deshaun said this? And I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about.
I'd rather just do that and have a good time while I'm out.
Okay, good. All right, good. Because there's going to be a lot of that today that if you caught none of Deshaun and none of Shador, there's going to be a lot of, Deshaun just said that 2 days ago.
Yeah, the best part about this is you could get away with a lot. You could really just slide one past the goalie on this and be like, don't you remember Deshaun
I think I'm going to. I think I'm going to.
And because this is a business of we have to know everything, you don't think I know that?
I think
of course I know
think
that.
You trust me well enough to know that if I say it, that it probably happened.
Mm-hmm. And I think you know me well enough to know I'd be sliding one past the goalie here and see what fun I could have there.
All right, very good.
But just remember that when you're on vacation a couple weeks from now.
And this is why I'm going to have to be glued in.
Honey, you understand, Nick's going to mess with me.
This is why I'm locked in, guys.
However, we did hear from Andrew Berry today. At some point today, we'll talk about his media tour and the purpose of it. But there were many things talked about. We'll get to the Sorsby stuff later in the show. Also, kudos to Daryl and Anthony this morning. See, I forgot their names already. But no, they did a great job with Andrew Berry. And I thought it was interesting when they asked Andrew Berry about Deshaun Watson and the potential openness on what happens if he takes the starting job and plays well this year. Here's Andrew Berry.
I think everything's on the table. I think it would be silly to go into a season and say, hey, something absolutely can or cannot happen. And I think particularly at the quarterback position, we've seen it with guys, whether it's Sam Darnold or Daniel Jones or Geno Smith or, even Baker. I think you have to be open-minded and flexible. But I wouldn't rule out anything. We're looking for guys who can perform and who can lead.
Now, anyone that has followed those four quarterbacks know that is a insincere insincere comparison, given that those guys were guys people were watching for breakouts before they paid them. And Deshaun we're just looking for any sign of like acceptable football for 5 years. But I do understand the central messaging, and I do think that is how the Browns have to think. It's not how I have to think. It's not how you have to think.
Yeah.
But it is how they have to think, given right now they have a quarterback room that, until proven otherwise, is a bridge to nowhere.
Yeah, bringing Baker's name into this, by the way, is what the kids would call nasty work, I feel like. But that's fine. This is
he even said even Baker.
I
was like, he's going to want that one word back.
Listen,
when he thinks back to this interview.
He's not done a lot of these tours. He's starting to do a lot more of them, though. But the idea that he's trying to make it seem as if Baker was some lost soul and then was found and redemptive by another team is just a spin among spins. He was taken #1 overall. Okay, like, I'm sorry, I can't. He was a Heisman winner and taken #1 overall. What are we talking about?
It would also be like abandoning a dog on the road, and like 2 years later, like a little puppy on the road, and then 2 years later, you read that dog has like the best life ever. They found a beautiful, loving home, and being like, see, it can happen for anyone. It's like, dog, you did this. You did this, sir. You don't like that analogy?
Well, I mean, because it made it seem like Baker was some sort of like roughed up dog previously. Like he got. Baker.
They screwed him.
He got Baker, but he got Baker at his apex. So we need to start with this fluffy dog basically being born on third base. Okay, it's like everything's perfect with the dog, perfect health, and then you turn this dog into the roughed up dog you're describing, and then there we go.
That poor dog.
And then you turn around and be like, I can't believe it. It turns out everything's all right with the dog. It's like, yeah, it only had problems when it was with you. You were the one that made it rough. You're the reason why this happened.
But I do think, like, the Browns, until Deshaun or Shedeur get the job and either succeed or fail, or until, the failure happens and then you go into next year and you're in a prime position to land a quarterback, and even then, that quarterback's got to play well, every option has to be on the table. And so, like, for me, when I think about what it would take for me to put future money towards Deshaun Watson, I guarantee you the threshold is much higher than it is for Andrew Berry. Because right now, he's thinking, I'm in the quarterbackless abyss. We played 4 quarterbacks last year. We played, 5 quarterbacks the year before. And this is all these ruins are mine and of my making. So he's thinking, I guarantee you, can we get Deshaun to acceptable levels, and then maybe we get to a bridge contract and let it play out from there? For me, I need to see better than acceptable. I need to see the Browns win a lot more games than people think they can win this year, and I need to see Deshaun Watson look something close to Houston Deshaun Watson before I'm willing to spend a single cent in that direction.
I just think it'd be dumb of him to close the door in a conversation in June when there's a real chance Deshaun could be the Week 1 quarterback. Like, think about how galactically stupid that would have to be from Andrew Berry. No, we're not. This is all Deshaun's got. He's got 1 year to figure it out, and we're definitely taking a quarterback in 2027 no matter what happens. He'd never say that. You got to crack the door open. You got to leave it open until Deshaun either makes it open a little bit more or closes it completely.
Yeah, I think that's interesting. I do think some people heard these comments and either felt vindicated because they've been saying this the whole time, or felt like, oh, it's really going to happen. And it's like, no, I think all Andrew Berry said on a lot of fronts today is, let's let this season happen, and then we'll react accordingly. That's where the Browns should be. The Browns, it's not as if they get a free pass or a Peterlin pass, but they do get a scenario here to allow this to play out, both with the quarterback spot and a lot of this roster, and then see where they are in a year, even if they're not the people running the show in a year.
Yeah, you give yourself the idea that if Deshaun Watson just blows your socks off, then all of a sudden you will talk about extension. But to close that door on, I don't know, June 12th would just be one of the dumber things you could do if you're Andrew Berry. He'd never do it.
If you are a betting man, not only from what we're hearing that Shedeur is come on these last couple of weeks here of practices, I'm starting to believe more and more that Shedeur is going to take this job, and he might get it by virtue of, I don't want to say default, but like when I hear what Daryl said and what other people have said about how Deshaun looks, where 1 out of every 3 passes look like it belongs, and then you're seeing a lot of 5 yards in front, 5 yards over.
Yeah.
What that says to me is that his arm is still an absolute wild card. And 2 years removed from that surgery, that's not what you want to hear. Like, I hearken it to, I watched this happen with Cam Newton after the second shoulder surgery, And I was watching him in training camp, and everything was 5 feet in front of him, 5 feet over, or it was he looked like he was like to throw like a 5-yard slant pass. He looked like he was charging up to throw a 60-yard pass.
That's tough.
And then we saw it happen in 2 short regular season games. And then when Cam got cut and went to New England, everybody fell for what New England was doing, where they basically ran an option offense for those first 5 games of I think it was the 2020 season. So that's the COVID year. And I remember saying, like, guys, we haven't seen him pass. He can't pass. And effectively, that's what happened. The booty fell out of that season, and then Cam his career went away. So much of what I'm hearing from beat reporters, again, I haven't laid eyes on it, but so much of what I'm hearing from beat reporters are the same things I was saying watching Cam in Spartanburg in 2019, coming off his second shoulder surgery. And if he doesn't have feel in his arm, and the Browns do decide to start him week 1, I think it would be a massive, massive, massive probably isn't strong enough, gigantic mistake.
I don't know. I mean, I guess they just have to be really honest with themselves and try to figure out if it's – because what you're describing with Cam, and I thought what happened with Cam, it was a dead arm at the end of it, right? That's not what I think anyone believes that Deshaun has right now. But if that is what it ends up being, they have to be really honest with what they're seeing. And they have to be really honest with the idea that you can't just throw him out there if you think that he's dealing with injuries or dealing with something. Now, again, Deshaun – coming from the horse's mouth, Deshaun, when he did speak, said that he's as physically healthy as he's ever been, essentially. And so, what else do you think he's going to say? Yeah. He's always going to say that. You just have to be really honest with what you're seeing.
Even when people keep saying, it's his mechanics. Listen, mechanics is a very broad spectrum excuse for quarterbacks not playing well. And a fair amount of the time, it is true. It's also something that I've heard, not just with Cam Newton. I remember with Chad Pennington when his shoulder went. Honestly, and this is maybe where there's still time for Deshaun to prove me wrong, I remember it with Drew Brees coming off the shoulder injury with the Chargers, where it was, mechanics, like mechanics, schmanics. He can't throw the damn ball. And again, one of those 4 guys
also end of career Drew Brees. I remember one of his last games against Tom Brady, where he looked like he was one half of the Golden Girls there. That ball was it had nothing.
Or year 3 of Brock Purdy. Sorry, I still don't believe that guy can ball. 216-474-0092. So Andrew Berry came out today and said all things are on the table, including the table itself. It's mahogany. It's a very thick cut there.
Rich mahogany?
Rich mahogany. You can smell it from down the road.
Mahogany.
Like we have out in Medina County.
How did mahogany get such good branding in life? It's like you got rich mahogany?
Because it sounds great.
Nice.
It sounds great. Mahogany in itself. You shouldn't even need to put rich in front of it. Mahogany.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm thinking of how Jake Volnick said homogenous in the funniest way imaginable.
Yeah.
That was kind of like how I'm envisioning people messing up
How'd
mahogany.
he say it?
You know exactly how he said
it. Do we have audio?
I want to hear the
audio.
I hope somebody got it.
I want to hear the audio.
We can definitely find it.
I love homogenous things. 216-474-0092. Is this the right mentality with Deshaun Watson? Quick hits coming up at 2:40. Al Pawlowski, Guardians TV analyst, will answer whether or not this is just a momentary June swoon or whether we're in for a full June of the swoon. Jason Pinkston talks Joe Bitonio's retirement, the new O-line, and his thoughts on the quarterback position coming up at 4:20. Former Browns offensive lineman, but it is NFL Friday. It is a feel-good Friday because we're in the throes of summer. It's very nice outside. 216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media. Social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Is this the right mentality with Deshaun Watson from the Cleveland Browns? And it's a little early to throw out the D word with the Cleveland Browns. We'll get to what that D word is in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
to a World Cup action. The U.S. playing in their first match of the tournament tonight at 9 o'clock at SoFi Stadium, taking on Paraguay. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Make the afternoon drive your soundtrack on the way into the Guardians games. And talk about the game on your way home on Overtime. The best Guardians coverage is right here on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Not necessarily. I mean, I think you deal with what you have. You deal with how players progress or don't progress. Honestly, the public discourse, doesn't really have a factor in terms of how we think about either putting together the team or Todd in terms of putting together the best lineup. That really doesn't play a factor into it.
Andrew Berry talking about the outside noise and whether it impacts decisions on Deshaun Watson. I think maybe that's true. This might be the one time that it is true going forward, because at this point you've got a head coach who's new enough that he doesn't, I'm sure he's aware of, but maybe doesn't understand the uneven relationship Deshaun has with his with Browns fans, and even Deshaun the other day. And this is one clip I did watch where he said, "Yeah, I'm not really impacted by that outside noise," and I don't buy it. I don't buy that. And I do think, though, this might be the one time the organization can just make the decision that they want to make, because Deshaun's on what is effectively an expiring contract. You've already paid him his money. At the same point, there's going to be a lot of people who line up to justify starting Deshaun over Shedeur for a myriad of reasons.
There definitely is. By the way, I would say, if you do get a couple minutes, I do think you'd take something out of listening to Deshaun's press conference. I thought he was really strong, if I'm just being truthful about it. I thought he represented himself very well. How much of it is true and how much of it was just lip service, I don't know, but it felt genuine to me. And so there was something to that, like acknowledging how hurt he felt by the Browns fan base with the boos and everything like that. Like there was a couple instances where you kind of got to peek into like, oh, this is a real human. Him talking about how introverted of a person he's now become since his own actions, by the way. That's why I don't feel bad for any of them. He did this to himself. I need to remind everybody of that. But yeah, he seemed different, and he seemed like he was at least on the right track to understanding why it is so many people do dislike him.
Yeah, and I think, listen, I wouldn't extend him. There's just the only way that I would extend him is if you make the playoffs this year and he looks something very, very close to what he was in Houston, or he looks like he did in Houston. I don't put a high probability on that happening, let alone him getting the job in the first place.
Right.
I think the Browns' threshold has to be lower, and it actually has nothing to do with any of the history with Deshaun. It has everything to do with what your future looks like. If they go 7-10 or 8-9 with Deshaun, and it's like a late, they're maybe like on the playoff fringes, and then a couple late losses push him out, and he has a average quarterback season, well, you might still draft a quarterback, but you're probably not drafting one of the one or two best in this next draft. So keeping Deshaun here as a bridge quarterback will then make sense in that scenario. I think that's maybe the most likely scenario if Deshaun gets the job and can sustain it for a full season. But but again, that's not what Nick Wilson was doing. That's just what I think they would do, because of I think they understand that you got to have multiple options at quarterback to put the next quarterback in a position to succeed as well.
The question also becomes, at what point are they really ready to turn the page? How desperate are they to turn the page and say, we're done with Deshaun Watson? Because March of this upcoming year is going to be the first time they can really get out of it if they want to and have that choice. Again, they don't have to do anything, but how desperate are they to? Because my desperation to get out of it has not been matched by Andrew Berry's desperation to get out of it. That's just been unequivocally true to this point. And the idea that they're even going through with this process right now tells me that that's true. And so we have to really kind of assess, how ready are they to kick him to the curb and say we're done with that era? Because they're so ready to be done with every other era of Browns players that have existed for the previous 10 years.
It'd be funny if this was the one where, like, I don't want to let it go.
I know. It's like they're so ready to pack up the bags of everybody else and send them on their way. Like, why are they going to hang on to this part of the Browns' recent half decade? Well, maybe it's because when they signed him, they said it was a 10-year plan, not a 5-year plan, and they want to see that through. I don't know, but for me, it seems foolish.
Yeah, I mean, I would have been done with this if I could have been 2 years ago. There were points where I didn't even want the guy on the roster. I didn't want the threat of him playing again.
I think we had big arguments over the idea. I'm like, you can't actually cut him right now. And you're like, I don't care.
Yeah, cut the whole team.
Get rid of him. I don't care. And I'm like, you can't do it yet.
But, like, I look at it now, and I understand we're in a pragmatic situation. And so I don't personally really want to see Deshaun play again. If that's Todd Monken's decision, well, it better be a right one. But, okay, go win games. Like, we're at a point where I don't want to go through another 3 or 5 win season. If that's what this ends up being, it's what it ends up being. But I want them to try and do everything they can to try and win this year. And if Deshaun is a part of that attempt, as long as you're getting results, and again, results are obviously something we can haggle over, I can handle that. Because, quite frankly, that's better than I was going to say a 2-15 season. That gets you the number 1 pick. But like a 4 or 5 win season where you still have to somehow trade up and use your extra draft collateral to go get a quarterback. And even
basically
then,
what last year was.
Yeah, like I listen.
5-win season, but you're taking 6 overall, and you would have used a lot of capital.
I'm basically, I want to either get the number 1 pick so that you can, without a dispute, pick your quarterback. You don't have to, you don't have to worry about, well, these 2 guys we like more win first, and we kind of settled on this one. No, I want who you think is the best quarterback in this draft, or I want to be thinking about the playoffs in December. And anything in between is, with Deshaun specifically, doesn't really do diddly squat for me.
No, you're right. Anything in between is almost like this hell zone that we're going to be living in, this disaster zone that you'd be living in, where you're not good enough to get the number 1 overall pick, and then you're also competitive enough where you're going to just deplete all your assets and resources in trying to get your quarterback. And so this is going to be tough. There's no other way to look at it. This is going to be tough. But I don't see a world that exists where Deshaun ends up with an extension here.
Now, with this being said, there has been a few different outlets that have talked about potential disappointment with the Browns. I know you brought up Christopher Knox of the Bleacher Report, who I'd never heard of 6 months ago. And now I feel like this guy's just constantly lobbing hot take pieces on Bleacher Report. It's great. You should read all of them, though.
Call them the old Pocket Kings.
Oh, not touching it. not in a feel-good Friday.
Right, down. You got Pocket Kings. Yeah. KK, Christopher Knox.
Not touching it.
That's all I got.
Tempting me.
You're tempting me. I'm not tempting you with anything.
This is like Jake with his homogenous mispronounce.
I'm just playing poker. I don't know what you're talking about.
Now, he had said that the OTAs, that Browns were one of the disappointing teams because they traded Miles and unresolved quarterback issues. And then Daryl, who was on with Anthony today in place of Ken on the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, talked about his disappointment with the Browns coming out of OTAs.
For me, it's really disappointing that he can't pick a quarterback. I'm going to put that through a coaching translator. Neither one of these guys has distinguished themselves enough to earn the job yet. What this all boils down to very simply is neither one of these guys are at a level where they're going to lead the Browns to wins this fall. They're wildly inconsistent. When you have the inconsistency that you have, how can you pick either one of these guys? There's no consistency practice to practice with these quarterbacks. You can't pick a guy right now. I totally get where Todd Monken's coming from.
With all due love and respect to one of my best friends at the station, somebody who I love dearly.
Please, I'm right here.
Holy crap, is that a gross overreaction from Daryl Ryder today? If this is a true quarterback battle, it would honestly be a disappointment if it was so one-sided that somebody had stolen the job at this point. They just got through installs. One day it's Shador with the ones, the next it's Deshaun, and then they flip back and reverse it. Missy Elliott, thank you very much.
Nice.
And the point is, like, what legitimate quarterback battle have any of us seen in history? And I'm not just talking Browns, I'm talking about NFL history, where it's been a good thing that the thing was saddled up. If it was legitimate by the end of OTAs, that means one of these guys would have to screw the pooch so significantly that they might not even be deserving of making the roster by the time countdowns come. I think the idea that this should be decided in training camp, and I think too many people, and Daryl in this case is one of them, are holding on to what Todd Monken said 3 months ago.
And that's the problem, Nick.
It's a generalization the guy said. You don't have to take everything like it's a damn commandment.
they put his words from a couple months ago and thought that this was going to be the deadline, made it the deadline in their head, and then now are upset that, in fact, we've changed the deadline. Like, who cares? He's the head coach of the team. He gets to change it whenever he wants. He's got up until week 1 to make his decision. He doesn't have to do it on any sort of to make the media members feel happy timeline. I want him to take his time with this. I want him to evaluate it the way he needs to evaluate it. And you're right. It would be an absolute disaster if he looked across and was like, I know with certainty this is the guy. Shut it down. Competition's over.
I also think if you go back and listen to the clip, I think he was speaking in a generality like, oh, hell yeah, it'd be great if somebody just took the job. He wasn't saying that was his expectation. And I like where we are right now. Listen, I understand that the quarterback spot right now should be looked at with cynicism. So until you have concrete proof, you have all the permission in the world to be like, I don't think it's going to work. I get that. But to then, because Deshaun looks like a guy that's still learning an offense and coming off 2 massive injuries, and since Shedeur is still, a 5th-round quarterback that there's a certain segment of the population can't stop telling you he had historically the worst rookie season ever. He won 3 games, by the way. However, guys, the idea that either one of these guys was going to be a finished product on May 30th or June 12th is a laughable thing. Like, if we're having these same conversations 12 days into camp, it'll probably be time to have the old callback to Zach Jackson from a couple years ago with the offense, the 2024 offense, where it's like, no, they look like bleep and it's getting laid. And June 12th, OTAs? No.
We haven't even seen them really do anything.
Yes.
That's the important part of this. It'd be different if we'd watch them really do a lot of 11-on-11s, like real 11-on-11 stuff where they're actually like hitting each other and they're putting pads on and they're doing some of this work. Hell, they haven't even gone up against Denzel Ward. Like, what are we talking about? You haven't seen them go up against the very best Browns players on this defense. Myles Garrett wasn't there the entire time. He's not there anymore now. But obviously, then you have Denzel. You have all these different guys that we haven't even seen play. And this is how you want to evaluate this?
Yeah.
It would be, I said it yesterday, I believe it to be true, Nick. If you came out yesterday and had said, Deshaun Watson's the quarterback, I would have been livid at the idea that it wasn't a fair fight. It would have been like, you were going to make the decision up that quickly? You haven't even seen these guys.
Well,
same thing with Shedeur, by the way. If he'd come out and just been like, Shedeur's got the job, would I have been happy because that's the outcome I want? Yeah, I would have. But I also would have looked at him a little side-eye and been like, oh, geez. Didn't even give Deshaun a real chance there, didn't you?
Yeah, it was. So if they had named Shedeur specifically, which would have been a really quick 180 after the Myles trade, I would have said, oh, so you were just kind of putting up a fight until you traded Myles? Is that what you were doing? And if they had said Deshaun, I would have said, oh, so you just didn't give Shedeur a real chance.
Right, because it's so early in this that it's just unfair to get mad at him for not making a call on this. It just seems crazy.
Even Christopher Knox with 2 Ks on the Bleacher Report thing.
Yo, pocket Ks.
Saying trading Myles and in the unresolved quarterback issues. Listen, I understand that we're in a spot right now that a lot of people don't have a lot of expectations for the Browns. But I think that is guiding a lot of people to just kill the Browns before anything happens. And there are certain seasons where that makes sense. And by the way, there are certain seasons where let's play it out, let's let it play out also ends up being the case. That's what this is. Like, I don't know that the Browns definitively are going to be as good as I thought they were before the Myles trade and before they didn't do anything at quarterback this offseason. I don't know. But you've got a young team full of first and second guys. You got a lot of guys who are either first, second, or third round picks or guys who have earned playing time the hard way on a team of veterans previously. Mm-hmm. You do have more depth than people give you credit for, and you finally have pieces on offense and guys who might form an offensive line. Do things have to go right? Yes. Do they often go right in Cleveland? No, not with the Browns.
No.
But do I think that there's a chance that there's something here that maybe people can't see yet? Yes. And do I think there are too many people going negative early because it's easy and it's maybe a little low-hanging fruit? 100%. Like this, and you know me. Neither of us love to say, let's see how this plays out. Mm-hmm. This is the This is the prototypical, we got to see how it plays out season.
Hey, what's interesting about it over the past couple of days, Nick, is that the quarterback spot, obviously there's been a lot of people, and Daryl, he came on and just absolutely ripped Deshaun and his performances, and that's fine. I can live with that. You're out there, tell us what you see, right? The other side of this, though, is it's been largely positive, I feel like. And so I put the quarterback stuff aside, and even though that's the most important position and it matters more than anything, it's hard to put aside. People have been raving about what Monken's been doing. They've been raving about the wide receivers. They've been raving about a lot of different parts of this team. And it's odd because in one sense of this, you can't get overly optimistic because the quarterback spot just matters so much. But they are giving you things to be excited about.
Yeah, and I think I continue to come back to something. I know you've heard it a million times, so I'm sorry that I have to repeat myself again. It wasn't just the quarterbacks. If you had a better ecosystem, including where your head coach was, where your play caller was, any semblance of a healthy offensive line, especially off the edges, another name that could produce anything last year that wasn't Harold Fannin Jr., I don't know the quarterback position would have looked as bad on paper as it did. That was the perfect storm of suck that happened last year. Mm-hmm. I can't guarantee you that Shedeur and Deshaun are going to be any better, but the circumstance around them is immeasurably better, and that does matter. This season will tell us how much it matters.
Yeah, and the circumstances and what you are around in football is it's everything, in my opinion. It really does. It shapes a lot of what these quarterbacks can and cannot be. Unless you're a Mahomes or you're a Brady or one of those guys, who you're playing with is look at Sam Darnold. He's the perfect example of who you're with, who you're around can make a world of difference into what your outcome ends up being.
216-474-0092. Is it a disappointment that the Browns weren't yet able, to name a starting quarterback? And Guardians excitement. Another big name coming up to Cleveland on Quick Hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
because when they take that control or they change a play or they change a protection, it falls on them.
And head coach Todd Monken is excited about the potential for this team in 2026.
Not everybody wants that. Our guys want that, which is cool.
This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
That Todd Monken clip reminded me of something we have yet to discuss that Andrew Berry said today before we get to quick hits here shortly.
What's that?
Andrew Berry describing Todd Monken as cool, which was nice. He gave some insight into Berry and Stefanski. He said there's more overlap than people might realize. But while describing him as cool, it made Andrew seem like the world's biggest nerd.
Well, so he seemed like an ageist is what he seemed like. He's like, well, for somebody that's almost 60 years old, as if, come on, people almost 60 can be cool.
I thought it was like when my sister would have a friend, not that kind of friend. She's only into 70-year-olds these days, boys.
Yeah.
But, he'd be like a year older than her, and it'd be part of a friend group. I'd be like, that guy smokes. He is so cool. And because at 12, I wasn't allowed to smoke.
So wait, what part of Andrew Berry seemed like a nerd?
him saying, Todd Monken is cool. Just even like his framing of it.
He can't give off. I always thought Andrew Berry gave off, very nerdy vibes, but he also has like a tinge of cool to him. Now maybe
show your work, please.
Maybe I just give him a benefit of the doubt because
is it the Harvard thing?
No, I think because a lot of people describe me as a little bit nerdy sometimes, and I tend to think that I have more cool than nerd in me. But I never beat those charges. Apparently,
I kind of like this. Your nerd sees his nerd and thinks that's a cool guy. Like 12-year-old me thinking that guy's cool because he smokes.
I never classify myself as any sort of nerd. Though our definitions of nerd are very different, me and you, though.
What are your definition of a nerd?
I tend to think nerd is the guy that likes Star Wars, Star Trek, that type of stuff, and that's just not me in the slightest bit. In fact, I would describe my type of nerd as actually the things you're interested in. You're not a nerd, though.
No, a little bit.
But like the type of things like the Star Wars, Star Trek, would go to Comic-Con. That to me,
I would not do that.
That to me is a nerd. That's how I look at a nerd.
I'm like a hillbilly nerd. I might be the most confusing person on the planet. Looks like he can kill, but probably going to cuddle you before I kill you. That sounded different. That sounded a little Dahmerish. Let's get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. It's Quick Hits.
Also made me kind of sound like Lenny from Of Mice and Men. Anyway, the Guardians have called up former number one pick Daniel Espino from Columbus. He made one appearance from 2023 to 2025 because of arm injuries, but he's been healthy for the Clippers bullpen this year. The overall number's not great, but he struck out 33% of opponents' expectations for the rookie hurler.
I have zero expectations. I'm just excited to see him pitch. That's where I'm at with him in the story. But the story itself, it's one of the cooler stories, I think, that exist in baseball. The idea that he was such a top prospect and then just kind of went away for 4 or 5 years and getting injured and not being able to pitch and not being able to be productive to then finding his spot here now. I'm excited to see this. I'm rooting for him. I think a lot of people would have given up and he didn't, and I like that.
I don't know if you're going to remember this name from the Guardian side specifically, but they had a prospect about 20 years ago, Adam Miller.
I don't remember that name.
And he was a phenom. And he ended up getting blister issues, and then he got arm issues, and we never saw him. And it was one of the most disappointing things because one of the tags on him, from anyone who watched him in the minors, is he was one of the most natural pitchers ever. He was just, he knew, like he had the great mentality, great physicality. He had all the things you would need to be a frontline pitcher. And when Daniel started having these arm issues, it's what I thought. I was like, oh, maybe just every 2 decades we have and Adam Miller. So the idea that this young man has put it together, at least to this point, and now we're going to see him out of the bullpen, I'm with you. I don't have a lot of expectations. But the guys who have pitched with Espino that have since come up have said, that's the best pitcher I've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, there was so many people that have talked about the idea that put him up against Gavin Williams 4 years ago when they were doing that, and it wasn't close who the better pitcher was.
Yep.
Like incredible stuff. Still is hitting high 90s on his fastball, has a lot of movement to his pitches, but the problem is right now, I guess he walks too many batters.
Yeah.
That's the big bugaboo for him, but I think about lack of appearances throughout the years. It's incredible. 2022, 4 appearances, 2023, 0, 2024, 0, 2025, 1 appearance and 4 in the Arizona Fall League.
Yep.
Like, this is, you want to talk about just stories where people after injury should have given up. Him not doing that and staying with it to find his way to the majors is incredible.
Yeah, I don't want to cap him, But him just getting to the major
That's the
leagues
win.
is a
It's
massive accomplishment.
Massive accomplishment.
But now it'd be really cool to see if he can push it even further. Push it real good.
All right, want to give a shout out to our guy, Coach Riz. I've never heard this before. I've never heard a GM or a head coach come on a radio station and say, I was listening, the guy you had on before, Coach Riz, and in this instance, just anybody, and this guy's awesome, this guy's great. He really knew what he was talking about. Here was Andrew Berry earlier on the morning show, glowing up our guy, Coach Riz.
As I was preparing to come on, I was listening to a little bit of the show earlier, and I heard it's the first time I've really heard Coach Riz. He was really impressive, and I think he gives a very intelligent and informed perspective, being a former coach, of what some of the things that you're trying to accomplish in the spring.
I mean, I texted Coach and was like, I don't think you understand, because Coach he's newish to radio. We've been helping him out and getting him into a spot where I think he sounds great on the air, obviously. But I was like, I don't think you understand. GMs don't go on radio shows and do that. Mm-hmm. That's wildly awesome.
Yeah, and it's funny. I texted Coach as well when I was listening. And
it's like his birthday. He probably got like 37 texts today.
You know, he did the thing that he does. It showed a lot of humility. Well, it's because you guys gave me the opportunity. It's like, not really, buddy. You're great at this. And listen, there's a lot of egos in this business, and maybe one day Coach Riz will grow to have one of them. I'd
like that for him.
But he's just a sincerely nice guy and somebody I like, and also somebody that just challenges the way I think about football. I like that. I don't like to sit in my kind of room here thinking only my thoughts. I love when you have different thoughts. We argue about them, but that's what this is for. And when he kind of comes on with the Casey Concepcion can Recepcion, I love that stuff, and I loved it for Coach Riz.
I just thought it was great. I cannot tell you guys enough how rare that is to have anybody within an organization come on and then say that in that moment. That was great. And good job by Andrew Berry, too. Again, there's a lot of GMs out there that wouldn't have even offered that up or thought to offer that up. And the idea that he was willing to is also a good reflection on him as well.
Now, if he ever wants to drop my name, Andrew, I don't want you to say, thoughtful. No, I want you to say that loud, fat ass, Nick Wilson. That's how I'd like to be addressed on the air.
We do know you love being addressed by people.
I do. Looking at you, Ross Tucker.
We're going to get Ross Tucker one day.
Yeah. Hey, we already got Pete Schrager. I'm feeling it.
That was nice.
That was nice. Very nice. Omaha! The Giants have been a huge part of the tarps off movement, with male fans, and only male fans, going shirtless so far. Earlier this week, rookie sensation Bryce Eldridge was at the plate with the bases juiced down 3, and the Giants broadcaster suggested maybe...
I can't believe this went on the air, by the way.
I can. And
I cannot believe this went on the air.
I can't wait to have it go on the air right now.
It may be more than tarps off if Eldridge knocks one out of here.
I'm going to hold you to it. Time to drop trout and hog out.
High drive, right field.
Now, if those broadcasters, and again, that was courtesy of NBC Sports Bay Area.
Dwayne Kuiper's the one who obviously played with the Indians back in the day as a second baseman. So, like, people listening remember and know Dwayne Kuiper. I can't believe it.
If he didn't drop trout and hog out, he's dead to me. I'm just going to tell you right now, you can't throw that out there saying, well, it's this, we got to up the ante, and then you don't lead the charge.
He's not going to do that. I think the two of them have been around long enough that I think the audience in general, the reason why it didn't get nearly as viral as it probably should have until even a couple days after it happened, is the idea that they've just been doing it for so long they get away with this.
Dropping trout and having hog out?
No, saying that on a Major League Baseball broadcast. You don't get to say those things. Nobody lets you do that. I mean, it's one of the more courteous ways you can say it.
That's true.
All things considered.
Also, it's very deferential. Hog out.
You just can't really.
You'd also be so lucky.
You just can't really say those things.
All right, what occasions are right to drop trout and hog out?
No occasions. Ask Louis C.K. what the right occasion is.
Well,
no occasions. No occasions.
He did more than just hog out.
Go into the urinal at the in the trough setting. Is that maybe? I don't know. Oh,
I heard a great family story that I'd never heard this weekend. Which now I realize how suggestive it sounds. Oh, there's got to be you win the lottery. Drop trout, hog out. Come on now. Get a pretty girl's number after she rounds the corner.
Yeah.
Drop trout.
Yeah,
it's like Miami 10. Come on. That doesn't happen to guys like me.
I think if you're just walking around dropping trout and hogging out, I think people just think you're off your medication.
I think you're being too literal. By the way,
how else am I supposed to be with it?
That just means, all of a sudden you see your underwear. It doesn't mean it's literally hog out.
Yes, it does.
I feel like there's a lot of interpretations.
There's no interpretation.
I feel
There's literally only one thing when you say that.
I feel like, listen.
And the suggestion he was making in that moment, there was one thing. That's it.
You're a little too repressed for me, all right? Listen.
No, there was only one way of going about. And you know what I thought of? Oddly enough, I was thinking about in the golf world. There's a very misogynistic way of thinking about if you hit a ball off the drive or off the tee and it doesn't go past what is referred to as the ladies' tees. Again, in the old school, it is what it is.
Yeah.
But like in that circle, then in the golf world, they do say they make a reference towards you then have to drop trow and
hog out. Interestingly enough,
only other time I've ever heard that language be used. Only ever time.
I told a story about 2 weeks ago. I was walking from back on downtown. It was one of the summertime series in downtown, and it was a beautiful day. And there was a guy in front of me, clearly maybe not of the rightest mind, maybe not the most mentally healthy person. And he was just, as people were passing him, he was just like, "I haven't done anything," And it just, there was one guy.
Not even asked. He just started screaming
now,
at people.
here's the ironic part, is then he went down in the alley between this building and the other side, and he dropped trow and hogged out. And I was like, wow, now you have done something. You can no longer say you've not done anything, because you're doing it right now, and I'm seeing it.
You see how I'm surprised that Dwayne Kuiper was just willing to just go that way?
He was from a different era. Simpler times.
Omaha! USA versus Paraguay.
Let's go.
Not let's go. You don't care.
Come on.
You don't care.
Play
I don't
a little
care.
football.
You don't care. I don't care.
Oh,
Everyone
no.
else
This is a
cares.
soccer show.
Everyone else cares. Why do we not care about this? The idea that I have no interest in it is what's bugging me so much. Everyone's getting excited for the host cities. They're getting excited for. By the way, I saw a line from the one of the people involved with FIFA. There was this big meeting, and it had all the representatives for all these different cities that were making these bids, right? And they're making their pitches for like, all right, and basically FIFA's telling you, you're going to have to pay for this, you have to pay for this, you have to pay for this, you're responsible for this, and then we're going to take, and they take all the revenue for all the good things, right? And the Los Angeles spokesperson, I guess, stood up and was like, so what exactly do we get out of that? And this FIFA spokesperson with a straight face tells the city of Los Angeles, we'll put you on the map. Oh, yeah, as if Los Angeles needs it. Okay, thank
And
you.
did he say that with money literally coming out of his pockets?
Yeah, thank you. It's just a bunch of... They're just swindlers is all they are. The whole entire thing.
I have an immense respect for soccer fans because they are insanely passionate and they travel and it's great for them. I have no interest in the game.
I want to get into it. I do. I want
Love
to
me
make
some
this.
Ted
I want to
Lasso,
make
but
this
that's
a
about
thing.
it.
I want to make soccer in my life a thing, but I'm not there yet.
I don't.
At 37, I'm not there yet. I think that's like a sport I get into when I'm like, I don't know, 55 or 60, and then I yell at myself for not getting into it earlier.
Is this like if where all the other fantasies aren't working up, you really have leveled up? Yeah, like all the other sports don't do it for me anymore. I got to upgrade my fandom.
I've always just saved things. There's some things I've just saved for retirement. Golf was on that list, and then I jumped the line on that one. I'm happy I did jump the line on that one. But yeah, there's certain things I've just kind of been like, at 55 or 60, I'll get into it.
What are the other things?
Pickleball is one of them.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna get
Is it
really
just sports.
I'm gonna get really. Yeah, what do you think my life is?
I mean, you could do illicit drugs when you retire.
Doesn't interest me. There was a time in life where that idea did interest me. Doesn't interest me in the slightest bit. The idea of like 65 or 70 just dropping acid or something like that. No, thank you.
Be a very hip 70-year-old.
I think I'm good. I think I did not do the drug experience ever in life. I think I'm satisfied existing on this planet without doing it.
You're gonna get bored. It's fine. Some of us did all that fun stuff up front. That way I won't get bored. I'll go to conventional things. I'll be like, I'm knitting now.
That's basically how my life has gone. I've told you who I was in high school and all the different degenerate stuff that I got into and the life that I lived. To now, I progressively have gotten more and more into the knitting circle that you talk about with each passing year. And you know what? For a suburban dad with 2 kids under 3.5, I think we're all right in the spot that we're in.
Agree to disagree. The Cavs' sense of urgency this offseason in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Cleveland! We know about LeBron's late years. What about the early years? How about a guy who documented every moment of it? David Lee Morgan joins us on the emerging podcast scene to talk about his new book, The LeBron Phenomena. It's brought to you by Extend Technologies on 923thefan.com on the free Odyssey app.
It's the 3 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Al Pulowski, Guardians TV analyst, coming up in about 20 minutes here. We'll talk the Gardos and getting swept by the Yankees. We'll also talk about the next 3 games against Detroit here. They're still bad at baseball. And Daniel Espino being called up to the show for the Guardians as well. But if you missed a moment in our show, use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Game 6 of the NBA Finals tomorrow night. And
Game 5.
Game 5, thank you.
After you did the counting and everything, I was
trying to do that.
Counting. Yeah.
For some reason, stuck between saying the correct one. But I don't know if you saw Kelton Johnson, the quote coming out where he was asked about, where are you guys at now down 3-1 and losing specifically the way you did in Game 4. This, to me, is the kiss of death. This phrase, or something akin to it, when somebody in the NBA Finals, when you're down 3-1, says, our belief is as high as ever.
Yeah.
You are as cooked as ever.
Yeah, you don't believe in anything at that point.
You're convincing yourself, or trying to convince yourself, and nobody believes you. Now, please lose, tomorrow so that it doesn't happen in Madison Square Garden, because it's not... New York's not going to recover.
I just checked the Vegas lines on this. Spurs are 5.5-point favorites.
Really?
I'm very surprised by that as well.
Know?
I don't know. I'm very surprised by that as well. Because you'd think after that game, that was just a soul-snatching type game. But instead, Vegas thinks that the Spurs are going to rebound with this one.
So what's crazy about that is I can't imagine it being any better with the Cavs winning when they did the way they did. I can't. And they were out on the West Coast. Obviously, we then got to spray champagne in their house. But, the downtown was still insane with a flush of people, and everyone was euphoric. I can't imagine it being better, but I would imagine at the same point, it being at home would be 1% better.
Yeah, at least maybe it'll be a little more controlled. New York won't just completely burn down right outside of the Garden.
No, maybe we should let them get back to New York.
I think they're probably going to do the Central Park watch parties, I think, is one of the big things that they've been doing. I was thinking about this, and it shouldn't have been so obvious, but until you think about it for a second, it's like they can't root for a baseball World Series in New York because you're either a Knicks fan you're either a Yankees fan or a Mets fan. You can't root for a football Super Bowl because you're either a Giants fan or a Jets fan. The Knicks are their common ground. Why this goes so banana land is because that's the one thing that all New Yorkers actually root for, because nobody roots for the Nets. And so they're all Knicks fans.
So here's the thing. One of my shows in my rotation are Boomer and Gio.
Mm-hmm.
I think Greg Giannotti's incredibly funny. He's actually, and I know everybody loves Boomer, former Jet, played in the Super Bowl with the Bengals, all this stuff. Get it. Gio's my guy. Not only do I listened to him back since he was on the network when it was whatever it was before the Odyssey Network, CBS Sports Radio Network.
It was Gio and Jones. Yeah,
Gio and Jones. Love the guy. This morning he was like, it's just been since 2011 since this town's been able to celebrate a championship.
Yeah.
And out loud, with my earphones were in, my kids were in the living room, Ness was at work, and I audibly said, bleep you. I didn't say the bleep part. And I said it loud enough that everybody in the house jumped, because it was just such a visceral thing of I got your championship right here,
and
Gio.
for them, that's a real struggle, though. That's a real, we've been through the down times.
Yeah, you guys don't really know what down times are until you haven't won a championship in New York in 15 years.
I don't know how it's going to look tomorrow night. I am rooting for the Knicks just to end them and take away the pain easily.
Yeah, I don't need to see more of this.
I don't need it dragged out.
Unless we're about to get the Victor Wembanyama myth-making tour where he just has 3 games that it's like LeBron in 2016. Unless it's like that. But if you're going to have a great game 5 to then turn around and deuce the bet again in game 6, I'm out. I don't want it.
Probably the most likely outcome, all things considered, because he actually gets a couple days of rest in between. He's admitted he's gassed. He doesn't have anything left in the tank, and so getting 2 days
left
off.
Left it all on the floor in the Western Conference Finals.
I'm playing those 40 minutes a night. I mean, geez, it's not like it was rocket science to figure out this was going to happen.
Now, speaking of the Cavs, we weren't speaking about the Cavs because they're in Cabo. Kevin O'Connor was on the Kevin O'Connor Show, aptly named, and he actually got into where the Celtics are this offseason. This could end up having a big impact on the Cavaliers.
I have heard Boston is shopping people around a lot right now, that Boston is making calls. Boston is open to trading anybody besides Jason Tatum, and that doesn't necessarily mean they land Giannis at the end of the day, but I do believe, based off of everything, all the conversations I've had, is that the Celtics are in on Giannis and that they are making a push on him, and that this seems to be currently a 2-team race with Milwaukee to acquire Giannis Antetokounmpo. We'll see how it plays out, but this feels very, very real to me.
So this kind of coincides with Bill Simmons on the Bill Simmons podcast saying that he thinks Giannis was going to get dealt soon. Now, he said in between game 4 and 5. So here we are.
Here we are.
It is apparent that the Giannis deal is going to be moving along and that we should expect it before the NBA draft. I think what's interesting is where the Cavs are in this, because there are some reports that say he'd be willing to go to Minnesota. There's a lot of reports saying Miami or Boston, historically prestigious franchises where he'd like to go.
Yeah.
Nobody's really tying him to the Cavs. That doesn't mean, by the way, it's not going to happen. But it's interesting, I think the Cavs are actually in a good spot here where if you don't think you're going to be in it for Giannis, I don't think you have to have the greatest sense of urgency for really anyone else. I think you can allow the offseason to come to you because I think this will unearth a lot of different potential maneuvers around it.
Oh, you see, I just kept thinking, how do we become part of the 3-team trade?
Oh, I don't hate that.
Because and I saw Evan Sidery of The Athletic. He put out there in regards to Giannis open to signing a long-term extension with the Celtics. It makes Boston more comfortable to the idea of offering Jaylen Brown. And then the Bucks would reroute Brown to a third team for a haul of prospects and picks. Maybe we take the prospects and picks part of that and throw that to the side. And that's where we end up getting Jaylen Brown, though. And if they're gonna separate this, because if you're bringing Giannis to Boston, it's not going to be Giannis, Brown, and Tatum. That's not how that exists. It's going to be Tatum and Giannis. And so our Jaylen Brown dream has some life to it.
Yeah, and I think when it comes to Jaylen, because of the position that he plays and the fact that he is a certified madman, he is crazy. And I think the Cavs need a little bit of crazy. When you got low T James Harden out there in elimination games acting like
T James Harden,
the man doesn't sweat.
That was just mean. What do you mean he doesn't sweat?
He doesn't sweat. Emotionally, he doesn't sweat. You can see it. There's
emotionally or physically? Which one is it?
Both.
I can't capture emotional tears.
Well, okay. Also, real fear. If given his body composition, he should sweat more. Is what I'm saying. I know this. I sweat a lot. I'm fat.
We're not even fat Harden anymore.
Started looking a little thicker.
Not skinny.
Started
Harden.
looking a little thicker in the playoffs.
We're not fat Harden.
Yeah, I didn't bulk up, but there's a little bit extra padding there. But
you see Fat Scooble?
I have not seen Fat Scooble.
Yeah, look up Fat Scooble.
Right.
Okay, yeah.
You go ahead and talk.
It's fat. He's Fat Harden. Scooble is now turned into Fat Harden. He does one rehab stint, and obviously we'll see him on Saturday night as he's supposed to pitch against the Guardians, and he's turned into the Fat Harden version.
He's a hefty lefty.
Yeah, which is fine. In baseball, you can be a fat pitcher.
Yeah.
Not great for basketball.
That's the only way CeCe Sabathia could get down.
Exactly right. Not great for basketball, but you could be a fat pitcher.
For me, when it comes to getting Jaylen Brown here, because of the position, because of what he does, I don't think there's anyone on the roster safe in a rerouting of Jaylen Brown somewhere. And it's going to be really interesting considering how the Browns prioritized and what they prioritized in getting in return for for Myles Garrett. I wonder if Jimmy Haslam, who also owns the Milwaukee Bucks, says, well, I'd rather get picks and Brown from the Celtics, and then all I really want from the Cavs is Evan Mobley, because that's all I really need. Meaning preferring that as opposed to a lesser player and more picks.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely fits that timeline in many respects, because Evan Mobley would be the Jared Verse of this deal. I just look at Brown and I think about he's got no use in Milwaukee, and he knows he has no use in Milwaukee. And so if he's going to be moved, he wants to go to a title contender. If you're going to do a 3-way trade involving this, it does kind of seem like, I'm not saying the stars are aligning for the Cavs in this, but it seems like the Cavs would be or should be one of, like, I don't know, 3 teams involved in this?
216-474-0092. Should the Cavs act quickly with a Giannis deal coming soon? Let's go to BP in Pepper Pike. Welcome, BP.
Hey, guys, how you doing today?
Doing all right, buddy. What you got for us?
Hey, BP.
Yeah, I've heard, pretty strong rumors that Giannis is going to end up in Miami. It's almost a done deal. So I've said all along, I don't think he wants to come to Cleveland. I think he spent already, 10 or 12 years in the Midwest with Milwaukee. I think he wants to end up in Miami, which does make sense. Miami's put together a package of Tyler Hero.
You think the everything coming out today is all just smokescreen, or what do you think? Because there's more than enough people than the people you're talking to, BP, that is making the suggestion with Boston.
I mean, Boston, they're going to throw their hat in the ring, but like you guys just said, there's a chance Milwaukee may not even have a plan. Jaylen Brown's been in the league a while as well. He's got a good amount of miles on him. Yes, he would fit in well with Cleveland, but we'd have to give up Evan Mobley. I don't think the Cavs want to give up Evan Mobley. This is why I kind of was against trading Garland, because I thought we could have paired Garland this offseason with Jared Allen, and that could have gotten us close to Giannis, or maybe not. But, now I think, it's either our only bargaining chip is Evan Mobley, and I don't want to give up Evan Mobley. He's too young. He's got too much potential, and I don't think the Cavs want to give him up either. So, going back to the Cavs, what's their pathway? It's either going to be a Jared Allen trade or, cross your fingers and hope LeBron wants to come back here for some kind of a minimum salary.
So the only thing I'd say, BP, is because you and I are closer than you might think, I don't want to trade Evan for anything less than a premier wing. I think Jaylen Brown is a premier wing. And you would be right to point out that he's 29. You'd be right to point out that he's had trouble getting along with Jason Tatum. That's because they were both battling to be the face of the franchise. I think Jaylen Brown comes here, Donovan Mitchell becomes your 2, and then James Harden becomes effectively a point guard whose job really is just to set everybody up.
The problem is then who's, guarding the rim? Jared Allen. Yeah, but to be honest, Jared Allen is a nice player, but I'd rather have Evan Mobley for the next 5, 6, 7 years. I mean, I think Jared Allen is limited. I still believe Evan Mobley's got the sky's the limit with him. I really believe that.
That's where me and you disagree, because offensively, I don't see the sky as the limit.
See, if the Cavs move on from Jared Allen, I love Jared Allen. He's a great guy, good player. That will open up Evan Mobley. Then he can be another Giannis. He could be another, Jokic. I mean, I just think Jared Allen is getting in his way with the touches. Jared Allen scores 14 or 15 a game. He's touching the ball. He's getting action. So, and you see Jared Allen has played better when he's by himself. Evan Mobley has played better when he's by himself, when the other guy is either out or injured.
BP, we got a boogie, buddy, but I appreciate you.
You too. Have a great day.
The other teams, by the way, being rumored that they would then send Brown to is the Pelicans and the Hawks. Those seem to be the most connected, based off of what I can tell. If a 3-team deal does go down, it seems like everyone, they're not saying the Cavs, they're saying the Pelicans and the Hawks. But that doesn't mean the Cavs aren't involved.
Should the Cavs act quickly with a Giannis deal coming soon? We'll table that for the minute, because when we come back, Al Pawlowski, Guardians TV analyst, talks the Gardos, June swoon, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
tournament later tonight when they take on Paraguay at 9 o'clock at SoFi Stadium. To talk more Guardians with the guys, TV analyst Al Pawlowski joins the show next. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes. Right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
Nick and Jonathan back on Afternoon Drive. Jason Pinkston, former Browns offensive lineman, coming up in about 60 minutes. We'll get his take on the many things we heard from the Browns this week. But Gardo's Tigers. 3-game tilt starting tonight here in Cleveland. Let's see if we can get the Gardos back in the win column here to talk about state of the Gardos, the Espino news, and all that. We head out to the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Guardians TV analyst Al Pawlowski joining us now. Al Pal, welcome back to the show.
Hey, great to be on here with you guys.
So, do you remember welcome. It's always great to have you. But do you remember the Guardians prospect Adam Miller?
I do remember Adam Miller.
So that was my comparison for Daniel Espino, and like how unheralded it suddenly felt over the last 3 years that he would ever pitch at the big league level. What was your kind of reaction to hearing that they're going to call this young phenom up?
Yeah, I mean that's a good comparison. Adam Miller, boy, what was it, about 10, 15, well, more than that now, maybe. But in the early 2000s. He had that odd finger issue, and he could never get over that. And, he had a great arm and never made it to the big leagues. And, yes, in many ways, Daniel Espino is this generation's Adam Miller. The difference is, as you pointed out, he got called up today. He's going to be in uniform tonight. So he's still got a great arm. He's had a couple of surgeries. Is it as good as it was maybe 2-3 years ago? Probably not because of those surgeries, but it's still pretty darn good. It's a heck of a story. You can't help but pull for a guy like this who, put so much effort into making these comebacks, and now he's here at the big league level. So electric arm, originally was a starter, the type of guy that could go out in Double-A a few years ago, and every start he would threaten to throw a no-hitter. That's how good he was. So we'll see how he is now that he's made it to the big leagues finally, and he could be a very effective reliever, but ultimately time will tell, right?
Yeah, the story is fantastic. It really is. There's perseverance attached to it. There's sadness with the loss of his father, but there's so many things about just what he signifies that I enjoy the most. Al, this season has been about, in my opinion, it's been calling up and having DeLauder there for opening day. It's calling up Bazana. It's making the move on Espino when it feels like in the past they wouldn't have done this. Why do you feel like there is that urgency or at least that willingness to let the young kids play and call them up and get them some at-bats or get them some pitches?
I think the biggest reason is they're ready. I mean, Chase DeLauder was going to get a call up last year during the regular season if he would not have continued to get all those injuries, unfortunately. That's why he was finally healthy in late September, and they brought him up in October, and then he made it through spring training healthy, and that's why he stayed. So that was a big reason with DeLauder. For Travis Bazana, once again, he was ready. They gave a couple of guys who were in front of Bazana an opportunity. Juan Brito, and just the defense was frankly too poor to get by with where his hitting was, which was right around 200. So that's why they moved on from him for the moment. He still has a chance to come back. There's a couple other guys they tried there, but ultimately Bazana was hitting the ball and he was ready, and it was his chance to make hay, and he did. So that's why those two guys have stayed. As far as Espino, he's been in the minors for so long with the injuries. I just think that, now that he's finally healthy, they want to give him a shot. He's 25, 26 years old now. He's not a 21-year-old kid anymore. So I think that's why you're seeing that this year. Number one, the guys are ready. Number two, there's a need. And, number three, especially in Espino's case, these guys are starting to get older now. So while yeah, maybe Espino could still use a few more innings because he's missed so much time at the minor league level, he is ready enough now to bring up and give a shot to.
Al, they are 3-7 in their last 10 games to the Guardians. They've lost 4 straight, including getting swept by the Yankees here. Any working theories on the reasoning behind the June swoon from the Gardos so far?
Well, hitting wise, they're not coming up with as many clutch hits as they did in April and May, but I think that's a very small part. A bigger part is, the relievers outside of Cade Smith just haven't been quite as consistent as they had been the last couple of months as well. So I think that's the biggest reason. And then another reason, too, that can't be discounted, if you look at who they've played and when they've played them, they've run into teams when they're playing very good baseball. I mean, the Washington Nationals were literally the hottest team offensively when they played them in Cleveland. The New York Yankees they don't have Judge, I get it. They don't have Stanton, I get that too. But they're just a baseball team that's got a great lineup, and they're playing pretty good baseball right now as well. So they had that incredible April schedule that they got through at 500, which was fantastic. They did pretty well in May. They built a little bit of a lead, but then here in June, it's like, boy, the schedule's getting tough again. I mean, even Detroit, who was terrible in May, worst team in baseball in May, they're better now in June. And it looks like, it's not official yet, but it looks like they're getting Skubal back this weekend. Looks like tomorrow, maybe Casey Mize on Sunday. So they've had to deal with a lot of teams that are playing good baseball and not having a lot of problems. That's something, too, that can't be discounted.
Yeah, a couple things offensively that have just kind of been different for me in the past couple weeks. Runners in scoring position haven't been good enough, and the walk rate that they'd relied on is just not what it had been. And so they're not drawing as many walks. The timely hitting isn't there. And I feel like, Al, that can be something that can be fixed and turned around rather quickly.
Yeah, I agree with that. Those couple of things there are part of the reason why, that's why I said the offense isn't quite as consistent as it was. But if you look back on the Yankee series, for example, Monday, if the bullpen pitches like it typically does, they win. Tuesday, if the bullpen pitches like it typically does, they win. Wednesday, if the bullpen pitches like it typically does, they're at least in that one. They kind of gave that one up late. So yes, it's a little bit of the hitting issue, but too, it's the bullpen outside of Cade Smith. Again, Cade has been fantastic. But just the other guys, the guys that are in front of him right now are a little bit more inconsistent than they had been in April and May.
Al Pulowski on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, call Kyle Wright hotline, talking some Gardos baseball here. So one of the reports we got this week was from Ken Rosenthal of The Athletic, who said the team has fielded calls about Bo Naylor, Cooper Ingle, and Cody Huff, their three catchers down at AAA. They obviously just traded for Bailey from San Francisco just over a month ago. Do you see a scenario in which that kind of incredible depth at AAA is used to maybe get, whether it's another reliever or maybe another outfielder here before the deadline?
Yeah, absolutely. I can see that happening, and I can see people calling on them. But with that, I always take those reports with a grain of salt, and here's why. If you know the GMs in baseball, those guys are constantly texting and talking to one another, and that's their job. They're seeing if there's matches anywhere for trades. So I have no doubt that those three catchers have been called upon because anybody else can see, like, oh, look at Cleveland. They've got Austin Hedges and Patrick Bailey at the major league level right now. They've got three catchers at AAA. They certainly aren't going to be able to use all of them. Let's see what the price would be. So then the next question you have to ask yourself is, after somebody like Ken Rosenthal says, okay, well, there's teams calling on him. Well, sure, they're calling on him. It's just like, Cleveland called on Aaron Judge for the New York Yankees, I'm sure, when he was healthy. It's nonstop. But then what are they willing to offer? Is it a situation where, hey, we saw you send Bo Naylor down. Would you want to give him to us for cash considerations, or whatever? But that's the only part of that. So yes, there's people calling the Guardians on those catchers. What are they willing to give up for them? Because I know that they're just not going to give them away, and I also know they're very high on Cooper Ingle, both as a catcher and as a guy that can play somewhere else in the field. So if other teams want him, then yeah, Cleveland, especially Cooper Ingle right now, I think, from what I'm hearing, they're going to have to give up something pretty good to get somebody like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say. We obviously got some time on it, but do you feel like the Guardians are going to be movers and shakers at the deadline?
I do. I really do. They're one really good hitter away, one, preferably a right-handed bat that you can put in that lineup. I think that's what they're away from being not only in the playoffs in October, but being dangerous there too, because the starting rotation is very good. I think the bullpen ultimately bounces back. You've got the best closer in the game right now in Cade Smith. That's the one thing you're missing. If you could put somebody in the middle of that lineup to go with Jose Ramirez and the rookies, Bazzana and DeLauder, now all of a sudden that one hitter could change a lot for Cleveland in a positive manner.
Al, I'm pretty sure we can put Jose as untouchable, given the contract. I'm pretty sure we can put your top 3 starters as untouchable because you need them to contend here. Same with Cade Smith. But when it comes time to make those, if there is that right-handed power bat out there, who do you think are the untouchables from the Guardians side of things in trade talks?
Well, you're right on. Yeah, obviously, Jose, there's no way they trade Travis Bazzana. There's no way they trade Chase DeWater. Now, saying that, everything has a price, right? Nobody wants to sell their home, but if you offer me enough for it, I'll go ahead and sell my house if you want to give me $5 million or whatever. So there's always that caveat. But those 3 guys right there, Tanner Bybee, Gavin Williams, Joey Cantillo, Parker Messick, those guys aren't going anywhere. If you got the right thing for Slade Ciccone, could they move him? They could. They'd want a lot for him, but I could see him being possible. Most of the bullpen guys would be possible, not Cade Smith, as you pointed out. Other than that in the lineup, I mean, you would have the guys that you would have to give up a ton to get. Brian Rocchio, that's another guy that's really come on and taken to the shortstop role. You would have to give up a lot to get him. But outside of those guys, I mean, yeah, pretty much. And Angel Martinez, he's in a similar spot to Rocchio. You would have to give up. Cleveland would have to get a lot back if those kind of names are included. Outside of that, yeah, I think they're open. And they're definitely open with some of their minor league prospects. There's some that they value more than others, as all teams do, and those are going to be a little bit more expensive. But they are willing to part with some prospects, I think, for the right bat that you could get for this lineup.
You mentioned Bybee. He's obviously getting the start tonight. Do you feel like he found something in that Rangers start or maybe even the late part of the Red Sox start a couple outings ago that he can build off of?
Yeah, he was great in the Rangers start. He had excellent command. I look for that to continue tonight. The other thing with Tanner is, too, and I know that sometimes people hate to hear this, but guy gets no – he's just the guy that has gotten no run support this year. He's going to be okay. He's gotten a lot of bad luck. That being said, he's also given up some home run balls, and I understand that too. But I think that ultimately Tanner Bybee's gonna find it. I don't see a lot wrong with him. I really don't see anything wrong with him mechanically. It's just some of those pitches that went over the fence with him got way too much of the plate, and that happens. I mean, sometimes you just miss your spot. It's one thing to miss your spot off the plate, and when that happens, you don't get hurt. When you miss your spot on the plate, then yeah, you can definitely get hurt.
Al, you also mentioned Brian Rocchio. If we're seeing playoff Rocchio here in the regular season, what's the difference for him this year as opposed to previous years?
Confidence, I think. Just watching him play, because he's been so good in October and because he's been so good down the stretch and when the chips are down, in theory, it should be easier right now, right? I mean, so I think that's what it is. It's like, man, if I can produce at some of the most clutch moments, and he has, and there's a lot of great hitters, a lot of great regular season hitters in Major League Baseball over the years that have not been able to produce come playoff time. So the fact that you can do that at this level, confidence in the game of baseball and confidence in hitting and pitching means so much. I think he's just got a lot of that right now. He knows that he can go out there and he can deliver in clutch situations. I don't think there's any doubt in his mind, and I really do think that's been the difference.
Al, we had Zach Meisel on the station earlier today. He was on Basket and Phelps, and they started talking about Stephen Kwan, and he had said that he could end up being a non-tender candidate, and they just end up cutting bait because just the season that he's had. What has to happen for Kwan to maybe make that conversation go away and get right? And is it even possible for him at this point?
Yeah, I don't think he would be a non-tender. I guess you could say he's a candidate. But because of his track record, I find it hard to believe that Cleveland would non-tender him. Now, that doesn't mean if he, like any hitter, if he has a terrible final 3.5 months here, then sure, anything can happen. But if he goes out there and gets some hits, which he was, it seems like every time he gets a little bit going, something happens where, whether it's a minor injury or whatever, just something happens that he's got to sit out a couple of days and then he's not there again. But he's just got to, basically, it sounds like a cliche, but he's got to be Stephen Kwan. He's got to be that guy that we got used to the first 4 years here. And, nobody is 100% sure what's going on right now as to why he's not consistent as he was those first 4 years. You still see it. It's still in there. I mean, he's still hitting the ball well a lot of times. He's still hitting line drives, but, the little bit of power he started to show last year, that's not really there. So what's going on? And, guys, I really don't have an answer. I don't know if anybody does. I know he's working hard at it. I know he's trying. Do I think he'll come out of it? I do. But will he again? That's another question that'll be answered here in these final few months.
I say swing harder. Yeah. So that's my thinking.
Yeah, maybe that. You know what? If I see him here in the clubhouse, I'll let him know. I said, hey, I was talking to Nick, and he said he'd like you to swing a little harder.
Here's another one. Hit them where they ain't. Yeah. I don't think anyone says that anymore, and I think we got to remember that one.
And that's a big one, too. You know what? With Steven Kwan, a guy that's his type of hitter, a lot of it is that. And he has hit the ball at people a little bit more this year, too. So he's also been a little bit of a product of bad luck. And that happens sometimes.
Al, you're the best, buddy. Appreciate you.
You got it. Anytime, fellas.
Al Pulowski there on the Wise Hard Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Guardians TV analyst. We'll get to what he had to say there and talk about a feel-good moment for the Guardians. It could happen as soon as tonight in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
The slide, ball game over.
industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Hitting-wise, they're not coming up with as many clutch hits as they did in April and May, but I think that's a very small part. A bigger part is, the relievers outside of Cade Smith just haven't been quite as consistent as they had been the last couple of months as well. So I think that's the biggest reason. And then another reason, too, that can't be discounted, if you look at who they've played and when they've played them, they've run into teams when they're playing very good baseball. They had that incredible April schedule they got through at 500, which was fantastic. They did pretty well in May. They built a little bit of a lead, but then here in June, it's like, boy, the schedule's getting tough again. I mean, even Detroit, who was terrible in May, worst team in baseball in May, they're better now in June, and it looks like, it's not official yet, but it looks like they're getting Skubal back.
Al Pawlowski, Guardians TV analyst in the previous segment, talking about the Guardians' June swoon. They've lost 4 straight, 3-7 in their last 10 games there. It's funny, as bad as the Yankees series was, as off and on as the team has played, I know the White Sox leapfrogged them for first place in the division. I'm just not that concerned about this thing at all.
Oh, that is interesting. I'm more concerned than obviously you if you're not concerned at all. I don't love where the offense is right now. I actually thought Al Pal made a bigger deal about the bullpen than I would have. I looked at it in between the break because the bullpen, it caught him this last week, but over the past month, they're 6th in baseball in team ERA. Like, the bullpen's not the biggest issue to me. To me, it's not drawing the walks at the rate that they were. They were at 13%, now they're at 7% over the previous month. And then the runners in scoring position, they can't knock them in.
Yeah, I think, I don't want to say that that's a fluky thing, runners in scoring positions, but that there's an ebb and flow that happens with that.
Obviously, the biggest part of this is they don't have enough offense in general, and the slugging percentage isn't there. But this is the other contributing factor.
But I would just look at the offense, and I go, it makes sense to me that you've got Bazana and DeLauder, and they're such a huge part of what you do. And again, you're still not getting anything from Quan. I know Hosey's heating up. I guess when they've struggled offensively, and I've watched just a bunch of guys who weren't big league hitters yet, or big league players at all, it was really frustrating because there was no hope. All the guys, even the guys who aren't performing right now, I think they're big leaguers, and most of those guys have proven they're big leaguers. They might not be 4-win players. I think you're going through a downstretch offensively, and I think that makes sense with your youth. I have more confidence now that they're going to end up in first place in the AL Central, and that if they can find this thing that the offense has enough juice, especially if a trade at the deadline happens, then I certainly did even coming into the season.
I need to see them make some sort of deal that would maybe bolster up that confidence a little bit more. It's a lot of Fairchild at bats. It's a lot of Schneemann at bats. It's a lot of Hoskins at bats. There's just a lot of hitters in there that I just have questions on. And I didn't even get to any of the main core guys we discussed. And so if the end result of this season is they had a really strong 1 through 3, Parker Messick turns out to be the star that it seems like he is. DeLauder takes this massive step forward. Bazana continues doing what he's doing. It is a win of a season, but obviously you want more out of that.
Yeah, and I think you can really I think there's a big thing that happens when a team goes through the stretch of baseball like they're going through right now, where you can start to crunch the numbers and you can look at all the ridiculous amount of stats we have and the information, and you can it's paralysis by overanalysis. And I think that's where some people are. I get it.
But I also don't want to go too hard with what happened in the previous, couple weeks before this slump, where then people are going too hard to make this team maybe something that it isn't.
I enjoyed that better, though.
Yeah, that was more fun for everybody.
Well, it's also just, this is the ebb and flow of baseball season.
Right? That's what happens in a baseball season.
And so I guess I'm just trying not to get caught up in the undercurrent of that, even though I understand
the Cubs are a fantastic example of this. They had that massive, within the span of 3 different stretches this year, they've had multiple 10-game losing streaks and a 15-game winning streak. This is how baseball works and how baseball operates. It's how you get out of these that obviously showcase who you are.
So while we are talking about the Gardos June swoon, I think a lot of fans are really going to enjoy the story of Daniel Espino coming back. One appearance in 3 seasons because of shoulder injuries and arm injuries. And we asked Al Pawlowski there when we had him, Guardians TV analyst, about expectations and just kind of the Daniel Espino story.
He's still got a great arm. You know, he's had a couple of surgeries. Is it as good as it was maybe 2-3 years ago? Probably not because of those surgeries, but it's still pretty darn good. It's a heck of a story. You can't help but pull for a guy like this who, you know, put so much effort into making these comebacks, and now he's here at the big league level. So electric arm, originally was a starter, the type of guy that could go out in Double-A a few years ago, and every start he would threaten to throw a no-hitter. That's how good he was. So we'll see how he is now that he's made it to the big leagues finally, and he could be a very effective reliever, but ultimately time will tell, right?
There's nothing funnier to me, and Al speaking in reality, of a guy who's still throwing 98 and 99 with regularity, being like, I used to have such a better arm. Like it is, because the truth is, Espino a couple years ago was consistently touching 3 digits. And that being said, like this year to me, and the same thing with DeLauder. Like at the end of this, if DeLauder stays healthy for 130 games and, has a good season, that is such a huge win from where we were at the end of last season that it feels like massive momentum. If Espino can, even if he just bounces between AAA and here, but he stays healthy and you continue to see him get stronger, that's just such a launch point for the future with this guy that I'll be able to see at the end of the season. Matt, I still think he's got the stuff, and hey, stayed healthy for a season. Let's see where it goes from here.
It's just a really fun story. I would love to see if he got a chance to stay at the big league level. I don't know that I'm holding out hope on that necessarily. It's just a great story. 2 major shoulder surgeries, lost his father, battled in 4 different seasons to try to even make an appearance, and in many of those seasons he didn't even make an appearance, to then like make his way back to the majors. I just think about how many people would have quit already. And that's the part that I get impressed by.
So you had you had 2 extreme scenarios and kind of a would you rather, but kind of bird in the hand versus 2 in the bush. I don't know, whatever the hell that expression is.
Yeah. Why don't you finish the expression?
Bird in the hand worth 2 in the bush.
I don't know. It doesn't matter.
I have no bird. I have no bush.
If I told you Espino would become the closer for the next 5 years, would you sign up for that immediately, or would you want to see if he can start? Because I think there's still so many people that are just banking on the idea that he's got starter ability, he's got starter pitches, he could be a starter in baseball. But what the Guardians have effectively told you is that we're giving up on that dream. We don't think that's going to be his reality. We're going to see if he can do the bullpen thing, and if this is the win that he gets, then we're going to take this as the win.
Yeah, I mean, for now, you'd take the closer thing, but I don't know. I mean, again, I just heard so many times.
Well, that's why it's interesting, because you say for now, because you want what's guaranteed to you, or at least what seems like it's guaranteed to you right now. But there's so much about Espino that we've been talking about for 5 years, and there's so much that comes with this pitch arsenal that I feel like there is enough there that if I made you choose as of right now what roll of the dice you would take, I think some Guardians fans would be like, I want to see him as a starter.
I'm going to give you 2 obscure names that most fans are not going to, they're going to be like, who the hell are those guys? But that they come to mind. One is Jose Rijo, who at points in his career with the Reds and the A's had some of the best stuff and was one of the best starters in baseball, but he just could never stay healthy consistently. He'd be healthy for a couple of years and his arm would fall off, and then he'd come back and then his arm would fall off. And the other one would be Pedro Martinez's brother, Ramon, who Pedro was said was the better pitcher, had the better stuff, and they just stubbornly clung to starting despite the arm issues. Because I don't want to ride the fence like I was trying to, I'd take him being a league closer. Because that stuff, just finding a guy that can throw 98, 99, 100 and just give you 60 to 65 appearances a year and it's an automatic slam the door. Like, that's just – it would also allow you to push Cade Smith back to, like, a high-leverage role if you wanted to.
There's a reason why Smoltz ended up being that at the end, the last part of his career, is because, like, that it's an easier transition. And so if you told me 5 years of closer stuff, I'm taking that and I'm running with it. That's where Espino – I bet he would, too, in this instance.
Well, and the other thing is I think this is different if you were in like a Yankee situation where we just got to keep players forever, right? And where it's like maybe it would be, but it's like, if you get 2 years as a league closer and then the next 3 years are marred by injuries, well, you're going to look back and go, we should have just kept him at closer.
I'm wondering what's going to happen if he pitches really good out of the pen for like a month or two. If the Guardians change their course and all of a sudden then they try to throw him out there for a start and then try to see if maybe that can be something. And I don't know. If you have something that is guaranteed, it's not right now, but 2 months from now, if you have something that's guaranteed, I'd just stay with it. We need the bullpen out.
I think it depends on what happens in the rotation. They've been very lucky to keep a rotation consistent and out there. Injuries do hit. And I know they've got Logan Allen, who's kind of like a swingman right now. So that's one bullet to fire here. But the next guys after this, we're talking about Yorman Gomez and Austin Peterson, guys who are fringe prospects. If anything, you get to prospect number 7 on this one. Sorry, starter number 7, and all of a sudden Espino's going to be a little bit more of a have a little bit more pull for you then.
Oh, I think they're going to be tempted. That's what makes this interesting to me. I think they're going to be very tempted at some point to try to eat, and maybe they might even do the opener role with him to maybe test the waters and see how that operates. But I think at some point they're going to get tempted. I hope he stays healthy. That's ultimately it.
Would you take Espino as the Guardians closer for the next 5 years, or would you keep open the idea that he could maybe be a starter again? 216-474-0092. And Andrew Berry had a different tone on Brennan Sorsby than Todd Monken did. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Jason Pinkston coming up in about 20 minutes here. Former Browns offensive lineman. We'll get to his take on the Browns offseason, the Myles Garrett trade, and so many other things. Always great to talk with Pink. A lot of good energy there here on a Feel Good Friday. But did you want me to ask you about the Baskin and Phelps chapter label coming off their Sorsby conversation, or was that an off-air conversation?
No, we were going to do it on air at some point.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Not as like a
probably a wrong time to ask.
Just like a quick aside. Maybe it was like going to be like, oh, we're into the Sorsby thing, and like, hey, we need like a minute and a half to pivot type thing. But now that we're here, we're here. I just thought it was really funny, the labeling of it, because it was something that I didn't know really what to make of. So in the chapter section, obviously in Odyssey and in the shows, they label them. Now the producers label them, right?
I believe so.
So this is not on Baskin or Phelps. This is probably just Mennigan just being like, all right, let me just throw it up there. He goes, does Sorsby actually have a gambling problem, or does he just enjoy it? I was like, good question. Does it matter? I don't know.
Is it a problem? That used to be like, it's not gambling if you know you're going to win.
Yeah. Well, I don't gamble. I just win.
Yeah.
And so and then I thought to myself, I'm like, the gambling story obviously just hits in a way that I find so fascinating, because there is so much of me that is like, he doesn't have a gambling problem. I've seen people with gambling problems. I don't think he's got a gambling problem, okay? He's 19 years old, had some money. It was what it was. And maybe there's some ignorance on my part there. Maybe there's some, maybe he does have a problem, and I don't understand what a problem actually is. But I just thought the phrasing of it was really funny.
I just think the stigma of gambling is it's just wild to me, considering it is legal and has been legal. And I think to make the comparison, there's still a big stigma for some people around pot.
Mm-hmm.
And I just don't get it. Like, I don't have to enjoy those things or pursue those things to have kind of it's legal and people are allowed to do what they're going to do. It might not work for me, but if it works for you, okay. And yes, there are some people who, out of either one of those things I mentioned, are going to have negative scenarios. It doesn't mean that the same way we thought about it 10 years ago. Like, I would have thought once you legalize something that there was maybe a little bit more open-mindedness to it, and certainly to the downside of it, whether it's gambling addiction or even just gambling too much, even if you're not addicted, whatever the things are. And it just hasn't changed. People still act like, especially with sports gambling, with young athletes, that this isn't some sort of transition period where there's going to be guys like Brennan who, by the way, as you pointed out, might not have been gambling addicts. They're just looking for a way to frame this because they just didn't really know what they could and couldn't do.
Yeah, and it's one of those. I mean, I think this is part of the big conversation, right? What happens when you give young people the apps in order to try to make whatever bets they want to make, and then what's the end result in that? And I just thought the phrasing of it was interesting. Is that it almost phrased Sorsby as like, did he just have too much of a good time? You know, is he too much fun? Is that the problem with Sorsby? I don't know. I don't know what to call. That goes into dangerous waters as well. What exactly is an addiction, or what isn't an addiction? Sorsby didn't necessarily lose his house because of this. He just made $90,000 worth of bets. That ultimately resulted in what is going to cost him a lot of money. At the time, he didn't know it was going to cost him as much money as it would. What do you have to lose X amount of money for it to be a problem? Is that the idea?
Okay, so this is kind of an aside to your aside.
When does it cross into it? I don't know.
There is, because I know this because Dustin obviously has been very open about all of his many vices that he has conquered on this plane of existence. And Dustin would sit here and, when he was going through it outside of here, he would sit here and just gamble during the show.
Yeah.
And he would show me, like, the in versus the out. So, like, what did you put out there and what did you bring back?
Mm-hmm.
And it looked good because he was on the right side of it. But I remember thinking, like, man, in this case of Sorsby, if you had, like, $90,000 and he only brought back 30, How is that not just the biggest kick in the stones?
Because it's documented how much you actually lost. And well, no, but that's the other part of this too. I have friends of mine, and they'll show me at the end of the year, and they just casually bet, and they'll have $30,000 worth of bets. And that's casually betting. That is not them being addicted. That is not anything that is crazy. That's just, hey, I sit down and because they add up, and the price point in order to really kind of offset your bets, it just becomes so... It's so tiny, and it's so right in front of you. So like $90,000 worth of bets for Sorsby, he probably won back maybe 85, 86,000. In reality, he probably lost like $3 or $4 grand.
Mm-hmm.
This whole thing is over the result of maybe $3 or $4 grand.
Now, Andrew Berry was on with the Morning Boys and Darrow earlier today and talked about Brennan Sorsby. If you guys remember, Todd Monken was anti-Sorsby about a week ago. Well, more than a week ago, here was Andrew Berry today.
I really asked two questions. I asked, number one, is this a bad person or did they make a bad decision? And then the second piece is like, okay, what are they doing after the fact, whether it's really where it's to correct the behavior? Like, is this a pattern of decision making? And if so, have they done something to stop the pattern, or is this an isolated incident? Because the reality of it is, like, we're all going to screw up. And some certainly mistakes are greater in magnitude than others. You know, the most important thing, you know, in Brendan's case is like what he does from here. Obviously, it's a great first step to get the help that he needs, but then it's like, okay, what is around him? What is he doing to make sure that like he can maintain healthy habits moving forward? And so it seems like it's a very good start there. Obviously, I don't know all the details at this point, you know, within society, so to speak. I think we could all stand to use a little bit more grace.
Now, I just think, and I don't disagree, I think maybe my favorite point was that last line. And I would say, in addition to grace, just empathy, which we have not in the social media era. We've continued to chip away. It's societal empathy. I think we still have it on a one-to-one level. When we know the person, we've got that. But I'll get off my soapbox now. I also think that's a fascinating way, a fascinating insight into how Andrew views all players.
And particularly Deshaun Watson?
And well, I would say Deshaun, I would say Mike Hall Jr., I would say any of the Perrion Winfrey. And the Browns have not had the best batting average for that under Andrew Berry. But you're not going to if you're trying to assess the person and what they truly are capable of in a three-month kind of time period.
Well, and the follow-up I would have had in this is how do you determine whether someone is genuinely taking accountability versus simply just saying the right things?
Yeah.
You know, like if you're going to sit there and your big resolution on these guys is I'm going to see if they made a bad decision and if they're a bad person versus whether or not they're actually bad person versus bad decision. And so, like, if you walk away, if the whole goal is I got to walk away thinking this person's a good person that just made a bad life choice, if I want it to be that you're a good person, I'm sure I can find reasons to think that you are.
Well, and I think specific to what you're saying, I think it's easy to sit in my chair and say, well, if I was going to do that, I would need an absolute certainty. That's a perfect world mentality. I don't have any skin in the game. So for Andrew, I think you're just looking for enough proof that it is a good person that made a bad decision. And again, that's one of what I think will have to be the toughest jobs of being a general manager. But I think within the answer, I do think he told you what I think is the truth. The next year, or really the next 6 months, and how Brennan Sorsby comports himself will have a massive impact on how the Browns specifically view him if they're in a position to draft him 6 to 8 months from now and they have a top 4 pick and he might be there when they draft him.
Well, and the second part of this, Nick, is the idea of did they do anything to correct the behavior?
Yeah.
And so, and here's where I will say it seems as of now, Andrew Berry did make that right assessment when it came to Deshaun Watson in that we've had enough time now here with Deshaun and we have not had any sort of allegations pop up again. Mm-hmm. And so, like, clearly in his evaluation of Deshaun, he has to find out for himself if he thinks he's a good person, whatever. But he felt like Deshaun did enough to correct that behavior. Same thing applies for Sorsby. A year from now, it's going to be so much easier for people to gamble. Bad usage there. But for people to take a chance on him, it's all just going to work into gambling phrases, isn't it? I threw bet out there. I threw it all out there. But it's all going to become easier because he won't have the track record of betting on his teams. And he would have said, for a year, I have been able to stay clear of this. For a year, I haven't adhered to that vice, and that's how he's going to ultimately win people over.
And here's the thing. in 6 to 8 months in the draft process, assuming, and again, this is where Brennan has to go out and then fulfill the promise that draft nicks have put on him. Hey, with one more year, he's got every tool to be the guy we think he can be. Well, now he's got to go deliver that on the field. But 6 to 8 months from now, there aren't going to be 32 teams that see Brennan Sorsby the same way. But I think given what Andrew Berry has done and how he has handled himself, and I think that answer that we played, it tells you that if this kid fulfills the prophecy at Texas Tech and has them in the playoffs and he's a Heisman candidate, and he takes that step forward with another 15 games, and he has kept himself clean as it relates to gambling, the Browns will be one of those teams that has positive things on the side, and I think that's something to remember for about 6 to 8 months from now, because I don't think the Browns, I think there are teams, if the Steelers get a pick before you, I'd be surprised if they ever took Brennan Sorsby. There are other organizations. I would be shocked if they took him. I'd be surprised if there are 4 quarterbacks in the draft and the Browns had the 4th pick and Brennan Sorsby was the last man standing. I'd be surprised if they didn't take him if he did everything we said.
Yeah, I mean, and it sets up, using his own guidelines, it sets up for an easy trail here, right? You'd say Sorsby's a good person. I've met with him. I've talked to him. I like him. I think he just made a bad decision. And on the other side of that, you just simply say it's been a year. He clearly took the corrective choices and made himself better. And so here we are. He doesn't have a problem anymore.
216-474-0092. Did Andrew Berry open the door for Brennan Sorsby? Let's go with Dave in Doylestown. Welcome to the show, Dave in Doylestown.
Hey, thanks, Nick. Thanks, JP. Yeah, one of the biggest things is just, there's certain industries where, like in healthcare, you can't commit fraud. Banking, you can't commit fraud. This guy knew what he was doing and decided to do it and hid about 2/3 of it through family and friends. So I think he understood that it was wrong. I understand he can change his ways, but, there's just some of this where he knew it was wrong when he was doing it. Can he actually make his way back to kind of justify getting through an injunction to keep him playing and maybe to make a career out of it, where in other industries you can't?
Yeah, and that's the point here, Dave.
We appreciate
thank you.
buddy.
Is that like in his industry, in the football industry, you can make this mistake at college and still get drafted in the NFL. How you can make it in the NFL? It's a 6-game suspension for Calvin Ridley. They let you back in when you do this. They do. They've set that precedent. So this is not something that gets you excommunicated.
It's going to be really interesting to see how the NFL handles this in about 6 to 8 months.
Do you think we're going to have? I'm genuinely curious. Do you think it's going to be harsher penalties? We're going to have it. Are we going to ramp this up, or are we going to go the other direction?
I'm not entirely sure, but could I see there be a double jeopardy? Yes.
Because the NCAA, for years, it was just always assumed that if this happened, it was a death to your program. It was not just a death to you, death to your program. And now we got a toothless NCAA that can't even make a decision on this anyway, or have the power to make a decision on it. And we have basically a 2-game self-imposed ban.
It just wouldn't surprise me. I don't know, because the NFL's changed so much since the Jim Tressel show clause, right? Since since his suspension.
Since they told Sharon Moore to go away for a weekend vacation with his mistress.
Yes. Which, nope, not going to say it.
Hello.
It's a Friday.
I connected those dots.
216-474-0092. Did Berry open the door for Sorsby? Jason Pinkston, former Browns offensive lineman, talks the Browns QB search post-Myles Garrett era for the Cleveland Browns in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. I'm a Ram guy. All right, and if you're looking
47th Annual Tri-C Jazz Fest presented by KeyBank. Experience the 47th Annual Tri-C Jazz Fest presented by KeyBank. June 25th through 27th at Playhouse Square. Enjoy local and national performances, plus a community festival full of family fun. Visit TryCJazzFest.com. That's try-cjazzfest.com.
There's only one place to hear breaking Browns news. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, Afternoon Drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Nick and JP back with you. The lead coming up in about 40 minutes. A lot of Andrew Berry sound. A lot of things to get to here. The Guardians' good news with Espino, all the many things. But we are talking Browns. We are talking the state of the Browns post the Myles Garrett trade. We have not caught up with our next guest since, I believe, before the NFL draft. It might have been right around that time, though. And to actually finally have that conversation, we head out to the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline and welcome on former Browns offensive lineman Jason Pinkston. Pink, welcome to the show.
What's going on, fellas? How's everybody doing today?
We're doing all right, buddy. How about yourself?
I'm doing good, man. Can't complain at all. Can't complain.
You guys got any big plans for Father's Day weekend?
You know what? I actually will be in Florida, Orlando. My daughter has a volleyball tournament in Florida. She's going to nationals, so we leave on Monday and we return the following Monday. So we'll be spending our time in our Father's Day in Orlando.
All right, now how much are you guys actually going to watch volleyball, and how much are you just going to hang out in Orlando?
It's going to be a full week of volleyball. We're there. We get there Monday. We play Tuesday through Friday. And then we're going to jump over to see some of the Disney parks on Saturday. And we're just going to take it one day at a time, man. It's a lot of volleyball.
Oh, no.
We play this
Saturday
this weekend.
Pink, Saturday is the worst day to do Disney. I'm on way too much of Disney TikTok, okay? Way too much of Disney TikTok. Like, you got to go at some point during the week. It's like Friday, like Saturday, Sunday, Disney's packed.
I agree. I do agree with you, and I'm kind of dreading it a little bit. However, I did this VIP private experience tour where they take you around the park with a guide, and, you know, the kids can jump any line they want to and start at the front, and you kind of don't have to wait. So
that's a different America for me, Pink. That's different. Congratulations on your success. I knew you made well in life. That's a different level for me.
So I don't know if you know this, Pink. JP and I are not a part of that America,
no, we're just
but
not.
We desperately would like to be. Can you pull us through the glass vizier there, whatever the hell it's called, and pull us to that America? Because we'd very much like to be in your America.
We need
sir.
a ticket in, and if you're our guy, we'll gladly take it.
Listen, boys, it's definitely going to be hot dogs and burgers and baked beans for a couple weeks once we get back. I don't want to fool you here, but yeah, I bit the bullet on this one because it's my son. He just turned 7 at the end of May, and it would be his first time at Disney, and we really don't have enough time to spend 2 or 3 days there. So I had to bite the bullet and pay a couple extra more bucks to get him to try to go through and see all the stuff and the actors and the different rides that he likes.
They're called character, Pink. If you call them actors, they're going to get really pissed off at you, okay? Yeah, no, what's your real name? Your name's not Bell. All right, so let's get to the Browns here. I guess this is going to be our first opportunity to give you the chance to react to Joel Bitonio's retirement. This is the man that, because you had to retire with health issues, the Browns then drafted Joel Bitonio. How are we feeling about this?
You know, I'm very happy for that guy. Joel is one of the best, such a solid dude, great guy. He was an awesome teammate when I was there for that short period of time when he was drafted. I still keep in contact with him when I stop through and see the Browns and visit practice and hit the games. Just a great guy. Happy for him. I kind of figured he was leaning that way when the Browns made some of those transactions and signed those free agents. when I saw that, I'm like, he's probably done. And dude, he had a great career. He's a Pro Bowler, someone that will be a Brown forever, someone who was great in the community, just a good dude overall. Selfishly, I'm upset. I would have loved to see him come back for one more year and play again. But, the body tells you when it's ready, and obviously that's what it told him. And, I'm happy for him. Wishing nothing but the best for him.
All right, what have you been able to see in any of the clips or anything between Shedeur and Deshaun? What's your early read on where this quarterback competition is going?
It's so early, man. And, I hate to try to, put on who's leading and who's going to be the guy, because until the pads come on, it's kind of really hard to see. It's out there. The defensive line is giving you a half rush, and they're stopping, and they're not really rushing the quarterback as much. But, dude, I like Shedeur. I really do truly hope that he comes out on top on this. Listen, I'm a fan of Watson. We've seen what he can do when healthy, but he's been off the ball for 2 years, man. It's hard to continuously to come back from that and step back in there and think we're going to be firing on all cylinders with him. Has he played well and showed glimpses to us? Absolutely. I do agree, but I'm happy for Shedeur. I want to see him. I know he came in at the end of the season. He did some good things. It looks like he's been working on some things. He's thrown beautiful balls, and obviously there's still room to grow and improvement, but ultimately I would like to see him come out on top, and we'll see where it goes.
All right, Pink. One of the big conversations, or one of the big points Andrew Berry made on the station earlier today, is that they haven't closed the door on an extension with Deshaun Watson. If he goes out and plays well this year, if he in fact takes the job, I think my threshold for a Deshaun extension and theirs might be different. For you, what does Deshaun, how well does Deshaun have to play to get future money from the Browns this next offseason?
He better be lights out, and we better go to at least the AFC champion or the AFC divisional round championship game. That dude's been paid enough money in my eyes. He is good to go for life. He would have to do some things really, really well and lead this team a very, very far distance for me to be like, okay, maybe it's worth a shot for him to get some extra money. But I think right now, on the money he's paid and been paid, I wouldn't even for me personally, it would never even cross my mind to say, okay, we're going to extend this guy and give him some extra money.
You said it just too early.
I don't sit in that office, and I don't write the check, so it's not. What do I know?
You said it's too early to basically make up your mind or call anything or even try to give it an impression on who would win this quarterback battle based off of, obviously a couple months of work and just a mandatory minicamp. You've done a lot of these. You've been to a lot of these. Can you tell the listener and take the listener through why at this point it is, in fact, too early and what exactly you guys are doing out there on a day-in, day-out basis?
Yeah, it's more so, you're getting the rookies up to speed on, your drills that you're going to be doing in training camp, getting the playbook down, getting to know your teammates, getting to know your coaches, building that camaraderie and that familiarship with the Browns organization. Now, you are practicing. You're lifting weights. You're going through practice. But I just don't think, you're not in pads, obviously, and it's not as physical. The guys aren't really, really getting after the quarterback. Your entire playbook is not put in. The defenses are not fully put in. You're getting bits and pieces of things, and you don't get the full look at the total offense or defense. Those periods, obviously, all the periods are scripted, of course, and that they're scripted in training camp. But when you get into training camp, everything is the level just rises through the roof. You have to perform. You're obviously being graded from the time you walk in that building until the time you leave out. Now, there's an opportunity for you to go there early, obviously, in the mini camps and things, and show some glimpses and things. But I've been around it, and I've been seeing guys perform extremely well with no pads on, and then for whatever reason, when the pads get on, things change. So it's just a different. It's like more like spring practice is exactly what it is. It's a spring practice, and then when you get into training camp, everything is ramped up through the roof.
Pink, it's been interesting. I'm very excited about the guys they brought in on O-line. I want to say it's 8 new players somewhere in there, and obviously they're trying to replace 5 starters. And one concern is that it takes time to build what you need to build a good offensive line. Do you think that the Browns can figure out and that offensive line can be performing at least a quality level by the time week 1 of the NFL season comes around?
Yeah, it's when you're replacing that many guys, it's going to be tough no matter what. You're going to have your good days and your bad days. The good thing about that, they have a great offensive line coach who's been around the National Football League. He was in Baltimore. Obviously, he was in Cleveland. He was my coach. I love that guy to death. He's a great X and O guy. He's a great teacher. He's a leader of men. So they got the right guy in there to do it. Is it gonna come with some bumps and bruises along the way? Absolutely. But I think that they can. By the time you really get into the thick of it in the season, that he could have those guys, firing on all cylinders. Now, obviously, you're counting on a lot of things to go right. Injuries obviously play a part of that. And as we know in the past, we've been, destroyed by injuries, and hopefully that we can avoid some of that this year. But it's definitely going to be a challenge. There's no doubt about it. It's going to be a big challenge to get 5 guys on the same page. But what the guys they have in that building and the leadership they have, they absolutely can get it done.
How much of a guarantee is it that Spencer Fano starts week 1 at left tackle?
I can't give you that yet. That's something I can't give you. I would love to see him in full pads, with some heat coming at him on the end on a pass rush. I think that will tell you a lot about it. To throw someone there at left tackle, you're going to get the best player on the defensive side of the ball. Has he shown glimpse in college? Sure. But the college to the NFL is a lot different. The speed, the knowledge you need, your eyes, make sure your eyes right and your technique. We're not going to know that. Is he probably going to be the guy? Sure, you can say that now. First-round draft pick on paper, he could be the guy. But until we see him in those pads and see him in some live action with some reps and some bull rushes and some speed rushes and blitzes coming at him and learning how to translate what he's learned in college and do it the way that Coach Warhop is going to teach him, we can't answer that. I can't answer that for you.
Pink, I'm sure. I know you came into the NFL. I think you started at right guard and then popped over to left guard. But I'm sure you've had these conversations with your buddies who play in the NFL. What's the hardest position on the offensive line to step in and start at as a rookie?
I would have to say center or left guard. Or I'm sorry, not left guard. Center or left tackle. The absolute 2 hardest. I mean, your center, he's the quarterback of the offensive line, so he's calling out the defense. He's giving you the calls on if it's a pass play. He's giving you the protections, and he's telling you which way you're sliding and what's going on. And then at the left tackle, you are getting the hardest player on the defense that's going to line up against you for 60, 70 snaps. Those would be my 2 hardest on the line to step into and take over. It's a guarantee. And center may be harder because you got to dissect the defense and you got to figure out what the defense is lined up in, and you have to get the other 4 guys on the same page and make sure they're seeing the same thing and give them the right calls. 1,000% the hardest position.
Pink, it's always great talking with you, buddy. Safe travels to and from Orlando. Hope little man enjoys Disney as well. Appreciate you, bud.
Enjoy that VIP pass.
I'm going to bring you guys back some souvenirs.
Well, you can bring you some mouse ears? Actually, no, he does have to do that. We put him on air, damn it.
I'll give it to our kids, I guess.
Be good, Pink.
Have a good weekend, guys. I appreciate you.
You too, buddy. I still have my Star Wars BB-8 that's like with the Mickey ears on it.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, I'll put them on, have some fun.
Oh, yeah.
I like that. That's not going to
out-freak this freak.
Didn't say anything. I was different type of nerds.
Yeah,
That's all I'm saying. Different type of nerds.
That'd be more for Vanessa than it would be for me. Trying to do Disney in one day, that's a lot. There's some science to it, but that's a lot.
I genuinely thought the only people that could do the VIP tours is you have to have like Bieber money.
Like Bezos money,
you know,
too?
like
Yeah.
I looked it up in between the break. I was in between him talking and then us going through it. It's about $1,000 an hour.
Is that it?
Every hour, $1,000. And you have to do a minimum of $7,000.
Is that it?
For one day.
Yeah, that's insane. Which is crazy because when we went on our band trip, because we were in the marching band and we went and marched at Disney when I was, I think, a junior or senior, everybody had like 15 fast passes to use, which is effectively almost a full day's worth of rides.
The fast pass is a little bit different, right? Like you just spend extra money and then it just gets you right there. But the VIP stuff, it takes you immediately to the front, and then and you get to usher it in, and then you have this.
All I want.
It's all about this guide that basically just takes you around
like your
everywhere.
Disney Sherpa.
Well, what's funny is when you go to Disney too, you see these guides and you see these people, and you're like, man, I'm paying a lot of money to be here, and I'm really feeling poor in the moment, aren't I? But that's life. You're
How
like,
much
all right,
do you think the Disney Sherpa costs?
I don't make Bieber money. I think this is just my life. It's okay.
Do you think that guy gets paid more, the Disney Sherpa, or is he also low paid?
like minimum wage,
like the actors?
Probably, yeah, probably. I think to be one of those actors it's a very cutthroat thing.
Oh yeah.
Like, I had a friend. It's very cutthroat.
I had a few friends who were performers at Disney, either after or during college, like in the summer. And they would come back with horror stories, and I loved them.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I didn't care. 216-474-0092. I don't know why I threw the number out. There's no topic yet. We'll react to what Pinkston had to say and talk about this nonsensical idea about sitting is the way for Shedeur to learn in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's...
business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month? Apply for free with zero out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. Lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's sports desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
It's so early, man. And, I hate to try to, put on who's leading and who's going to be the guy, because until the pads come on, it's kind of really hard to see. I like Shedeur. I really do truly hope that he comes out on top on this. Listen, I'm a fan of Watson. We've seen what he can do when healthy, but he's been off the ball for 2 years, man. It's hard to continuously to come back from that and step back in there and think we're going to be firing on all cylinders with him. Has he played well and showed glimpses to us? Absolutely. But I'm happy for Shedeur. I want to see him. I know he came in at the end of the season. He did some good things. It looks like he's been working on some things. He's thrown beautiful balls, and obviously there's still room to grow and improvement. But ultimately I would like to see him come out on top, and we'll see where it goes.
Jason Pinkston there saying we got to see how this one plays out there about the quarterback position there. If you ever really want to, every once in a while, someone here will say something that is just like the perfect. It just kind of lines up perfectly with what you think of them and who they are.
Yeah.
And Matt Corrali in the break made a comment to Jax that he got chills watching Canada score a goal. And I believe this is the first round.
Yeah, they just started games yesterday.
Yeah.
In a game he didn't know was being played until about an hour ago, I would imagine.
Yeah, he's also not Canadian. That's another thing.
Not Canadian.
That I think is very interesting.
Could he name one player on Canada's national team? Oh, get him in here.
Yeah.
Get him in here. Canada's soccer team.
Come on down here, big fella.
Let's do some trivia on this.
Let's see what you got, little man. Good. He takes forever.
He's got little legs. He's got little man, little legs.
All right, that's not cool.
He's like the Dylan Gabriel of sports
Listen,
radio.
I might call him a cheese D to his face occasionally, but that's all in good fun.
He's a tiny
little guy. You can't make fun of his legs there. Matt, I think you've got normal-sized legs.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
They're not really, but you know what? Hey.
Yeah.
Appreciate that, I guess.
So can you give us one player?
One player on Team Canada that made it. Because you got chills.
Absolutely not.
You didn't even feign it?
No.
You didn't even guess a name? What about Simmons?
What am I going to guess?
Simmons. I just gave you a Simmons.
Apparently, but you know what? I'm not going to sit here and lie. I'm just going to be like, hey, you know what? It's the beautiful game. Stop. No, don't do that.
No,
don't do that.
No, that was
it's the greatest
That was such a cheese D response.
You are the type of guy that sees like a pie cooling on a windowsill and being like, this is America.
What does he try to do to the pie?
Is this a three-way?
I was thinking of a different movie. Sorry. All right. So how often do you watch soccer?
Pretty often, especially over the last. Stop. What does that look mean?
Well, I hear lies. I hear lies, and I have to react to them.
Yeah, you also can't tell us you don't know a single player on Team Canada, but you're like wildly invested in this.
No, not in terms of the World Cup, but in terms of like the Premier League and
who's your favorite? Who's your favorite player?
Bukayo Saka.
That's not a real guy.
Google
Jax,
right now.
Google that.
Pull up
Google
the receipt.
for us.
Pull up the receipt.
I don't even know how to spell that.
Yeah.
All right, I got you. Here, you ready?
Enough of that.
BUK.
I'm
I
done
would
with
imagine you could do one player in like the Premier League. I didn't think that was like a hard thing to accomplish. The goal is that he said chills as if this was some monumental thing when a soccer game happened with players you don't know at 4:49 on a Friday.
Well, I'd say that gave me chills like in any sentence. Like
I think you're just too willy-nilly throwing around chills is probably the problem.
Well, if that's a problem, then I'm sorry.
Like
and
you're just too
cut
fast
back on the chills.
You're just too fast and loose with
cut
what
back
is
on the chills.
What is giving you chills here? I got goosebumps. Did you really have goosebumps?
Well, do you have like a condition that maybe this is their way of finding out about?
Should we get you a jacket or something?
Yeah,
No.
I remember I had a buddy his fingers were tingling. MS.
Yeah.
That's how it happened. Maybe if you have chills.
Is he always cold?
Now, the only one I can think of with chills is not great. You should not have that at your age, young man.
Right.
But it could happen.
Sure.
You're out there. You're active in the community.
We
not that active.
But point is, the fact stop. Have we Googled Bukayo Saka yet?
We don't have to. I think we.
No, I didn't Google Bukayo Saka.
I think we think he's a real person.
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
Yeah.
Well,
a real person, but maybe not a real soccer player. All right, Matt. Well, hey, you go back there and get those chills.
All right.
Okay,
We'll do. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
What gives you chills?
Only 3 people on this roster weigh over 200 pounds. Not a single one of them weighs over 205.
Not a real sport.
Who's
the lightest guy?
I don't belong in soccer. Apparently, 203 is the lowest is the highest anyone is.
Who's the lightest?
Lowest guy 148. Jaden Nelson is 5'7", 148 pounds.
That's not a real person.
That's a jockey.
Yeah. Why isn't he riding a horse right now?
That's a jockey. A lot of 150s, a lot of 170s. They probably Owen Goodman, 6'4", 203, one of the heaviest guys on this team. They probably look at him and they probably think,
I'm a fat ass.
No, you monster. Yeah. You don't belong playing soccer.
Yeah, why don't you go on Weight Watchers is probably what they say to him. I think a fair amount of American soccer fans, and unless you played it, I think it's kind of like sports hipster.
Well, so this is kind of, and this tournament in particular, this is the Olympics, is all this is for people. You do not care about the track and field events at all, and then the Olympics comes, and you try to tell us what a great track and field enthusiast you are.
And
I
just chills watching
Canada
play.
It feels phony. I just don't believe you. I don't believe. Now, I do think there are a segment of people that exist in America that watch Premier League soccer. Okay, that happens.
Mm-hmm.
But I think there's a lot of people that come out of the woodwork for the World Cup and say things they don't mean.
Yeah, I think most American soccer fans are contrarians. I'm not saying that they don't eventually fall in love with sports. You can't tell me at like 30 you just happened upon soccer and were like, what a great game. No. You're doing it to be different, or you're doing it to be difficult, or you're doing it because you're bored with other sports, but it is not a pure fandom the way like you grow up in England and everybody's got their favorite team.
I don't know. Maybe we didn't give soccer enough of a chance, because this is what I was thinking about in saying that at one point I'd like to get into soccer. It is predominantly the world sport.
Yeah.
It didn't just stumble there.
Yeah, it tells me that the world is very bored.
There's got to be something that we're missing, though. And one thing I will give soccer.
It's a lot of foreplay and no end game, if you ask me.
One thing I'm intrigued by with soccer, and listen, we had it on the studio yesterday, and a goal happened in front of my eyes, and I said, that's it? That's all that happened? Acknowledging that. I like that there's no commercials. I like that we just kind of play this thing through. that part's pretty nice.
No, can't do it.
No,
it's
okay.
boring.
All right.
It's boring as hell. It's, he kicks over here. Oh, now it's back to the midfield. And then, he kicks it over here. And then over here. And then, he thought about going for it, but now he turned it over. It's boring.
That's the Simpsons bit, where it's the American announcer basically being like, passes the ball over there, and does it in an extremely slow voice. But then you get to the Spanish broadcaster, and he seems like his head is going crazy, and his head is falling off, and things are happening.
I just think...
I got excited there.
I want to make sure this is not about anybody in particular. Matt Corrali, that he's of a younger generation. He's about 15 years younger than me.
People like soccer. They do. They get into this.
And I think
for some reason, like 25 and under, they enjoy soccer in a way that we just didn't enjoy it growing up.
Yeah, because this young generation, they're not doing a lot of things that we used to do for fun at the same level. Yeah. So they don't know what fun is. That's what this is.
Is that what that is? That's like when you go on a
smoking
diet.
And drinking and chasing girls when I was 16 years old. Yeah. You got to up the ante for what gets me going. If you don't have any of those things... If you're like,
I get it. I stopped doing desserts.
I'm saving
and
sports
candy.
for marriage. That's what this feels
like. For like a week and a half, I haven't done desserts or candy at all. And today I had a rice cake, and I thought for a second it actually tasted good.
Yeah.
See how that works?
Yeah.
You're like, in no world does a rice cake taste good.
Soccer is the rice cake of sports.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, you tell yourself this is good for you, but the whole time your brain's like, this sucks,
Corrali clearly watches NFL. How do you watch NFL and then watch soccer and think this is anywhere close?
You got nothing else going in the world. You know, maybe that's it. We got comfortable redlining very young. We lived, they let you out. You could be out till 11 o'clock at night. Nobody'd say boo to you when we were growing up.
Yeah.
These young kids, they've been coddled over. Faster sports, better sports, more exciting experiences. It's too much. It's overwhelming.
I think
they
we're
need a
missing
safe
something.
space from it.
I don't know. I think we are missing something. I think the whole world loves this sport. We're the only ones that don't.
No.
And the reason why we likely don't enjoy it is because there's probably something attached to all these different European countries we were feuding with, and the start of America and us rebelling against that.
No. Here's the thing. I have ADHD. I am an expert on what is boring. If something is a scintilla of boring, I can figure it out. Soccer is more than a scintilla of boring. It's boring across the board. When the whole way you sell a sport is, the crowds are so awesome. What? Okay, what about the sport? What about the things happening on the field?
It's a good point.
Oh, but they're so into it. Why? Do they hand out butane and you just huff a little bit right before you go and watch the damn thing?
Meanwhile, we make fun of people that do the wave.
Don't get me started on it. The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
U.S. playing in their first match of the tournament, taking on Paraguay at 9 at SoFi Stadium. Headline sports news every 20 minutes here on The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. Here comes Nick. I'm Matt Corrali.
When it's your time in the car, focus on what matters to you. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Nick and JP with you. Well, loosey-goosey there, Matt Corrali on the 2020s.
He just can't be contained.
Yeah.
It's
a serious man's job. Yeah, so I think Keith likes the fact they don't mess with the update anchors as much as I used to.
Yeah.
But when, 1 year to go before Andy left, I almost said left us, before he went to Atlanta.
He still lives, yeah.
He still lives quite happily, I should say. One day I'd messed with one of the update anchors. I don't remember who it was at this point, but Andy burst into the studio like the Kool-Aid man and went, "Are you bleeping 5?" And I was like, yeah.
Were you like, did you just meet me?
Yeah. And then he stormed off down the hall.
Yeah.
And 2 days later, he's like, very frustrated. I'm sorry.
The problem is that they then think it's a license to just make the update awful.
Yeah. Yep. And I'm here to tell him
it's not true.
It's not true.
Not true.
Yeah, this is a serious enterprise.
You got to finish the update strong. That's really what you're testing them. Are you the type of person that's going to finish something despite adversity, or are you the type of person that's just going to laugh it off and make it a big joke?
I make them better by making them worse. And the lead here leads off with Browns GM Andrew Berry joining the Morning Boys and Daryl. Today, he couldn't rule out the possibility of bringing back Deshaun Watson after the 2026 season.
I think everything's on the table. I think it would be silly to go into a season and say, hey, something absolutely can or cannot happen. And I think particularly at the quarterback position, we've seen it with guys, whether it's Sam Darnold or Daniel Jones or Geno Smith or, even Baker. I think you have to be open-minded and flexible. But I wouldn't rule out anything. We're looking for guys who can perform and who can lead.
It's the right mindset, I feel like. I don't think it's going to work out with Deshaun. I wouldn't bet anybody's money on it. I think it's going to go miserably if he does, in fact, start week 1, because I don't think he's got it. But if you're Andrew Berry, that's the right mentality. You got to be open to every possibility happening and everything happening and not be rigid about what your plans are.
Yeah, the truth is, I am rigid about what my plans are for the Cleveland Browns. But I understand the Browns can't be. This is the old beggars can't be choosers. You don't have a salient option at quarterback right now. And if so, one of the 4 guys on the roster this year turn into that or win the starting job and do that, then you got to roll with it. And that doesn't mean you can't it doesn't mean you can't chase a quarterback this next offseason. But at least as a bridge option, if Deshaun has, for me, an incredible amount of success, you have to consider extending this just a little bit just to give you some continuity and allow yourself to build the bridge to winning.
And if he didn't, it would make the whole exercise incredibly pointless. Yeah. If you couldn't promise me that you at least were 1% open to the idea that you would extend Deshaun and keep him on your roster beyond this upcoming year, then what are we doing here? If you're going to tell me that there's no chance, then you throw Shedeur out there and you wouldn't even have it be a competition. Because if you're already saying that your quarterback cannot possibly be on the team in 2027, then you're just wasting everybody's time. So there was no answer but the one that he gave that he was ever going to give, if we're being honest about it. More from Andrew Berry as he was asked about his evaluation of Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby.
I really asked 2 questions. I asked, number one, is this a bad person or did they make a bad decision? And then the second piece is like, okay, what are they doing after the fact, whether it's to correct the behavior? Like, is this a pattern of decision making? And if so, have they done something to stop the pattern, or is this an isolated incident? Because the reality of it is, like, we're all going to screw up, and some certainly mistakes are greater in magnitude than others. The most important thing, in Brendan's case, is like what he does from here. Obviously, it's a great first step to get the help that he needs, but then it's like, okay, what is around him? What is he doing to make sure that he can maintain healthy habits moving forward? And so it seems like it's a very good start there. Obviously, I don't know all the details at this point, within society, so to speak. I think we could all stand to use a little bit more grace.
So, as it pertains to Andrew Berry's philosophy on drafting players, specifically those who are not orange dot players, this certainly jives with what we're used to with Andrew. Specific to Sorsby, if he does what people think he's going to do, which is have a great season and great success at Texas Tech, 6 to 8 months from now, I'm pretty sure Andrew Berry told you if they're in a spot to take him, they wouldn't hesitate.
That's exactly what he told you. Everything that he laid out gives you reason why he would take Sorsby if Sorsby is on the table a year from now and is somebody that they're looking at. It's obvious the way that he laid that out. And so I think that's actually a good development, all things considered. I didn't love the idea that Monken was going to walk around with this holier-than-thou attitude towards Sorsby. When it's just not the situation that I think calls for that.
All right, former Browns offensive lineman Jason Pinkston joined us last hour. He explained why he's rooting for Shedeur to be the Browns starting quarterback in 2026.
It's so early, man. And, I hate to try to, put on who's leading and who's going to be the guy, because until the pads come on, it's kind of really hard to see. I like Shedeur. I really do truly hope that he comes out on top on this. Listen, I'm a fan of Watson. We've seen what he can do when healthy, but he's been off the ball for 2 years, man. It's hard to continuously to come back from that and step back in there and think we're going to be firing on all cylinders with him. Has he played well and showed glimpses to us? Absolutely. But I'm happy for Shedeur. I want to see him. I know he came in at the end of the season. He did some good things. It looks like he's been working on some things. He's thrown beautiful balls, and obviously there's still room to grow and improvement. But ultimately I would like to see him come out on top, and we'll see where it goes.
Yeah, Pink almost seemed like he was congratulating Shedeur on winning the job. He's like, I'm happy for Shedeur. This is what it should be. And it's like, we got a long way to go on this. But I am happy that it does feel like in the past couple of days, Shedeur has at least taken some strides forward. And if the conversation is he's helping close the gap, then all right, at least you're right there in the photo.
Yeah, I want Shedeur to win because you either I think it is going to be the extremes. He's either going to get this thing right where you need it or better, and that's going to allow you to win more games than people think, or he's not, and that's going to have your answer on Shedeur and allow you to then go forward with another quarterback next year because you'll probably be drafting high enough to take one of the best quarterbacks in this next draft. With Deshaun, it really only works if it's one of the true extremes, which is you're 2-15 or you're 15-2. If you're 7-10 with Deshaun feels like a life sentence to purgatory.
Yep.
7-10 with Shedeur, you can spin that as a positive depending on how he plays.
Yeah, and then you can talk about if there's growth, if there's anything in between, and even with Shedeur, at the end of this he goes 7-10, but his numbers were, let's say, the 23rd best in the NFL, and that's not good enough for you. Okay, fine. Then you have a really good backup. You have somebody that you can at least spin forward in 2027, and so there's a lot more there for Shedeur that just doesn't exist for Deshaun. Guardians TV analyst Al Pawlowski joined us today at 3:20. He got into what fans can expect out of Daniel Espino, who is set to join Cleveland's bullpen today.
He's still got a great arm. He's had a couple of surgeries. Is it as good as it was maybe 2-3 years ago? Probably not because of those surgeries, but it's still pretty darn good. It's a heck of a story. You can't help but pull for a guy like this who, put so much effort into making these comebacks, and now he's here at the big league level. So electric arm, originally was a starter, the type of guy that could go out in Double-A a few years ago, and every start he would threaten to throw a no-hitter. That's how good he was. So we'll see how he is now that he's made it to the big leagues finally, and he could be a very effective reliever, but ultimately time will tell, right?
This is a great story. I'm excited for this young man. I'd be surprised if he got called up once and stuck. It would not be surprising to me if a kid who this is really the most he's thrown in the last 3 years by a wide margin. It wouldn't surprise me if he was somebody that pinged back and forth to AAA a couple times as he's just getting used to throwing. But really, really excited for him and can't wait to see that first MLB first pitch.
It's just an incredibly improbable story. He pitched 20 games in 2021. And since then, he had 5 appearances. So basically, you spent 4 seasons being lost. You went 2 major shoulder surgeries through. You lost his father and still found a way to end up in the big leagues. Like, that's almost a movie more than it is anything else. It's a story that I think a lot of people can find, just in this part of the season where you don't get many things like this, you can find it very enjoyable. Now, does it mean that it's going to help out instantly? we'll find out obviously with him. But his stuff is real, Nick. He's got to calm down on the walks, but his stuff is real.
Zach Meisel of The Athletic was on with Baskin and Phelps today. He talked about Stephen Kwan's value and how the Guardians can improve their lineup.
He is making a little short of $8 million this year, and he's got one more year of arbitration. So this winter, presuming he's still on the roster, the Guardians would have to choose. He's probably going to be due $8 to $10 million next season, and I don't think he could be a non-tender candidate, and they just cut bait. It's crazy to think how quickly his value has fallen here. Even though he's a good outfield defender, you need hitting, and I don't think anyone's expecting him to figure out how to hit 20 home runs, but if he can't slap singles all over the place, it's a tough watch. That's part of why I'd like to see Khalil Watson. I'd like to see Cooper Ingle. That 5 through 8 has been largely a black hole for the last month or so, and they need to inject some life into it. So, if that's going to be Kwan losing some playing time, Schneemann going back to a more of a utility fill-in role, I think they need to make some of these changes to jumpstart the offense, and Kwan hasn't really shown any signs of breaking out and turning this around.
I agree with Zach. What a fall it's been for Kwan. I find it just incredible to think about. In the offseason, we were talking about ESPN articles that said he'd make $100 million with contract extensions, and now he's got a chance to be non-tendered. It's been, again, an interesting fall.
Yeah, I hope he turns it around, not just selfishly for us, for what it would mean this season, but he just has been one of the faces of this franchise over the last 3 or 4 years. And, I hate when a guy gets this close to getting paid and then the bottom falls out of it.
Usually we see it the other way around, right? In contract years, usually we get the best out of athletes because they're not cheating on their diets. They're working out as hard as they possibly can. And the one thing that is a hiccup for guys seems like it might be the hiccup for Kwan, where you just get too much pressure on yourself and you just melt. And that's where Kwan currently is. I was watching MLB Network last night, and they had one of the advanced defensive metrics, and they were putting it out there for left fielders in baseball over the previous 2 years. Kwan is not only the best in baseball, he's the best by their metric, twice as best as the second best player defensively. It's just what he does defensively is so great. It doesn't matter if you can't hit.
All right, so we did talk about Sockers being wee little lads. The smallest guy on Team Canada, 5'7", $140. Hank in Akron giving us a quick call. What's up, buddy?
Guys, what are you doing? You're trashing the number one sport in the world. What are you doing?
I'm an American, sir.
Oh my goodness! I played competitively for 35 years. Former Ashland University team captain. All right. There's a reason that these guys make as much money as Shohei Ohtani. Like all of them. That's like chump change to them. And they're literally as fast as track stars. Half of them can jump as high as NBA players. And on top of that, I remember guarding a kid. His name was Rune Thusted from Denmark. Gave me nightmares. He was your height, Nick. He was 6'4", and he was 230 pounds, and he ran as fast as Usain Bolt. And I had to guard this guy. Okay, and he played at Mercyhurst College. That's Division II.
Yeah,
and that's in the U.S.
You guys also flop worse than Harden does, though.
Oh my God, these guys are world-class athletes, and here we are bringing this tournament to the U.S. for the first time since Alexi Lawless had long red hair.
Yeah, and if you touch a soccer player, though, they start crying and they break their legs.
Yeah. Oh no! Yellow card, red card.
They're literally fined 3 minutes later because that's part of the game, and that is what LeBron does for a living. All right. So
Quincy Williams versus Jurgen. Who's going to win that battle?
At the end of the day, these are some of the best athletes on the planet. So please take a look around your neighborhoods. You're going to find flags flying from other countries, and you're going to find flags flying from clubs as well. And you're going to be like, I had no idea that my neighbor was rooting for Senegal. And then there you are. And it literally is the number one sport on the planet. And Nick, if you're in Akron this weekend, pop on out. And this is a free pub. I don't have any affiliation with them, but Ray's Pub in the Highland Square area is the home of the American Outlaws for the World Cup, and the bar will be absolute rockin' crazy.
Hank, I live in the country. I'm not going to see any Senegalese flags this weekend. I'm going to tell you that right now. I'm going to see some different flags. I got a couple of them up out there, but I don't think we're going to see any Senegal or Herzegovina or any of those. But we appreciate you, buddy.
Jonathan, these guys are bigger than you think. Okay.
They don't weigh anything more than 203.
This is a family show, Hank.
They're
6'4",
203. They told me I couldn't play the sport, essentially.
Yeah.
How's LeBron going to play in a sport where the biggest guy on Team Canada is 6'4", 203? It's always been the argument, right? It's like if America just put their resources towards it, we'd dominate. Biggest guy is 203.
Also,
apparently that's not the case.
Also, nobody said they aren't great athletes. We said the sport's boring. That's different.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this athleticism. He's sprinting like a gazelle. Oh.
All right. You take it further than I need to. I mean, I just don't like the sport. It's not. I don't have to get personal with the sport. I told you it's my retirement sport. 20 years from now, 25 years from now.
Start playing it?
Not playing it. I'll be watching at the old angle. I'll be having a great time on Sunday mornings.
And I'll be there heckling you.
Yeah, is that it? Knocking my beer out of my hand?
I'll be there with a drug dealer named Hercules. Yeah. And he's got a nickel bag. I'll be like, Jonathan, you sure? Sure?
I'm like, no.
First bumps on me, buddy.
I only drink Guinness now. Stupid soccer's beers.
Terrible. Asking why if the Browns could be dangerous, but we'll do just that in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. I'm a Ram guy, and if you're looking at new trucks this month, you know a Ram truck should be at the very top.
Angela Kinsey, Joe Manganiello, and my brilliant co-creator Carter Bays, and now we are diving into Season 3.
So whether it's your 50th rewatch or your first time through, follow How We Made Your Mother wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Browns head coach Todd Monken, and you're listening to the number one sports station in Cleveland, 92.3 The Fan.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. It's been a day. Got to hear Andrew Berry on the station earlier today.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
Yeah. He's getting choked up. He was so excited about Andrew Berry's interview.
I've been coughing all week.
Yeah.
Yeah, all week.
You don't have the, what is it, the HEPA? What's the latest one? Hanta. I almost said HEPA virus. I think that's something different.
No, but I definitely feel like Andy Baskin, where it's like every time I'm constantly like I'm turning my mic off to cough, and then there we are.
Now, if it was Baskin, you'd be eating food during the segment, which you don't do.
No, we can start though.
Yeah,
yeah, we can get this thing going.
That when you know that we'll be sliding into middays one of these days.
When you start hearing us just openly talking,
we're just trading it off and on. I think we got at least 10 more years.
You know, the timing of that though has got to be really impressive.
Oh, I mean, that's a TV pro right there.
You have to talk long enough while I'm then still eating and then finishing, and then we go back and forth.
You
and
think
then
Jeff ever gets jealous? It's like, it's my turn. It's my turn to eat a piece of this hoagie.
They're eating full hoagies.
They're eating 4-course meals, 5-course meals.
They have servers come in and drop off
it's actually
like
Karali.
steaks. That's our new internship program.
That's true.
It's actually just a 4-course meal someone prepares and then delivers off, and everything's great. You're not learning to do radio. You're learning to be a server.
Yeah, for Baskin and Phelps specifically. But I do think we talked about this in the pre-show, just asking like the why behind Andrew Berry's media tour. And I always go the simplest explanation on this. I think it's that the Browns knew and that they were going to upset a lot of people with the Myles Garrett trade. And Andrew Berry's a guy that thought of it and executed it. And so it was a little bit of, I gotta at least sing for my supper here to tell fans, be the face of this trade.
I think it's even easier than that. I think that might even be giving it too much credit, because that would assume that he would be standing up to a decision that he made. And for the previous year, we just kind of watched him not do any media tour and not do anything. Now, in the past week, he's been on this station. He did Peter Schrager's podcast. He's being places and doing things. And I think it comes from the idea that he feels like he won the Myles Garrett trade. And it feels like things are headed in the right direction.
Lap.
Yeah, I feel like this is a victory lap. I feel like because things are starting to go well for Andrew, and we can point to things that he's done in a solid way for the Browns over the previous couple seasons, I think this is him trying to do a victory lap of sorts. He knows his image isn't tarnished right now. I couldn't have made that claim at any other point up until, I don't know, maybe even just before this draft, this most recent draft. But now his image across the league seems like it's been relatively repaired. He seems like he's in fans' good graces for the first time in a while, including my own, by the way. I like Andrew Berry today way more than I've ever seemed like I've liked him. And so, yeah, I think he's reading the room right. Now's the time to do these things.
I just think what's funny about it is, to me, I'll think Andrew Berry's good at his job again when this thing's set up for sustainable winning. Like I agree. Like I like Harold Fannin Jr. Schlesinger, I think, was great last year. Like I'm excited about what I think this roster is, but now it's got to go out there and be that. Like if for all the talent it has, if they win 2 games this year, that is a massive indictment on how the team is built, and that starts with Andrew Berry. I'm not even going to blame Todd Monken if this thing doesn't go anywhere because, well, this was the guy that traded Myles Garrett. This is the guy that's made all these draft picks, and they can't really be all that talented if they're a 2-win team after winning 5 games last year.
Yeah, you still got to go out there and do it, obviously. I just feel like his image has never been it's never been higher than what it is right now, or at least not in the past few years. And so like when he went in like basically the witness protection agency and just kind of removed himself from everybody, I think that was intentional. And I think now that he's popped out like a groundhog, I feel like he's now done that intentionally as well, because he knows whether it's the ESPN guys, the national guys, anyone in between, people have by and large said nice things after the Myles Garrett trade about Andrew Berry.
I think that's what might frustrate me about this, because I think you're right. There was certainly intentionality of not speaking last year during the season. And I think whether that was a Jimmy decision, a PR decision, or Andrew's decision himself, I think it set Kevin Stefanski up quite visibly for to be the fall guy for last year's disappointment. So if this is then him trying to turn around and take a victory lap, I'd probably have more of a problem with it, just because, like, to me, all those people who have been giving him his flowers the last 3 weeks, my rebuttal still is the Deshaun Watson trade.
Mm-hmm.
And it will be it's not just enough to win now. Like, you need to make sure that you win and that your players are a part of it.
I know, but you see how even within that context, part of that has already been changed. I wish I could remember what guests we asked in the last week about Andrew Berry and where he sits, but the response was pretty swift, and it was the idea of, and it was National Report, I just can't remember who it was now, but they said something to the effect of, well, you can't blame Andrew. He didn't have any picks to work with. And it's like, well, no, I can blame Andrew.
Yeah.
Because the reporting from The Athletic and Cleveland.com at the time was that he and Kevin Stefanski took that idea to Jimmy Haslam. I can blame him for that. But it's not being remembered that way, Nick. It is locally with us, but from a national perspective, all that blame goes to Haslam. It doesn't go to Jim. It doesn't go to Andrew Berry. And so Andrew Berry is getting almost like a 5-year pass for having bad drafts because nobody in the national media thinks that he actually made those picks, and he didn't have enough picks to begin with anyway. And then the other side of this, past couple drafts have been great, and it's almost absolved him of some of this.
I have a question off that. 216-474-0092. What do we make of the Andrew Berry media tour? We've played a lot of that sound, including the sound from his hit with the Morning Boys and Daryl today. How long do you think that lasts? Because I think that's, again, we've talked a lot about how this season for the Browns is going to end up being one of the rare, let's see it play out.
Yeah, I know. I think it's simple. You started talking about a 3-win team or a 5-win team or a 6-win team, and even in you talking about it, my feelings on Andrew Berry was moving pretty quickly.
Oh, see, it's interesting because I think with the way people reacted to the Todd Monken hiring, I think people are going to all over Todd Monken if they have a disappointing season. And I think that's insane to me. Like, Todd Monken...
Well, either you think this is the plan or you don't think this is the plan. Yeah. So, like, if you give Andrew Berry the pass with the idea that this is just going to be a bad season and the wins and losses don't matter, then you have to give Todd Monken that same grace, too. If you think Todd Monken has to win a lot of games, then you also should think that Andrew Berry has to as well.
You and I agree, but I don't think that there's a lot of...
Well, because one person feels like they're on an extended leave here, and one person maybe doesn't.
Mm-hmm. And I also think that the national media relies a lot on perception. You and I watch and all the fans listening right now watch this team and our teams hawk-eyed. We watch every second of it, and we watch as much practice as we can, and we watch the preseason games, and we follow these storylines, so we kind of know the score. There is a follow the bouncing ball, but somebody else is doing the bouncing that I think the national media, I think they can get carried away or get distracted very easily. I think that's my concern. I'm not buying the win here. I don't dislike Andrew, but I have massive questions on how he's been able to survive all this. And I have massive questions how you can just... I get that teams aren't honest. This was different. This was after redoing the contract. And even today, you made sure to keep that bit of his truth out there. Well, when Daryl said, hey, do the media get a little bit of acknowledgement here that when you made that move to move the dates on Miles' contract into the season, that we were right about this? And he said, no, that was the side effect was the Rams calling us and asking about Miles' availability. Like, no one believes you. And I think there was an element of that today of trying to get people to believe Andrew again. And with love and respect, you lost it. You cannot say Myles Garrett is a Brown for life while you're actively negotiating his trade. Now you don't also have to come out and say he's on the trade block. But how definitive he was about that, there is an element of Browns fans who should never forget that. We should never forget that. There are certain levels of lies, and you told the strongest one possible. And
well, he's made
if
himself
today
he's just not a believable character at this
if
point.
today was further servicing those lies, I have a problem with it.
I don't know. I don't know that it was about servicing those lies. I think and they were two different themes, Nick, okay? And the Peter Schrager one happened in the past couple of days. I don't know if you were able to listen to it or not, but the Peter Schrager interview had a lot of personal stories. It wasn't about recapping a Myles Garrett trade. It was talking about him at 27 sleeping on the floor of the Colts facility and staying overnights, right? It was about
with
telling,
that Harvard education.
Yeah. Well,
real
it was,
hard scrabble upbringing.
It was telling that story to the chaplain for the Colts about, he tells him, chaplain goes, where'd you go to school? Andrew Berry's like, I went to Harvard. And the chaplain goes, and you're here? Like, where did you go wrong in life? You know what I mean? But
then he dropped a JC. They never do that.
It was like mad disrespect from the chaplain, but neither here nor there. But like that, so that's what I thought was interesting. And like the Schrager one, he had that mentality of I'm going to show everyone my personality. I'm going to do that. Today with Daryl and Anthony, that's not what that was. That was him relitigating. That was him going down Myles Garrett trade stuff. That was not. He didn't show much personality today. He didn't get into trying to, I don't know, maybe showcase a little bit of a different side to himself. And I thought the contrast between the two was interesting. But ultimately, why he's doing these things, I think just remains true. He feels like when he goes in these shows now, people are going to say nice things about him, and they're going to paint him in a nice light. He couldn't say that a year ago.
I would like, in the same way that I would like to do business with Deshaun Watson, again, if he can play at a high Houston level, and anything less than that really doesn't interest me. I am so on the Andrew Berry has to prove it to me. I hate the fact that this offseason has turned into, well, DePodesta was the problem. DePodesta didn't create the trade. He didn't sell Jimmy Haslam on the trade. That was Andrew Berry, and everyone else went along with it. That doesn't make them better. Much better, but that was the from the mind of Andrew Berry, and he willed that to happen. And everything that has happened since then has watched a team that had a Super Bowl window slam shut and turn into crap for the last 4 or 5 years. I just think we're all a little too quick to forget that. And I get it. Great stories on Pete Schrager. I thought he was nice on the morning show, but I just.
But this is some of that PR damage that we always talk about, right? Like, and this is it, and this is him doing that, and I find it interesting because he didn't want to, or he didn't feel it was necessary a year ago. And ultimately, because I think a year ago, I think he just would have thought he was going to get just body bagged by every interview that he did, and it was going to be a constant reminder of how far Deshaun Watson took this team and put him into the absolute ground. And you noticed he doesn't have that concern now.
I think a year ago he saw the train rolling down the track for Kevin Stefanski and wanted to make sure he stayed all the way out of that. What do we make of the Andrew Berry media tour and Monken the Maximizer in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan?
Post a job on ZipRecruiter, get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive. Take a look at the Guardians in about 20 minutes there. Our guy Dick in Dayton. He dropped off there.
Just missed it.
Today was going to be one of the days where I was going to take Dick's call.
Yeah, it would have felt like one of those days.
I had a question.
I have
a question for him.
For him?
Yeah, for him.
Do you actually live in Dayton?
I buy that he lives in Dayton.
Are you a real person?
Close.
Was that going to be the question?
Well,
You're trying to trap
I've heard him call into other stations, and it's related to that.
Okay, all right.
But we'll see.
He'll call back.
Dick always calls back. Now you're going to have to remind me if he didn't call back today. I'll have to remember this next week, which that's going to be tougher.
I can remind you of that.
Because that's in the future. And my brain does not guarantee that it's going to remember it.
Although we might not want a Dick and Dayton call, so I might just be like, oh, no, that never happened.
Now, all that being said, with Gardos and some Cavs talk coming up in the 6 o'clock hour, Monken the Maximizer. Now, help me set up this Dan Lobby clip because I didn't hear.
So it was pretty simple. It's just the idea of whether or not Daryl's actually what first sparked this for myself because Daryl was very hard on Todd Monken when he got hired. I thought that was an accurate portrayal of Daryl. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
And so I've watched and I've listened as Daryl has seemingly come around to Todd Monken just on the practices. Not necessarily comes around in the big picture, but it seems like him and a lot of these beat reporters that were maybe skeptical in the beginning, they've since turned the corner on Todd Monken because they respect what these practices have turned into. And listen, is a lot of this based off of the idea that Stefanski ran practices like Camp Cupcake? Yeah, I think so. I think that really gets into people's brains. So we asked Dan about that, Dan Lobby, who was on yesterday, and Dan talked a lot about how he feels a very different practice is happening.
I've been really impressed, actually, because I think this is exactly what this team needs right now. They need a guy that's going to make them be on the field, that's going to make them practice. You know, Todd today said, hey, there's not going to be any veteran days off. If the medical staff says a guy needs to be down, fine, but there's not going to be just veteran days off in training camp. So, you know, I don't think that necessarily means the way Kevin did it was wrong. There was some level of success there with Kevin's system, but I think this team needed a little bit of a kick. I think they needed somebody to come in and be like, listen, we're going to play football for 2.5 hours a day. These practices are going to be hard. They're going to be physical. And the thing I like about it is, you know, they are paced well. They are organized. You know, when Freddie Kitchens tried to do this back in 2019, everything was a mess. Todd has a better grasp of kind of how to do this. And so I think we're seeing really physical, hard practices. And I think it's exactly what this football team needs right now.
So, one, I just love to hear that. And the Camp Cupcake versus guys practicing a lot, like, one, that's a personal preference. I just think if you practice with intent and you practice hard, I just don't see a real negative to that unless you push it to a degree that you know is unsustainable and the league prevents you from doing that.
Well, and so that draws another thing, right? Is you know when we had all those rash of injuries starting with MJ Emerson last year, nobody got on Stefanski for like, oh, they're just too hard. It's like, no. They're not. We're all watching these things. We're not going to blame them. But if Monken does, in fact, have a couple injuries that pop up, I would imagine there's going to be a lot of these same media members that are going to be quick to be like, yeah, he's doing these things a little bit differently. He's going a little too hard here.
But what I hear is Todd Monken is instilling a personality or a mentality or what's the word we've always used that Kevin Stefanski's team never had? An identity. Mm-hmm. And yes, it is. He's making them in the identity of what he perceives himself to be, which is a no BS, kind of no nonsense head coach. But that's good. Like, I think the best coaches, the coaches that I like one of my favorite coaches ever is Arians, because he could be point blank the most blunt guy in the world. And if a player had a problem with it, he could say, well, then I must have said it the wrong way. Or he could, you know, like, I think there's this idea that every guy who's a tough-talking coach is Rex Ryan, who's never admitted he ever did anything wrong in his life. It's like, that's bullcrap. There are so many tough-nosed, you know, hard-minded head coaches who also know when they can say, You know what? I got that wrong, and if that pissed you off, I'm sorry.
I don't know. For myself, it just kind of seems like he has a plan, and the part that I enjoy the most out of this is that it seems, and again, we'll have to see it for our own eyes, but it seems like at 59 years old, he's a guy that got the job and always knew what he would do with practices if he got the job. And there's two different type of people. When you get hired at that age and you've been passed over for so long, there's the person that's been always preparing to be the head coach and the person that gave up on ever being a head coach and had none of that prepared. And clearly Monken's the first guy. He's the guy that is like, I've just been biding and waiting my time until I can actually do this. And he's had these camps ready for, this is 20 years in the making that he's had these camps ready to go.
I just think this is, I think Todd can be who we were hoping Freddie would be. Like, Freddie was kind of, I think so much of what we thought of Freddie was because Baker said it or because, somebody else said it, or he had one funny line in a press conference and there was just no substance there. Todd Monken is a bit bombastic. He is almost flawed to a point when it comes to honesty. And he is very much just like, this is the way we're going to be. And I think those are things that a lot of good coaches have. Every personality style can succeed in the NFL. But each has their own trappings and each has things you have to have. I loved hearing Dan say this. I like hearing Daryl, who after the first OTAs had some concerns about how things are being run, kind of morph into, hey, they've got a plan, and you're starting to see that come together.
Well, I think some of Daryl's
because I think that's how it starts. That's how it starts rolling downhill.
I do think Monken got some bad, I don't know, we'll call it just backsplash off of being on Freddie's staff. Mm-hmm. And so then for people seeing as disorganized as it was when Freddie was here and seeing Monken be a part of that, while understanding he wasn't the one that was calling the shots and how to do all that, I think in turn, a lot of people that are close to this thought, oh, that was that bad. Does Monken actually know what he's going to do? And some of those same people, including Daryl, are turning around and saying, no, he's got an idea. He's got a clue. When he gets a chance to run it, this is going differently.
I also think I think media members have a really kind of narrowed way of thinking about coaches and their personalities. Just to get back to the idea of like, you can be an old school, very plain spoken, blunt head coach and still have the personal skills and the intellect to handle both a different generation of players and analytics and a front office that speaks like a Fortune 500 company and doesn't speak like a bunch of football good old boys. And in the same vein, there are plenty of guys, like I don't think Kyle Shanahan is a throwback, right? Nor do I think players love the guy personally.
No.
But they respect him. And that's pretty much where that goes. Sean McVay, by the way.
That's the goal. That's the goal. They just have to respect you.
But McVay's a completely different personality of coach than Shanahan is. They both happen to just be genius offensive play callers and schemers. But, like, McVay found his way. I think the beauty of hiring a guy that's 59 is he's already found his way. Now it is, does the way he found, does it work? And if not, can he adapt? And I just have every faith. I really do think that Todd Monken is going to be our Bruce Arians. Bruce was to both Indy that first year with Luck and then certainly in Arizona.
And will they buy into it is the other part of this, Like there is something that comes with it. Like there's that one video going around about Monken has started having everyone do basically these like handshake lines, but they run through them and they just like give each other a high five as like a fun way to start the day. As like Dylan Gabriel, by the way, got very into this. If you see the clip, Gabriel's really excited to get some high fives.
Stock up on Gabriel.
Him and Schlesinger had this like dap up situation. They're clearly buddies. I don't know if you caught that or not. They clearly like each other.
Ever since he's moved to the number 6, I think he looks 6 foot to me now.
He looked like he was having the time of his life doing this stupid
I think he's grown
line.
A little bit.
Is that right?
Yeah, he's looking taller.
He might
than
actually be 5'8".
Like maybe the shoulders developed a little bit. He's looking like a real man
just
these days.
It's such a stupid thing, though. And if you're a coach that isn't respected or a coach that doesn't have the room, I could see people laughing at that. I could see people jeering at that. But like for right now, it's working. You start losing games, maybe the I don't know, the handshake run through, give everyone a high five line doesn't work the same way. For right now, he's got people going.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. Like Dan Campbell was a joke around the NFL.
He started 4-19.
At the end of his second year is when they started putting it together. And now, we spent 3 or 4 years wanting him to be the guy. Mike Vrabel was not a highly sought-out commodity as an assistant coach before he got the job in Tennessee. And even then, Tennessee was a bad job, and he went in and earned the respect. Conversely, everybody thought Kevin Stefanski was the second coming of Shanahan or McVay as things started to fall apart, and it took 2 years for people to go, maybe he's not a wizard. Maybe he is just a flawed head coach.
I also think Stefanski got a lot of people to just kind of say, no, these practices are done right. Of course, these are great. Sure, everything's working. And it's like, there was multiple practices that I was out there, and I thought to myself, this doesn't seem right. This is what you're doing? This doesn't seem right.
Is Monken changing people's minds? 216-474-0092, and tell us your worries about the Guardians in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey guys, Nick Wilson here from my friends at Universal Windows Direct. Summer's heated up, right? We're getting those 80-degree days, but the truth is, we're in for a long summer here. And if you've got old and drafty windows, they're not keeping the outdoor temperatures outdoors. You like it to be 85 and sunny outside. You don't want it to be 85 and sunny in your living room. And if it is, guys, not only is it hurting your comfort and your peace of mind, it's also attacking your energy bills. And that's why right now Universal Windows Direct is making it even easier than ever to take care of those windows, of those energy bills, because when you buy 4 windows,
sports world from the night before, along with playing the can't-miss clips from The Fan from the last 24 hours. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Sign up to be a part of the Fan Club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you on a football Friday. Not on an F-off Friday, for real. And on a feel-good Friday, in case we missed it, coming up in about 40 minutes here. I got to say, this happened with Olivia when she was here earlier this week. Paula showing a couple kids around. And there's nothing cooler to me than when kids, like, come into a radio station because it's like, it's not Disney World, but they just have such a sweet, like, oh, this is so cool. And in my head, I've been going to radio stations since I was 10.
Yeah.
Right? And you have the same thing with your mom growing up in radio that I'm just so, I'm not over the idea of radio, but I just have gone to it so many times that it's just old hat for me. So when I see it in real time and they're like, you're on the radio, and I'm like, it's really not that impressive.
So I did save myself from when your daughter came in. At one point, we were just talking, and I almost went to a line that I'd used previously, which I was like, nope, now's not the time for that. The line is something along the lines of how basically, oh yeah, wish it was cooler, wish it looked cooler. Because I forget that it's cool for people, but it makes no sense to me because there's not much that's actually cool about this.
Yeah,
it's a very unimpressive building.
Yeah, well, and just
like wildly unimpressive to me.
I've been in radio stations that look cool. This is not a cool-looking radio station.
No. And they've done a nice job. Keith has, fixed this place up.
And good save.
We needed to, right?
He's done a wonderful job.
Come on, man.
But before, what a dump.
We needed. Well, he always put like signage everywhere. Yeah. We had nothing that even like when you walked in, you even knew what station this was. For years, you would just walk in here and be like, So there's Mike's there.
It's a room.
It's a room. Yes, it's a room. And so, I don't know. I always think TV studios are much cooler looking than radio stations.
My favorite thing about, I remember interviewing with Andy, and they were getting this had to have been like 4 weeks before the station launched. So this table was here, and there was a board where I'm currently sitting. But none of this other stuff was really here. They were working in all parts feverishly. And Andy was like, now this is the studio.
Oh, yeah? Like a big reveal?
Yeah, like, see? And I was like, and I think I did. And I'm not saying this is why I didn't get the job initially, but I didn't give him like the, what?
Yeah, you should have. Knowing Andy,
I know.
That probably was it.
Yeah, didn't know that because I'm already kind of the king of understatement in certain ways. And again, he didn't hire me for the first one, but then 4 weeks later he hired me because he probably forgot. Hey, this Dean no-sold what this studio is going to look like.
And funny enough, he probably would have initially then hired you, and then in his mind would have been like, oh, this guy doesn't know radio.
Yeah, this guy, what a noob.
He was blown away by those studios.
The funniest outcome of Liv coming with me to work, and again, we did that. My grandma was in the hospital up here in Cleveland, and we had a day that Olivia was going to hang out with Mama. And so because that was going to be Tuesday, I offered Liv to come up with me, but I was like, you got to hang out with Dad. Like, that's the downside. You got to spend like 6 or 7 hours at a damn radio station doing nothing. And so she was cool to do it, and she had a great time. But now the twins are like, so when do I get to go? I'm like,
they want to come.
It's like, we're going to have to wait for another grandma to slowly slip into the sweet goodbye.
If they're as good as she was, they can come anytime they want.
Oh, they won't be, though.
Yeah, no, okay.
No, they're 3 years younger. And they're a lot more rambunctious.
Going into the day, because you told us that she was going to come, I thought you were honestly going to put her in this room. And I thought to myself, I was like, first off, her poor ears. And then the other side of it was like, I'm like, I don't know how that's going to work for her at all. I thought she did a great job. She very impressively so, just kind of kept to herself.
Was a rock star. I didn't want her in the studio because she'd be a bigger distraction for me than I would be for her.
Well, mentally, I was getting myself prepared for that to be like, can I be this lunatic in front of her? Yeah. In front of a 15-year-old
she
child.
Sees that all the time.
Yeah.
For her dad.
Yeah. Well, and it's fun to know, too, by the way, how you act around me is very, very similar to how you act around your daughter.
Yeah.
There's no change up that's happening there. If anything, you went for even more jokes.
The only difference is I'm just a little quieter.
Yeah.
At home. That's the only real difference.
Okay.
I'm just as sarcastic, just as occasionally obnoxious as I am here in studio. Now, the problem was, she was sitting up there, and I went up there every 15 minutes. How you doing, baby? How you doing? Mm-hmm. And she was just like, I'm playing my game, man. Like,
stop bothering me. Yeah.
I'm reading my book, old man. What do you want?
Yeah,
like,
that's fun.
Is it time to go yet? And I was like, no, you want any food? I'll get you more food.
I thought about asking if she wanted to come in for like the 640 segment or something, and then just having her come in and surprising you. And then I thought, she didn't even seem like she's interested in that.
So I thought about it too. I thought about actually broaching it with you about whether, but I was like, it's a first time.
Yeah,
my dad ruined me in a very specific way, in that the first time I walked into WRRO, when I think I was 9 years old at the time, I think he was still an intern at that point, but he was still on air because that's how WRRO went. Dad was like, yeah, crack a mic. What do you think about this? And my life has never recovered. I might be in finance. I might be like a millionaire right now if my dad hadn't just done that. But the second the microphone got here, and I was like, I'm going to tell you why they should give Albert Bell the long-term money, no matter if he's a D or not.
Yeah.
It was done. It was done.
So we had definitely very different experiences that way. For me, it went more like my mom held up the mic in such a reverence, and to be like, well, don't even think about it, okay? You have to do a lot to be able to get on this radio station and do this. And so I was like, oh, wow, okay, all right, I got it. Maybe one day. Maybe
and then
one
you
day.
learned.
Yeah, no, you have to do that much. Yeah.
Go to a school, they give you a certificate, you work for a little bit.
Is that right?
A couple people in front of you drop, egos, all that kind of stuff, and then you're just willing to take whatever they're going to pay you.
And here we are.
And here we are.
Congratulations.
Together.
Congratulations to us.
We've failed upward properly.
And one day you too can listen to another show, get interviews with the head coach and the GM of the local team.
They did a great job, though.
They did fantastic.
Yeah.
A lot of good questions. Really good to get the guy behind the guy, is what I heard today.
Yeah. But don't worry. Next week, we're going to have the assistant groundskeeper on the show. Oh, he enjoyed that, folks.
I'm just thinking of them giving us like chumps.
All right, this is the third mascot. He's actually never been seen in public. His name's Theodore. That doesn't even make any sense. He's just a guy. It's a homeless guy. He's actually the guy that was drunk trout and hogs out on East Night a couple weeks back.
The best part about this is I get in more trouble than you for this because I'm laughing so sincerely and so too hard.
Also, I think they just know.
Really did get me though.
You're gonna talk to me and I'll be like, yes, and then in the end, I'm still gonna kind of do what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, that's right.
That's okay.
That's fun.
It's okay.
Hey, we're having fun. It's a good interview though. You guys should go back and listen.
Great one. Yeah,
good interview.
Yeah, definitely loved their Munkin interview. Loved the one with Joe Batonio. Loved all those great interviews. Just wonderful.
They just wind them up and knock them down.
By the way, if you missed it, we had Jason Pinkston on. No, he's great. He was awesome. Right? We talked Disney World and Fast Passes. Yeah. We're going to have Michael Bradburn on Monday's show.
That was great.
Yeah, he's got a blog. It's a baseball blog. Not even about the Guardians. It's about Ecuadorian baseball.
I might be crying right now. The delivery.
Hey, we're having fun. So the Guardians, how concerned are you about the Guardians?
That was one of the funniest things I've ever heard.
The text rolls in.
Yeah, no, I'm not. No, I'm not concerned about the Guardians. No. I can't do it right now. I can't do it. You got to give me a second.
All right.
No, I am concerned about the Guardians.
Yeah?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah? But you're laughing. I don't understand. You say
there's no sense of concern. There's no sense of being, I don't know what's going to happen this week. I have no idea. I do find it interesting how the Tigers are treating this 3-game set as if this is their World Series, though. Some of the moves they're making, not just in getting Skubal back for Saturday, they're doing something with their pitching staff for Sunday as well. And, they are really... They're taking this one as if this is their everything. Mm-hmm. Because in many ways it is. I mean, even though the Guardians don't have control of the Central right now, if they feel like they're just chasing the Guardians, 3 games at this point for the Tigers is massive.
Yeah. Well, and listen, I I just, whether it's a June swoon or any time of the year, there's just a part of me that there is that, and I don't always love it because we can get really lazy with it of like, well, 101-62.
Mm-hmm.
If this turns into another 2 weeks of 300 baseball in their last 10 days, or last 10 games, I'll probably be more concerned. But, like, I still think this is as talented of a team as you've had in 4 years. And maybe they've had better rotations at points. Maybe they've had better bullpens at points.
Yeah.
But I just think from tip to top and all that, I think you've got a lot of talent here. And I do think eventually this offense will even out, even if they don't make trades, but especially if they make a trade for a right-handed power batter, somebody just decent.
I guess I got a little discouraged. I was reading Meisel's piece yesterday from The Athletic, and one of the things he had in here was it's not like he did in-depth research or anything and trying to figure it all out. It's just the typical slash line, right? Your batting average, on base percentage, slugging percentage. And in 2025, the slash line was 226, 296, 373. And that's an offense that I ripped. And I talked about how bad it was consistently and how it didn't have anything. And the slash line for this year is very, very similar. 230, 316, 370. The slugging's even worse this year than it was last year. And so there's a lot about this team where I wanted them to take this, turn this corner, show me they're different offensively, show me they are something that isn't what it was last year. And I believe they are different, but I'm not seeing the results yet.
Yeah, and I think it's fair to say, well, they've banked on young guys previously, and then the young guys have had their little moments here and there, and then the kind of whatever fell out of it. But it's like, you already look at the 1 through 3, and like that in and of itself, 1 through 3, I think Bazana has already somehow become a better leadoff guy than Kwan
Is he even still the leadoff guy at this point, though? I don't know. I mean, he did every day there until the past couple, and now they got him batting 5th. They got him batting, Angel's batting at the top of the lineup. It's another thing. Like Vogt is just going back and forth on what he's doing with these guys from a lineup construction standpoint. He's still tinkering.
But
I disagreed, by the way. I disagreed with the idea of going Martinez at the top and moving Bazana out of there.
That's fine.
I want Bazana to have that spot, keep that spot, take that spot.
Are they doing that to jumpstart Angel?
I don't know. I don't know what the reasoning is.
Because he actually has had, 2 home runs in the last couple games?
I think it's to try to shake it up with Bazana. Because remember, before they made that move, Bazana was that 0 for 17 skid.
Mm-hmm.
And he got out of it a little bit, as much as you can in one game. But I think that's what that was about.
Feels
I think
like
it was
an overreaction to one bad week.
But this is what they do. This is some of the problems I have with Vogt and really it's the front office is they're extremely reactionary. And I don't mind being reactionary at times, but they take some of these extremes. And I feel like it sucks for hitters in trying to get some sort of, consistency.
216-474-0092. Are the Guardians in for a June swoon, and how worried are you about them? And who says no? LeBron to the Cavaliers in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. I'm a Ram guy. I wasn't always a
look at it differently, and I respect what everybody else thinks because that's why quarterback position is so hard to evaluate.
Coach Riz, what a breakdown. That's why we have him on all the time. Andrew Berry, Browns GM.
I was listening to a little bit of the show earlier, and I heard Coach Riz. He was really impressive, and I think he gives a very intelligent and informed perspective, being a former coach.
The station with the most sports talk in the CLE. 92.3 The Fan.
In case you missed it, coming up in about 20 minutes here, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, back on Afternoon Drive. Did you guys talk yesterday about the big championship celebration, the 10-year anniversary that's coming up?
We didn't actually. No, we didn't.
So for those of you that haven't heard, Friday, June 19th at noon, from noon to 3, it's on the corner of East 4th and Huron.
Wait, you said Friday at noon?
Yes. Yeah, noon to 3.
People do have off for that day, so I need to calculate that as well. I thought this was going to be a big nighttime performance, like 7 o'clock or something, and then it was going to be 7 to 10 or something.
I prefer noon. I would prefer noon.
Yeah, you going?
Yeah, no.
Well, that makes it sound like you have a preference here.
You can RSVP. I just prefer it at noon as opposed to 7 o'clock.
You want to get your day done with. I thought they're going to try to make this a whole event for people, and then you'd have drinks and you do.
Well, they were.
Oh, the funniest thing about it, in the ad that I read for it, it said commercial free, as if they were going to show the commercialized version of Game 7 of the NBA Finals.
Oh, it would be funnier if it was like a cut up.
Well,
and it was only a 25-minute version of the tape.
Well, I mean, what they said is it's commercial free, so you're going to get, instead of it being a 3-hour affair, it's going to be 2 hours, whatever it is. They actually give you the condensed version.
Yeah, the condensed.
The 15-minute condensed version.
Yeah.
Why condensed versions suck in the NBA? They never show a miss.
Yeah.
So part of the fun of the NBA is, will he make the shot? Will he not make the shot? When that part's eliminated, kind of sucks.
Also,
kind of not great.
Also, they're not good at editing. Can I make that observation?
Yeah, but at least in the baseball condensed versions, you get random plays in there. You get plays that basically meant nothing. You get walks. They'll throw walks in there. They'll throw errors in there. They'll throw all sorts of things. In basketball, it's a make or miss league.
Well, but also in baseball, the play starts right as the pitcher goes to throw the ball.
Yeah.
Right?
Instead of a random spot. Yeah.
And in between an announcer talking. But again, this is going to be Friday, June 19th. So food trucks, a beer garden, interactive activities, championship apparel at center court of the Meet Me Here Plaza. And Daryl,
that's
actually,
their new plaza, yeah.
Did you see Daryl sent out some pictures of it?
I thought he sent out the Cosm one. I drive by that plaza every day.
No. This is about 16 minutes ago at Right or Wrong FAN. So he kind of shows a long distance picture, some pretty trees there. It was where are these trees? But then there's the court.
Yeah, I drive by it every day. I've watched the development as it's gone on. Because I take a different route home because of the one-way street now.
Mm-hmm.
So the one-way street doesn't put me back that way; it puts me back that way. And so I drive by that plaza every day.
Isn't this that way? I know that way.
It's that way. Yeah, that's where I drive. I drive that way.
I don't think it was that way. I thought it was this way.
I drive that way to then go that way.
But from that way, you can see this way.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. It's a nice hoop. There's a nice hoop there.
Who's on first?
There's a nice hoop there.
I guess I'm
but still, even through YouTube, the cut up made no sense.
I hope they do more stuff here because I do think I think stuff like this should be done, not just about the 2016 NBA championship, but this looks like a really cool area, and I hope we get to see more events, specialized events in that area for whether it's Cavs fans, Monsters fans, whatever.
Yeah, I just think it's kind of fun. I saw some people ripping on the idea of, you're celebrating a 10-year anniversary. It's yeah, the city's never won titles, okay? If you want to celebrate the 10-year anniversary, you want to celebrate the 20th anniversary, hell, I could even 11, 12, 13, 14. You want to do it every year, you replay that game and have food trucks and let people hang out in a new area. I think that's great.
Now,
I think that's fun.
While we celebrate the 2016 NBA championship, there's a lot of, I don't want to say a lot of, but there's enough scuttlebutt about the LeBron stuff with multiple reporters saying there's some legs to it. And I know this is going to sound kind of crazy because we are, almost a full month away from NBA free agency. We're, a week and a half, 2 weeks away from the NBA draft. This is when things get done in the NBA.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
I saw a Lakers fan reacting to the fact that apparently the Nets are willing to give Austin Reeves the full max.
Oh, wow.
And they were like, It's too early for that. It was like, oh, buddy, you don't know how the NBA works.
We did ask the other day which teams would be willing to give Reeves that max, and here we are.
But is it worth being a Brooklyn Net? Is it worth? What is
yes.
it? $160 million worth?
I think he'll say yeah.
4 years, but the taxes, isn't that what Boomer Esiason talks about with the taxes now with the new man?
Yeah, but, he played with LeBron. He's fine.
But Eric Pincus, and this one's a little different because Eric is not just a reporter. He also does a lot of stuff on the financial side. He actually kind of designed this pathway in which a sign and trade, and would actually be a double sign and trade, of LeBron coming to Cleveland and Dean Wade going to the Lakers, how it would work. So it is LeBron, Bronny, DeAndre Ayton, Jake LaRavia, Dalton Knecht, and a $28 million trade exception coming to the Cavaliers.
Mm-hmm.
And then Jared Allen, Dennis Schroeder, Dean Wade, and Sam Merrill going to the LA Lakers. And I don't really have any sort of feeling about Jake LaRavia or Dalton Knecht.
Knecht had some big postseason games.
He did.
He scored 27 in the one game with LeBron.
But the defense...
LeBron made him shine.
Seems to be a real problem there. So what I like about this is you do get size, right? And
but which DeAndre Ayton are we getting?
The one that stinks, I think.
Well, he had some moments last year. Like when he feels like he can actually... I don't say feels like. When he wants to play, I still think he's a good player. We just have not seen that nearly enough in the previous 4 years.
Yeah, It's weird to me because, one, I like the attitude that Schroeder brings.
I thought this was one of the best years he's had in a while, though.
Yeah. And I also think, I know Dean didn't really shoot a lot in the postseason.
And you're probably going to lose Dean anyway, right?
Yeah.
So I'm not really worried about Dean
might be the
necessarily.
Merrill part of this.
I think that's got to be part of it, sure.
And so to lose Merrill a year after you lose Ty Jerome, in this case, you actually lose him for something. There's just something about this I didn't end up loving because the centerpiece of this is LeBron, and you're going to get maybe a year of LeBron. And I think giving away Jared Allen and Sam Merrill, along with Schroeder, who would be here next year, giving 3 really nice pieces away for 1 year of LeBron didn't necessarily feel commensurate.
It just feels like there's a lot of unnecessary pieces in this.
But it feels like it's a 1-year shot. Because if LeBron retires at the end of the year, next year, whether you win a championship or not, then you're going to have Donovan, a aging James Harden, and I know Mobley would still be here under this plan, but you're going to have another huge hole in the wing a year from now, and you're still going to be locked in a specific salary that's going to make it tough to go replace LeBron then.
So I don't necessarily love this from the amount of people involved in it. I think you're just changing up the rosters entirely too much for this to ever be realistic for me. Mm-hmm. It's just not how NBA GMs operate. They don't send 5 guys over for 4. It's just not a thing. But I would do it. I'm okay. If I like Jared Allen a ton. I've liked him for a very long time. If you give me 1 year of LeBron, and you're telling me in general we have a 2-year window to try to do something with Donovan and what this is, I'm taking that opportunity.
So where I think a lot of people might be with you is there is a cake and eat it element of this where you don't trade Evan Mobley. So 2 years from now, if you end up turning around and Donovan wants out and James is, walking off to the strip club in the sky and LeBron's already retired, you theoretically can then start the rebuild around what by then I think he's like a 26-year-old Evan Mobley.
Yeah, and you said cake and eat it too. I think it's a perfect way to describe this.
We're talking about James Harden. He loves cake.
If you can find a way to make sure that you keep Evan Mobley on this team and you remain to a spot where people feel like you're legitimately competitive over the next 2 years, you can't ask for much more than that.
It feels
weird. If it costs you Jared Allen to do so, I'm doing that.
It feels weird to say this. I also like that it keeps you pick 29. There's a lot of really interesting, and we're not going to get heavy deep into the NBA mock draft analysis. They have the 29th pick in the draft. So that said,
you can if you want. I'm going to pass on this one.
So there's likely to be either a medium-sized wing that fits many of the things. The kid Swain from Texas is one of them. That could kind of be your next Tyson, a developmental piece that grows into something that you need right now, or something that I've thought they've needed for a minute. There's a lot of really interesting young bigs in this. Visar, the kid from North Carolina, Ejiofor, I think he's from St. John's, and they're all different styles. So if you want a guy that's going to punch you in the face, I got one of those. If you want kind of the Euro swing 5 like a Visar, there's so much talent here that I think one of those guys is going to be available. Because of the age of your roster, I do think it's wildly important that you get a nice developmental piece, just because I think you've already seen the Tyson piece pay dividends. If you're not going to have a draft pick every other year for the next 5 years, when you have them, you got to make them count. I think you can this year.
I want one of those Euros we take during the Taco Bell commercials.
I actually would
Jokic
love
style.
You know what I'd love? A young Serge Ibaka. Those don't exist anymore, because I remember when the Thunder, well, I guess, were they the Thunder then, or were they still the Sonics? I think they were the Thunder.
Thunder, yeah.
But when they took Serge Ibaka, I was like, he'll never work out. Like, and look, such little basketball experience. Like, where the hell's this guy from? And I watched that guy his rookie year, and he scored like 3 points a game, and I was like, uh-oh. Serge Ibaka can ball.
They don't exist anymore because now Serge Ibaka would have gone through 4 years of college.
After 4 years of playing in Europe.
And been paid so much in NIL money. I'm telling you, that's why these drafts are so interesting now. Every one of them, the European players, they come on over, they get 4 years of NIL, and they make bank. And then the NBA is better off because of this whole setup.
All right, while we're on the topic, just because he's actually going to play in college basketball, a couple years ago, the Cavs took a big wing called Saliu Niang, and he's now coming over to college basketball. And I was like, wait, in 2 years, are we going to is this going to be like one of the lottery? You know, like they took, for every once in a while, if they had like pick 54, they'd take some kid from Europe and hope he developed into something.
Was this the French kid?
Yes.
Yeah.
French kid, Cameroon kid. Saliu Niang or is he Italian? I don't know. Not America. Okay, that's the damn point. I don't know who's the French kid.
Did we take a French kid like a couple years ago, or maybe even last year? It was like a stash. It was a stash guy.
A draft and stash?
Yeah, it was a draft and stash.
All right, Jax, this is where you got to turn into Mac Robinson. You got a Cavs French prospect.
Oh yeah, Mac had no chance of doing it.
Actually, no, that's the one good thing.
Prospects, he shines.
Mac would be like, you mean Lefleur? Oh, I love that guy. He scored 3 points a game last year in Fenerbahce. I think it's Fenerbahce. I don't know. I don't know
either.
Las Ligas. That's soccer.
Oh, this is where ChatGPT just absolutely sucks.
I'm just seeing Killian Hayes.
It gave me a Killian Hayes, too, and I'm like, that's not right. I know that's not right.
See, what you have to do is you have to go to...
We roster Olivier Sarr.
Cavs Wikipedia. Oh, we do like a little Olivier Sarr. All right, so you go Cavs
and
Wikipedia.
He's from France, and he is, he's on the Cavs roster.
This is going to get us that Marconi, just like Greg Hill.
I don't know what else we got.
Is this how Greg Hill does it? All right, so you got Saliu Niang.
And then Gershon Yabusele. Damn it.
Anyways, Niang was from Italy. Khalifa Diop was from Spain. He's Senegal. 2 Senegalese, yeah. And then Arturas Gudaitis from Lithuania. Are you a Gudaitis guy?
No.
No?
No.
Those are the only people here. Are you talking about Chukwudabere Madebom? Because he was from Nigeria.
I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Did you invent a Frenchman?
I'm telling you, we had a stash and draft. It happened somewhere, and I can't think of who it is now.
It's Saliu Niang, but he's from Senegal via Italy.
I don't know. Don't know what to tell you. I think that might be what I'm thinking of. There's an obvious stash and draft guy somewhere there. I'm locked into all the nicknames for Yabusele now.
Yeah?
Yeah. Dancing Bear.
Okay.
Le Bear.
Le Bear.
That's pretty good, right? Le Bear? That's pretty good.
That's what they call me if I go to a French club.
They call you
of a
Le
certain
Bear?
variety.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's Le Bear. Oh, ha, ha. They also ask me to drop trout.
Yeah, is that right? I still can't believe you said that. It's a Major League Baseball broadcast.
Well, that's where you're going to say it. You can't get away with that in the NFL. Ross Tucker will never be able to say, what was it, drop trout and Joe Hogg?
Yeah. You can't say those things.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
You and everybody that work in sports talk are so uptight about this sort of thing. I don't know. That felt personal. I didn't mean it like that. I meant
listen, I'm on the far end as far as sports talk is concerned with that stuff.
If Matt Underwood starts saying
that. It's a Major League Baseball broadcast. You can't say those things.
I'm already a big Matt Underwood guy. If Matt Underwood started saying
he'd never say it.
Well, but if he started to,
he'd never say it.
I'd be like the greatest announcer ever.
There's a reason why we played it, and the reason why we're surprised that it was even a thing to begin with is because Major League Baseball announcers don't do those things.
Yeah.
They don't do those things. Did we find out who this French guy is I made up?
You made him up. I don't know why. What happened with my voice there? You made him up.
We had a stash and draft guy somewhere.
Yeah, Sally Niang. He's Senegalese.
So we're talking about the same guy. Senegalese and Italian.
You're not sure what to do with that. You look like you wanted to add analysis.
That is what I'm thinking of. No, that is what I'm thinking of. That's it. I had the confirmation there. That's clearly that's what I'm thinking of.
All right, send this again. This is how Greg Hill gets his Marconis for
We're
Boston.
Fine. It's a Friday.
Yeah,
where everyone's good vibes out there. We're hanging out.
Niang gang. Tell us what you guys think
Didn't
about that.
we already have one of those? Didn't we do that already?
No, that was just the morning show.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, he played at Iowa State. We're friends with all those guys.
They're great. They do a great job. Great job with that interview today. In case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, helping you beat the books with West.
68.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Final segment of today's show. I want to say a big thanks to our many guests today. Andrew Berry. No, that was the morning show. Sorry. Joel Bitonio. Sorry, that was the morning show yesterday.
Yeah.
Todd Munkin. Dag nabbit, that was a couple weeks ago for them.
Get one of these guys.
But we did have. Who'd we have today? Al Pawlowski.
Yeah,
good to talk to Al
did.
Pal today at 3:20. Good to talk to Jason Pinkston today.
Oh, yeah.
Strong stuff from Pink if you didn't hear it. About 4:20. Turns out he's having a good, successful year there. Or in that VIP treatment from Disney. Come on now.
$1,000 an hour.
Yeah.
And that's his Saturday.
Usually you pay $1,000 for an hour. And you get a different kind of VIP treatment.
So what's funny about that, and you know how my brain works, where I'm like, all right, let's figure out how Pink could afford this, right?
Yep.
And so, like, if his career earnings in the NFL was $1.5 million, and I'm like, all right, well, clearly, if he's got some money, he's floating it around, he's done reasonably well with the idea of being financially responsible.
Mm-hmm.
But that also goes completely in contradiction of paying $1,000 an hour to go and do a Disney pass.
He does own his own construction company.
Well,
I'm going to say they're doing okay.
That's going to be pretty good.
Yeah. Also, Bobby on Twitter sent a AI-created graphic of Le Bear, which is me, in a that looks silk, right? Silk Cavalier's robe.
Yeah, you and James Harden look comfortable here.
And the best part is,
it looks like fat James Harden, though.
It looks like
it's not skinny James Harden.
I look like Dom DeLuise.
You look like Drake C. Toll.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I will.
What are you doing?
No, Drake C. Toll's like 103 pounds, sopping wet.
Yeah, you got the whole outfit going on.
Oh, yeah, but he dresses like a D-bag.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it now.
You got the chain saying Le Bear on it. And you're doing the Drake C. Toll point, too. You see that? You got the point going.
Yeah. Now, to let people know you work in radio, you either got to do the point photo or you got to have a photo in front of a microphone.
Or just make yourself look like the biggest jerk imaginable, and that's the one they're always going to use for you, basically until the end of time.
Yeah.
That's why I don't take those photos like that.
Also,
You get one reaction out of me. It's a smile. Anything else, I know what you're doing.
So I like this. It goes 6'5", 350, sports talk announcer, French Bear legend. Gave me an inch and a half there. All right, come on now, guys. Gave me 6.5 or 6'5".
How do you do with the weight?
Little under.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I don't know if you know this, Bobby. I'm in the 1%.
I know. You're
right?
a 1% height, 1% weight.
Yep.
Very established.
But
it made you from France, and that's a real, in my eyes,
for you, that's
a real knock.
So if I was Nicholas Wilson, you wouldn't have taken the show with me?
Might have been a deal breaker.
If I was Le Bear?
Might have been a deal breaker. If they walked around telling me you call yourself Le Bear, residing from French with all that boredom and ennui, I might have been a little out.
Also,
not sure.
You know, there's a Le Bear around your neck of the woods.
They're just not my favorite people.
Okay. He's saying the French, not bears.
The French, not bears.
Yeah, clearly he likes bears. I'm right here, guys.
They're just not my favorite.
No, you know that there's a bear going around Geauga County down up northern over by you. That's what I'm trying to say.
Is that how abnormal is that?
Well, it's not normal.
I know at some point.
I don't know what the hell I said.
At some point, like a couple years ago, there started being a bear that popped up on people's Ring cameras around Solon.
Yeah, it was me. That was me.
That was just you. That's all that was?
Yeah, this is a different bear.
So I'm just assuming like every couple years we just kind of get like hey, there might be a bear out by you. That is what it is. But at this point, all you're bringing to my table is you're bringing Bigfoot sightings and now bear sightings. I'll take bear sightings. At least I know those are real.
Yeah, I would take the Bigfoot sightings because you don't think they're real. Yeah, 2 young daughters. You don't want a 500-pound bear just around the neighborhood.
If
outside of your neighbor Al.
If I end up getting ate by a bear because I'm mowing the lawn in Solon, that's going to be one of the more improbable deaths of all time.
Yeah, but you don't want a noteworthy death.
All-time improbable death.
This is a problem. You don't want a noteworthy death.
No, I don't.
People
I
will
want
not forget
a normal death. We've talked about this. I don't want to be on page 6. I don't want to be in the New York Post. None of that. I want a very normal death, nothing out of the ordinary. But if I got ate by a bear that happened to pop up into a suburban neighborhood, nowhere close to where bears are supposed to be, That's just bad luck.
You know,
It's a BlackBerry. You'll be fine.
I'd turn this into.
Oh yeah, everyone knows those are pansies.
I would turn this into. Everyone knows that Jonathan got ate by Le Bear.
You're going to nickname him Le Bear.
He got eaten by a French bear. Put some Worcestershire sauce on it. Let's get to in case you missed it. There's no good that was going to come of you and I extending that.
No, we're cool. All right, let's go to the Pat McAfee show. Because why not, right? Rich Paul on Pat McAfee show talking about LeBron James and conversations he's had across the NBA. Here we go.
Believe nothing that's out there because I haven't had one conversation with him. At the end of the season, I made it clear that I would respect he and the family because this is going to be a family decision for him. Whatever decision he decides to make, that is his decision. He doesn't need to make a decision for anybody but himself. And so, but there's been no conversation. I have not had one conversation with him. We played a couple rounds of golf. I don't mention it. I can tell you this. I tell you guys this. There has been incoming calls from every team with the excitement of possibly him playing for them. And so at 41 years of age, going on 42, I think that's something to be extremely proud about.
All right, 10 to 12 teams interested in LeBron James. What do you think of that number?
Why is he so defensive?
I don't know.
That was just the weirdest. Just to ask you a simple question there,
yeah,
bud.
Sometimes he brings a weird vibe.
Yeah.
I like Rich Paul. I actually read Rich Paul's book. I think he's wildly intelligent. I think he's very interesting. What's so funny?
What's his keys to success? Become friends with LeBron James?
So
what's that book about?
He did do
how to grab on to a billionaire and ride him to being the second greatest player or first best player in NBA history?
Half of the book is basically about how he grew up being a hustler. And some of the cons and some of the things that he tries to put in this book are just wildly inaccurate.
Mm-hmm.
Like, for instance, he claims that he was playing so much craps at one point in life that he could correctly predict in a roll what the dice were going to come up and be. Not possible. Just straight up not possible. There's no amount of practice you can do in the world that would make you, on a real craps table, which is what he claims he played on, be able to predict what dice are going to come out. Like, it's just a patent lie that he was spreading all throughout this book. And it just kept being things over and over like that are like, why are you unnecessarily lying about this situation in your
Also,
life?
I don't believe every team in the NBA is called about LeBron. I believe a fair amount
in this
have.
book, he established himself as a liar to me in many ways. Because again, you like no one can predict dice roll. That's not. If you would, Vegas wouldn't have the game. The game doesn't exist if that was a possibility. You can't practice enough to make that a reality.
I just want to know how many of them are real and how many of there are, well, LeBron wants to make $25 million on a 30-win team. We'll help him do that. You know there's got to be a couple teams that are like, we don't have a chance in hell to be an NBA Finals team, but we've got cap space, and LeBron coming to us will put booties in the seats for the entirety of the season, and financially, that'll be worth it for us.
I think the only believable thing he said in this is that he played a couple rounds of golf with LeBron.
Yeah?
That might be the only believable thing that he was mentioning there. If LeBron was legitimately on the open market, though, it probably is more than 10 to 12 teams because of what you said. To have LeBron night 81 times, what team isn't going to throw their hat in that ring?
Yeah, but how many of those actually have a chance of landing him? That's where my brain goes.
Yeah, no, not a lot of them. But the idea that they put themselves in that conversation, because there's enough that would be like, it can be you, it can be Bronny. We'll tank the next 5 years to get LeBron night 81 times for this season.
So
I would have thought last year, I legitimately, before the Pistons started showcasing they were building something, a team like Detroit that had basically nothing going for it for the previous 15 years would have sold out for Bronny and LeBron night 81 times.
For some reason, I just kept thinking about the Brooklyn Nets. All right.
Yeah,
so
they would too.
Let's say that you have to give LeBron like a 1-year, $30 million deal. And on top of it, you've got to give Bronny like a 3-year, let's say $12 million, so $36 million a year deal.
Done. Satisfied.
You would overpay Bronny.
Done.
Just so you can underpay LeBron?
Done.
You're not wrong, by the way. There are teams that would do it. I mean, the Lakers, he's there because of that.
I'll give him a different bobblehead every single night. What are we talking about? You can collect all 81 LeBron bobbleheads.
And Daryl Ryder would be there.
80 LeBron, 1 Bronny bobblehead. 81 bobbleheads.
Okay, no, it's going to be 80 Bronnies and 1 LeBron. And you don't know when it's going to be until you get there. trying to think of what those stupid toys my kids used to play with. It's like, it's a surprise. Oh, the LOL dolls. And you pull it out, and they're like, oh, yeah, I didn't want this one. I was like, yeah, but it cost $30, whether you wanted it or not.
Too much mystery in life with some of these retailers. It's like this soccer ball that Dick's is selling, the Dick's Sporting Goods, where it's like the different.
I'm glad you
had to clarify. Only for you. Only for you. I had to clarify.
The Sporting Goods store.
Never mind.
Again, great stuff with Andrew Berry today.
He was great.
Great stuff with Joel Bitonio yesterday.
He knocked out a lot of his personality today.
Really, really quality stuff with Coach Munkin about a month back in studio.
That audio still exists. You can go back and rewind and listen to that.
Really helped the show. Big thanks to Jax Gregory on the board. Yes. Big thanks to Matt Corrali, baby doll. Big thanks to Jake Murrin. JP? We got there.
Yeah, we did. I had fun. Enjoy your weekend.
All right, you too, buddy. We'll see you guys on Monday, 2 p.m. Will the NBA Finals be decided? Will the Andrew Berry press tour continue? We'll find out. See you guys on Monday.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.
I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.